Beep bop 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 beep beep bop 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 beep beep bop 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 beep bop 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 beep bop 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 beep bop 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 beep bop bop. Sending data. I'm sending data. I'm sending my data to you. I'm sending my data to you. I'm sending my data to you. Sending my data to you. It will. Oh, will. As the earth turns and the fire air rises, shines, it is yet another day for your homie to lapine. Welcome back again to my home, where I'm Carl, and I'm in it with you. How are we doing, chat? How are we feeling? Is everybody okay? Everyone having a good day? I hope so. It's finna get worse. Maybe I'll take some time. I don't know, y'all motherfuckers aching, breaking, shaky. Even though it is 1:33 in the afternoon. Cause it's 1:33 in the afternoon. Cause your eyes do shy, yeah, you mean. You feel the good as you can, so you do. But the feeling is just the way that you do when it's 5 in the afternoon. My nose is stuffy, but it's not stuffy enough for me to want to blow my nose aggressively. Penelope, she's my wife. She listens to me. She's my wife. She lies left me. She really loves trying to touch me. She knows she loves me. She knows she loves me. When I see to the heart, and she knows I'll be there from the start. You know I'll be there. All alone, you know I'll be there all alone, all alone, I'll be there all alone, you're home. But before I even do anything else, I need to fix that error with the roof. Oh, what it feels to play this video game on a high level. Oh, what a relief it is, catching all the teeth it is. Alright. I believe we have given enough time for the people to get in. Everybody else who's going to be filtering in is going to be filtering in on the back end. Let's go ahead and cover the news. Let us begin, chat. But first, a word for our sponsor. Sponsor, what do you have to say?
Sponsors for Single Player Carl and Radio Coon are provided by BBC Migraine Powder, Jib and Toby's Ethnic Enrichment Playground, Cringe on Demand, Blockbuster Entertainment, Uncle Tony's Riot Seasoning, Smart Negro Brand Colonized and Sheets Dating App, Immemorial Malt Liquor, and PointDexter.com, and the generous donations and watch times from viewers and haters like you. Thank you! And if you'd like to support Carl, consider leaving a wonderful donation at Ko-fi.com, Subscribestar.com, YouTube.com, and Twitch.com/SinglePlayerCarl. Make sure to support your Nicktree today, or you hate black people.
First off, you know him, you dislike him, you probably want to fight him. MamaMax has returned. It came with a laugh track! And he has a green screen. Bro, I don't know what you want people to say and do, but this is very embarrassing for you, and I believe it'd be smart for everybody involved that we just agree that you are doing this shit on purpose now. So, let's do a quick recap. What happened the last time we saw MamaMax? What has happened the last time we saw MamaMax? Good old Striker had originated from the internet, thus leaving Spencer without a person to grift off of and grift with, because they chose to retreat in such fashion. Yeah, I should probably fix the roof before I do that. Retreated from the internet in fashion with her funky Cole Medina. He retreats. He goes to work for an organization. He's doing actual good things. He's doing actual good stuff. He's making a name for himself. He's trying to do right by people. And Redditors make him lose his job by making the organization aware of the stuff that he had been involved in, thus leading to him being fucked with by those individuals. And in doing so, lead to him being out in a really bad way. In a really bad way. Because of this, it led to a bunch of people wanting to say, ha ha, you deserve this. To which my answer is, no the fuck he did not. I'll explain why. MamaMax doing the shit that he did before, being called out and criticized for the shit that he did before, that was brought on him by himself, being a cringe lord. Anything precipitated by people trying to get him embarrassed, mocked, antagonized, harassed, singled out, and fucked with because they didn't particularly like him personally, were doing so for the explicit purpose of making him suffer because they did not like him personally. And onto those edges, I cannot be able to say that I can agree with how people chose to behave. It is one thing to be a cringe lord that is getting yourself embarrassed with an audience group. It is another thing entirely to be a person that is singling him out to have his life ruined. They did life ruination to him, is what they did. Attacking him when he has little to no overreach with groups that are engaged in bad behavior, and instead castigating him like he deserves to be treated like shit, is bullshit. There's no other way around it. It is bullshit. We all know that it is bullshit. It should be understood and treated as it is bullshit. It was not a decision to try and protect people. It was not a decision to try to help people. It was a choice specifically designed to put egg on MamaMax's face and further embarrass him in ways that did not deserve to happen. That might be a controversial opinion that others do not agree with, but that is the truth of the matter. Why the fuck is the snap grip acting like this? It is the fact of the matter. All of the things that were done to MamaMax were done to MamaMax for the explicit purpose of embarrassing him and then insulting him nonstop. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. On that edge, to that purpose, every person who was a part of that action is responsible for him losing that job at that fundraiser, because there was no reason for them to have to contact him about what he did in the past. And after they chose to do that, we now find MamaMax here. So what does Max Striker have to say?
Guys, I just want to talk. There's a lot I have to share with you over the next few uploads. It may be decades before the truth around this case comes to light. And the survivors will speak up when they are ready.
Lord have mercy, he is still on the Camden Gerard Davis shit. That's horrible. Okay, let's see where this goes.
But I would like to start uploading again. Now, you've probably heard a lot of different things about me. Distinguishing between what's real and what's not is a challenge in the year 2024.
I wouldn't say it's a challenge. I think it's as simple as, hey, do I have evidence? No? Okay, I'm just gonna go not destroy my reputation. Thank you. I think it's very simple, Max. I don't think it requires elucidation on this level, in my opinion. No, I might be crazy, but you know, what do I know? I'm just some black man. But I don't think it's hard at all. I think you should get to your point. What is your point? Hopefully it's a good point. Because if not, they are finna rip your ass apart in the comments. They are finna rip your ass apart in the comments.
And it's probably only going to get harder as time goes on. Mass psychosis is very real, and I'm sure you all can pretty much feel it at this point. Now, people have taken my silence as an admission of guilt. That is not the case.
Well, I mean, people are going to keep attacking you, criticizing you, mocking you, because you made yourself a lolcow, bro. Like, there's no other way about it. There's no easy way to say it, dude. You put egg on your face. You put a lot of egg on your face, and no matter what people say or do, they have to accept the fact that that was something you chose to do to yourself. Nobody made you do that. You put yourself in a bad situation. Now, accountability being what it is, I'm not gonna hold you to that. Simply because I don't know you that well. And in not knowing you that well, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt, even though you probably don't deserve it. But, again, it goes without saying, but I'm gonna say it because I say it good. Nigga, be for real. Nigga, be for real. What are we talking about? We need you to be so fucking for real right now, it's not funny. Please be for real. Because if you can't be for real, then we can't take you seriously. and none of this works. Okay? Be for real. Please be for real. Please be for real.
I was simply respecting the wishes of those I was advocating for. But I am not the monstrous villain that I've been caricaturized as. I don't care. I don't care who says I'm doing this for money or clout.
You know, by saying that you don't care, that's gonna make it look like you care. Because you know what people who don't care do? They don't respond.
I have lost that, and I'm still doing this work because it truly matters, because it is very important work. We need to refocus our conversations on future generations that are facing multiple global threats.
What is this eponymous global threat? Who's being threatened? Can you name it?
That we are all perpetuating. And there's so much work we have to do to help them. So if you take away one thing from this channel, let it be this. Crimes against children remains one of the most devastating sources of injustice and suffering for humanity.
And you are one of the worst people that could ever report it, because you do not know how to take a case seriously so it can be handled seriously and seriously prosecuted on those people who seriously need to see the inside of a jail cell. End quote. I do not care how ominous you make the black and red display of the Guardian news article. You are a bad journalist. Not because it's my opinion, but because it is a proven fact. You don't know how to drum up attention for your news stories. You don't know how to keep people on topic and on tape for your news stories. You don't know how to be able to handle your news stories. You don't know how to take seriously your news stories. Every single time you are given the opportunity to demonstrate the seriousness of a situation, you falter in that situation. You fail to elucidate the seriousness of the situation and get so stuck up in shit that does not matter, that should not be your concern, that you make everybody worry for the fact that you don't know how to do things and that you don't know how to handle things. By any delimited means, please understand that you are a bad communicator. Not because I say so, but because we can see it. We can see that you are bad at communication. We can see that you are bad at archiving. We can see that you are bad at not giving people that are in your friend group, as you did to Spencer, the attempt to try and bail them out of a bad scenario by giving them the ability to, quote, start a channel. A channel that is going to more than likely die without you keeping her propped up, because there's nothing interesting about Spencer. Ultimately, I would say there's nothing interesting about you, but there's also the caveat of you're kind of in the position where you're not really given a chance to defend yourself, quote unquote. But are we really incensed to give you a reason to be heard when you speak, based on how you're choosing to now continuously still going on with Cameron and Gerard Davis? Whether or not your case is real, you are bad about getting people's attention and eyes on yourself about it. And that's not a crime. It's not a crime to be unpopular. It's not a crime to have to do work. What is a fucking crime is how you have effectively used the funds, how you effectively garnered for attention, and all the other shit and more that could be done about these issues and problems. You are definitely accountable to that. That is to be sure. That is an assurance. You are accountable to that. And on that mind, and on that means, you will be criticized. But it is not our problem. It's not our job. And there are people going to say, you don't need to be on the internet for whatever reasons, blase, blase, blase. I could care less about that. What I care about is the fact that you're still going on. You gotta give it up, bro. You gotta give it up. You gotta give it up. Please give it up.
That is a fact. So yes, absolutely call the police when you have been harmed or your children have been harmed. However, that is just the first step in a very long and difficult process that most victims give up on. And most children go without seeing justice. However, we can rebuild the infrastructural issues with law enforcement and legal processes to ensure more kids are getting restorative justice that they deserve. And hopefully one day we can prevent crimes from happening to children at all. That is my mission.
No mission go fail.
Okay? Because justice is not freely given. It is something we must fight for. And that sucks, because a lot of kids can't fight. They don't even know where to begin. They probably don't even know that a crime is being committed against them most times. Cyber crimes against children continues to rise at an unprecedented scale. And the psychological exploitation of technology will destroy us if we do not correct these patterns. That is my belief. Those who have a voice must speak for those who are voiceless.
But does it have to be you? Is the question. I think the answer is no.
So with that said, I will see you soon.
Now, here's the question. Who are you accusing of mass psychosis? Is it your audience? If you're accusing your audience of mass psychosis, bro, I don't think they're gonna let you out with this one. Because the people who have witnessed you do what you've done, they can't be suffering from mass psychoses. Because, bro, if everyone's suffering from mass psychoses, we gotta ask, what the fuck are you on? Is it the good shit? Can we have some? Are you sharing? Sharing is caring. You got the good weed. Let me get some of that. Because that good weed must be that kind of weed that helps you be able to lie to yourself. Because god damn are you lying to yourself right now. You are lying to yourself hard, bro. You're lying to yourself really, 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 really fucking hard. I can't blame you for lying to yourself. But I can't mock you for it. I shouldn't. We shouldn't. But bro, it's too tempting. It's too tempting. It's too tempting. Go back to the drawing board. Start again. That's all I gotta say. Go back to the drawing board. Start again. Things will get better. Be blessed, beloved. Which then brings us to another man who's coping and seething still. Technically, he has coped and seethed and has apologized, but people are dragging him back into the limelight. Welcome back, Brad. Radley, yeah, Radley is the news. It appears that somebody has captured, when he was listening to one of the newest tracks from Magdalena Bay, one of my favorite newest artists that makes indie music. It appears they captured the exact moment in which he started his meltdown before he took down his stream. On September 1st. It was supposed to be a paid album review for his fans, and his meltdown happened towards it. So, let's see what happened.
I, under no circumstance, can listen to this album right now because I am not safe in my own home, and I really can't describe much else.
Ominous. Okay. Let's read the threads. His Discord said the rest is supposed to be essentially lost media if we didn't see it. Until now, I don't think we will. The full actual stream of some kind of paid album review for one of his fans, relatively normal. And it was an archive since he deleted the VOD in seconds. The VOD is privated, not deleted. You can click the link. Provide the link. The link is, in fact, private. Seems like a chill guy, but he fell first into being a lol cow. Not to sound like a douche, but wouldn't this video being going public only deteriorate Brad's mental health further? Yes! That's a good question, Elite YouTube! I don't really have sympathy for that because his whole content model is getting paid to listen to music. He says he doesn't want to interact with anyone on the internet anymore because his mental health, literally his job, and proceeds to ask for $10,000. Not necessarily, as nothing much was shown in that video other than he's feeling stressed due to something he isn't able to talk about. Okay, he's a lolcow now. Lolcows are still people. Becoming a lolcow doesn't rob you of the ability to be treated with respect. It's not like he's someone evil such as Boogie or anything. He's just a fucking idiot. Yes! Yes. Yes, sir. This is what it looks like when a person says talc kipping is okay. This is what it looks like when a person says, Aunt, why are we seeing this? He didn't do anything interesting. Exactly. Exactly. That's exactly correct. That's the correct response. That's the correct response. Him and Ellie, they'd be good at single player Carl. Oh, yes. Because honestly, the more I see about the Brad Tay situation, it seems to be people keep pulling him into the limelight to try and get him to mauled. And that's not okay. That's bullshit. They need to leave him alone. Quite frankly. They need to leave him alone. Because if they're not going to leave him alone, and they're not going to do anything other than this, I would rather them find somebody else. We ain't got to do this. We ain't got to do this. They ain't got to do this. They're only doing this because they know that other people are going to notice them and give them clout on the internet for doing so. They can do something else. They can be somewhere else. They ain't got to be here doing it. They ain't got to be here doing it. It appears to me that they are focused on trying to constantly push this. So, we have to start saying no more. Like, I will cover the Brad news if something actually happens. But this is not news. This is them trying to bully him. And then trying to justify the bullying of him by, but look, he's cringy. I don't give a shit. You gotta stop. You got to stop. It's not okay. It's not okay whatsoever. Next news piece, please. Pop bass. A good case example of why this is important. Chaperone made a statement over the weekend. Technically over last week, but I don't think I covered this. If I did, I'm just going to rehash it again here. Chappelle Roan, she happens to be a music artist. A lot of her music that has been going viral, especially on TikTok, has been hitting. She issued a statement defending herself after the media declared her personal boundaries nonsensical as an artist, which is similarly the same thing people have tried to say about MamaMax, and people have tried to say about pretty much any content creator on the internet. Let us look into it as soon as I figure out where the fuck my rod went to. Found it. Chappelle Rowan says in a new statement, I chose this career path because I love music and art and honoring my inner child. I do not accept harassment of any kind because I chose this path, nor do I deserve it. If you see me as a bitch or ungrateful or my entire statement upsets you, baby, that's you. You gotta look inwards and ask yourself, why am I so upset by this? Why is a girl expressing her fears and boundaries so infuriating? There, of course, is a deeper statement, and I will read it. Bop, bada boop. Beep, bop, boop, boop, pow, pow, ping. For the past 10 years, I've been going non-stop to build my project, and it's come to the point that I need to draw lines and set boundaries. I want to be an artist for a very long time. I've been in too many non-consensual physical and social interactions, and I just need to lay it out and remind you, women don't owe you shit. She is that kind of artist. However, she's valid. I chose this career path, blah, 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 blah. I'm specifically talking about predatory behavior disguised as superfan behavior that has become normalized because of the way women who are well known have been treated in the past. Please do not assume that you know a lot about someone's life, personality, and boundaries just because you're familiar with them or their work online. This situation is similar to the idea that if a woman wears a short skirt and gets harassed or catcalled, she shouldn't have worn the short skirt in the first place. It is not the woman's duty to suck it up and take it. It is the harasser's duty to be a decent person, leave her alone, and respect that she can wear whatever she wants and still deserve peace in this world. There is a part of myself that I save just for my project and all of you. There's a part of myself that I save that is just for me, and I don't want that taken away from me. Thank you for reading this. I appreciate your understanding and support. There is another one. It gets cut off a little bit.
something. When I'm doing press, I am at work. Any other circumstance, I am not in work mode. I am clocked out. I don't agree with the notion that I owe a mutual exchange of energy, time, or attention to people that I do not know, do not trust, and who creep me out just because they're expressing admiration. Women do not owe you a reason why they want to be touched or talked to. This has nothing to do with gratitude and love I feel for my community, for the people who respect my boundaries, and for the love I feel for every person who lifts me up and has stuck with me to help get the project to where it is now. If you're still asking, well, if you didn't want this to happen, then why did you choose a career where you knew you wouldn't be comfortable with the outcomes of success? Understand this. I embrace the success of the project, the love I feel, and the gratitude that I have. What I do not accept are creepy people being touched and being followed. I want to love my life, be outside, giggle with my friends, go to the movie theater, feel safe, and do all the things every single person deserves to do. Please stop touching me. Please stop being weird to my family and friends. Please stop assuming things about me. There is always more to the story. I am scared and I am tired. And please don't call me Kaylee. I feel more love than I ever had in my life. I feel the most unsafe I have ever felt in my life. Then, this looks like this is from Instagram. I turned off comments because I am not looking for anyone's response. This is not a group conversation. I understand that this is jarring to hear from a person in my position. I'm not afraid of the consequences for demanding your respect. Just to let you know, every woman is feeling or has felt similar to what I'm experiencing. This isn't a new situation. If you see me as a bitch or ungrateful or my entire statement is upsets you, baby, that's you. You gotta look inwards and ask yourself, why am I so upset by this? Why is a girl expressing her fears and boundaries so infuriating? That is all. Thank you for reading hearts. I have to agree with one of the statements here from the tweet, that the people who are upset at her for wanting to not be stalked do have some sort of mental illness. And even though I disagree with certain things that she says, I can agree with the concept, because I'm pretty sure Chappelle Rowan is an assumed name. Yes, so yes, her professional name is Chappelle Rowan, but her real name is Kaylee Rose Amstutz. I am in agreement. There is clearly a difference here, because there's a reason she chose a stage name. There's a reason she chose it. She's 26 years old. She works in synth pop and dark pop, which means all the people who are going to be around her are people who specifically like a personality. She comes from a trailer park in Missouri. She had a conservative Christian upbringing. And with all these things that she's been involved in, with the music that she writes and how emotionally she writes it, she wants to have the space in which she can create. And she cannot do that if she has to be afraid that she's about to get Christina Grimmed at her next meet and greet. And there are people who are definitely being unhinged. I've seen them. I've seen the comments. I would never wish that on my own enemy. I wouldn't wish that on any person. Myself in the position of being a content creator. Because there's nothing comfortable about this that makes it okay or easy. Every single bit of this is hard. And it's a hard problem and a hard bargain to argue for. Because you want to hope that people treat it fairly. But it does not appear to be that people are treating it fairly, in my estimation and opinion. People are not really giving her the respect that she deserves. People are not treating her with any level of proper decency. They are treating her like dog shit. And then they are making her feel like she's crazy for wanting to have due diligence and decency of respect. So, like, spade is spade. Like, what the fuck is going on? And why are people acting like this? Honestly, I'd probably track it down to social delusion. It is what it is. It is what it is. But you know what? You know what it isn't what it is? This next news story about these two females. So, let's talk about these two female content creators. I need to go find the original thing. I need to go find the original. So 1 second. 1 second. We gonna talk about this. We gonna talk about this. We gonna talk about this. Carl, what am I looking at? Well, chat.
These two women are women. They're not transgender. They're females, and they're OnlyFans models. They chose to put dildos in their pants to try and get people to subscribe to their OnlyFans because they wanted to try and pander to the transgenders. There is a community note. I'm gonna go find the community note for you, but that's the news story. Yuck, 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 yuck. Yuck, 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 yuck. I don't know why they did that. I don't know why they did that. I honestly don't know why they did that. I wish I had an answer. I wish I had an answer. Your guess is as good as mine. But let me go find this article for you. For a second. Because, ironically enough, the reason why this got called out was because other trans content creators called out these women. In fact, the person there in it is they are specifically the reason they'd been called out. So, we go to the thing. Seeing cis girls shoving dildos in their pants and pretending to be trans for money makes me so annoyed. My gender isn't your costume. Left or right? Is the community note still here? It appears that the community note is not there. Fuck. Shit. Shit. I probably need to go see if it's still there, or if there's a suggestion on community notes. 1 second. I gotta go on my back end. Community notes, community notes, community notes, community notes. Hidden retides. If there was a note, they either removed it or took it down. But okay. So, the way this story worked. T-Girl Lily promotes herself and her friend, Alex T's Girl, with a 6.3 and a 53.3k follower account. Trans flag and all. They put the dildos in their pants, and then they get called out by actual trans content creators. Which this one is Slays Kiana, 20-year-old and apparently 6-time league grandmaster mid player. Don't know about all that. Even Poe follows this person. This cropped up and made a firestorm simply because of how ridiculous this is. How bad is the OnlyFans market that you and your friends and your besties gotta dress up and try to encroach upon territory that is not yours? Legitimately, it's not yours. To try to get some of that good trans money cash. Cash money, trans money, you know what I'm saying? We bouncing in the club. We bouncing on the homie's dick. There's no world. There's no world where I can understand how it happened. I don't know how we got here. Transactional money. Falls me down. Not transactional. I don't know how this story. I don't know how this news story started. I don't know what caused this to elucidate as it was. I don't know how they got clocked. How they got caught. I don't know how they got clocked, but it's just dumb, and I wanted to stick that in there as a palate cleanser. Alright. Before I end up getting fucking porn on my timeline again. Okay. Moving on. Let's talk about a news story that happened over the week. Soullash 2. Soullash. Soullash 2. Sandbox RPG Kingdom Maker. Fortunately, Permaband actually did a breakdown of this as a full break, so we can read this and get along with it. The story surrounding the solo dev was wild and unnecessary. It also shows, to me at least, the sheer length that progressive Baiswa will go to incite mass harassment against someone who just because they decided to make something the way that they do not like. The solo dev, name Arthur I'm gonna butcher the shit out of this, I'm sorry. It's not even, there's no H! There's no H, Carl! It's not even Arthur! Artur Sme Arakowski. That doesn't even sound right either. Sme Arowski. Artur Smarowski. Good enough. I'm calling you Artur. Artur makes a game. Game gets well received for its content. Random player says, I'm a queer fan of your game and wanted to ask if same-sex relationships will be possible in future updates. I know other devs, like the ones who made Medieval Dynasty, said they considered it too late to be put in the game. I wanted to see if it was something on your radar, if it would be safe for you to implement in the future. The problem with this is already obvious. You want me to tell you how to say it? Please. For posterity's sake, Foster. I could see from this message and how they wrote this response, the way that they were writing this response, this person, they were trying to see if they could get them to basically say the trans rights. That's what they were hoping for. They were hoping they could be able to get this guy to say, hey, do you support the transes? Do you support my policies? Do you support me? Are you going to include this thing in your game that you didn't plan? Is it gonna happen? Because in my opinion, if you're making a kingdom builder, a kingdom builder does not allow for you to have stuff like, hey, same-sex relations, because, you know, gotta make an heir to my throne type shit. And just by that alone, we knew it was not going to go to a good place. But the story is not over. So let us continue reading. He says no, and explains that I'm not going to consider it. The main purpose of the family system is to create legacy through children. Based! And given our limited ways to interact with NPCs, there's no good way to represent the relationship, so I don't plan to expand that right now. The worst part of this is he didn't even say no. He said, not right now. Because, hey, who's to say that he can't make adoption a mechanic? It's the sheer fact that he didn't say no. He said not right now. That is the tilter for me. All of this is presented upon the fact that they asked the question respectfully. He respectively said, not at this time. And then they said, Unga bunga. We go cancel. That's crazy. But, you know, these are crazy people. These are crazy people. These are crazy people. So, developer says, not right now. And then all hell breaks loose. I've posted some of the articles, probably even inside the Discord. But he said, not right now. They then went to trying to cancel him. Continue reading. The dev gets harassed on Twitter, as well as on his own Steam discussions. This is the Chinese characters for Baishua, which means white left liberal. Deliberately misrepresenting what the developer said in the second picture to make it seem as though he's a bigot and attempt to incite further harassment. And one of the biggest inciters, an account by the name of, if I can find it here, yes, it's right there, an account by the name of Wanderbot, chooses to keep pushing it further by claiming that they have zero idea for the context of the dev's comments or the ramblance options of the game, but they're still going to smear and incite them either way because of what they said. Artur calls him out on this. Can't reply anymore. Spoiled brat is scared to push back. He later wrote that he had no context, but quickly added plenty to my first tweet. 0 time spent on verification. The tweet is approaching 3 million views, but he has no backbone to defend his hate enthusiasm taste, so he blocked him on the platform, and then said, I no longer care about context if that's a personal reaction, especially since he went on to claim a harassment campaign, but has only showed polite responses and negative reviews. I literally don't have the context. The context to the situation is the same as when they usually use this the other way around, right? When a developer says, I'm being harassed, help, 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 I'm being harangued, and people say, no, you're not, you're just being criticized. But every single bit of the criticism is basically, I want you to die, I want you to die, I want you to die. There is no world where you could ever say anything positive to the level of, this is not legitimate. He's just making it up. He's not making it up. You guys came out of nowhere to claim that he's doing something that he's not doing. And then, when you say, well, where's the real harassment? I don't see how any of this constitutes harassment. It effectively comes down to, we don't think that what you're being told is harassment to the degree that we would claim that it would be. So we believe that you're not being truthful. And to that level, they're basically justifying the harassment. Because if it was real harassment, then it would be happening the way that we think it should be. Versus the actual honest truth. This is obviously dog shit. This is obviously dog shit to any person with a brain. But of course, most of these people don't have brains. So you know. There's that. This feels like it's perpetually off-center. I swear this feels like it's perpetually off-center. There we go. Double check these. I might have to even disable grid snap to get it right. This still feels like it's off. Continue reading. Baishwa tried to negative review the game as a way to punish him. Unfortunately for them, as with most of what they do, backfired as more people learned about the context of his comments, knew that it was a temper tantrum by the individuals. They then failed to succeed at the negative review bomb, and more people found out about his game simply because of his choice to have response. The Emperor has no clothes. There's nothing to fear from the oppressive mob trying to force their ideology. Games are for fun, not activism. Don't compromise your divine. Ban those who can't stand hearing no. We will be there for you if they dare try this again. It's so funny how you respectfully told them no, and then they harass and review bomb you while you're saying that you were harassing them. It's because they think that they have strength in numbers to sway everybody who stumbles into the topic. They don't care about the truth. For now, it has ended well in the developer, and it hopefully remains and stays that way. But it is still appalling to hear that these stunning and brave heroes seem almost to always stoop so low to stop people from doing what they want as their own creations, be it game or, as we know, even fan art. The dev made the right decision to stand up for his own work and decisions, and suffice I have to say at the point, lost count of the number of artists and devs who were chased off the internet or pressured to apologize from mob-like intimidation tactics like that of Dustborn. More on that in a moment. Because of these moral busybodies and the mob-like intimidation tactics of those moral and progressive individuals. The moment you apologize for you doing what you want and give them an inch, they will take a country mile in a heartbeat. This is a news story that broke out, I would like to say, on the 21st, and had been developing since. The fact that he had the defiance and the commitment to stay to the defiance is good. I'm happy that it worked out well. I already said, when I first stumbled across the topic and learned what was happening, I said of my own self that if the developer wanted to, in fact, I will record this here, and I'll add it at him. When I first came across this story, when I broke the news story, when I first saw it, I said in a tweet that I'm happy that that worked out for him, and I'm great to see that there are developers that still have spines, and I'd be honored to be able to play this video game. And he did have people that were approaching him saying that if they wanted to have a key to play the game, they could do so. I'm going to say this simply because I want to say it, not because I want free shit, that I would love to be able to cover this game live on stream, and be able to interview author and ask him about the situation. Because the fact of the matter is that he has done what most developers fail to do. He handled the problem correctly. He was respectful about his intentions. And instead of losing his mind on Twitter, which it's very easy to do that, instead of losing his mind on Twitter, he just simply said, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. And said what he had to say. And he stuck to his fucking guns. And I respect that. And that's what I'm willing to back. That's what I respect. It is way too easy, especially in this current news cycle of video game news topics, whenever they pop up, that people will rally around a topic, not because they are actually invested in the thing, but because they heard about the news story, and they're like, damn, I'm against those people. Yes, I'm with you, Arthur. But the gameplay, like, buddy. So yeah, I'd like to interview Arthur if he's interested, and I'd like to be able to play the game live on camera. Not even sponsored ad. I don't even want people to give me money for it. I simply just want to play the game because I just want to know for me. What the fuck is in the game that made them really that mad that they need to be able to touch butts? I just want to know. Sisters, tell me if I'm wrong. Why are you this mad that he said, bro, I just want to have families? What the gameplay like though? That's what I want to know. What the gameplay like though? That's what I'm saying. What the gameplay like though? And is that not the point? Is that not my job? To play the game? It's wild, but you know, put that up there, see what happens. Put that up there and see what happens. He pulled it on, right? Yes, he does. Stream might lag for a second. But moving on to the next news story. Thank you for your super chat, Bolster. I mean, here, I do hope this covers at least part of the price of the game. I'll be glad to support not only a dev putting his spine, but also a fellow countryman. Rock on, dude. You can play as an orphan and get adopted into a family, like embracing a faction and working for it. I mean, if that's what you can do, I mean, give that man like a year and a half to work on that idea. He is a solo dev, after all. More than likely, he said, I can't work on it right now for reasons that are just simple and logistical for working around his own time signature. Like, I honestly don't see what would have made them really that mad that they had to go out of their way to try and treat him like he was being evil and mean-spirited to them. But, you know, people crazy. You know, people be crazy. People be crazy all the time. I don't think I need that one. And that should all be fixed now. Turn grid snap back on. And now, I bring you to the Dustborn news. Those of you who did not read it, those who didn't read the tweet or didn't see it in the Discord, we will be playing Dustborn. Jay and myself.
Get rid of that man with the ego Vegeta profile.
That came up late.
He made fun of my wife's taste.
That came up late. Jay and I have acquired copies of Dustborn for free. And we will be playing it separately. Probably end up covering it together if I have time when I'm doing my editing. But we will be playing Dustborn. Because again, I gotta see what that gameplay like now. We've seen the news story, but now it's time to see the game. We gotta see what the gameplay like though. From our own positions. We gotta make our own choices. It's gonna be a cringe-along, boys. It's gonna be a cringe-along. I have paid no money for this game. And I hope to make money from this game. And on that edge alone, it is worth it. You're not sorry. You're not sorry, Graced. Also, hi, Grace. You're not sorry, Graced. I won't be sorry either. Quick question. Which game will take the biggest L this year? Dustborn or Assassin's Ass? We was gangs. Assassin's Ass. We was gangs, my boy. Biggest L of the year goes to the AAA, always. Sure, both of them are embarrassing. This one is clearly literal government-funded propaganda. Both from not just from the EU governments, our governments too. They also gave money to the developer for this shit. But because it is a giant fucking ass pounding when it comes to AAA development, the amount of money and the amount of embarrassment that Ubisoft caused themselves with Assassin's Creed Shadows is always going to be bigger than Dustborn. But Dustborn is definitely going to take up a golden Razzie just by simply being that kind of ass shit that it is. In fact, where is my notification thing that I had for that? Where's my thing? 1 second. I need to find it. Where is it? Where are you? Where are you, my tweet? Where is my tweet? I made a tweet. It was funny. Where's my tweet? Here it is. Red Thread Games. This is important because it's actually part of this new thing. Red Thread Games made a breakdown as a response about the coverage of their game. Obviously, the thread is locked, and you cannot reply on it. But what did they say? To our community. Since we first announced Dustborn, we read your comments and we listened to your feedback, hopes, and wishes for the game. Over the past 4 years, our team has poured their hearts into telling a story that is deeply meaningful to us, a story about the power of words, about building a world where everyone can feel safe, about love, friendships, and robots, of course. We expected Dustborn to spark conversation and debate. They said the statement! And looked forward to engaging with our players in a positive and constructive fashion. Bro, what players? What players? What paid for players? Unfortunately, that conversation has been drowned out by a tidal wave of hate and abuse. Hate and abuse is when people criticize and mock your game for being bad. I see you got your talking points from Jamantha. But we have zero tolerance for hate speech, harassment, and threats of any kind. Show me the threats. If you're being threatened, show us the threats. Post them publicly. Post the threats publicly, and we will all mock and harass them together. Because we don't stand for harassment. But you're not being harassed, you're being criticized. And we know you're being criticized. That's why you put out the statement. Those who engage in that behavior will be removed from our community. Again, what community? To everyone else, thank you for coming with us on this journey. Your support means everything, and your constructive feedback continues to push us to learn and evolve, but definitely not in the way of making a better game. Together, let's continue building a world where everyone can feel valued and empowered to share their stories. Red Thread Games. My response. Punk, rebel game, funded by the government, where you bully and cancel, gaslight, and taunt your friends and enemies as a pregnant black migrant across the country with shitty music. Bro, what a community. And I stand by that. I stand 10 toes on this. I stand 10 toes with a handstand. Because where did I lie? Was I not spitting? This game is a love letter to mob justice Oedipal tactics. If this is how you think a game can be made, are you satire or are you serious? If you're serious, you're mad that people are criticizing the fact that you believe Oedipal tactics are a way to live your life? That harassment is when I say, bro, you literally bullied that redhead? Horrible. Horrible response. Horrible response. You might as well said nothing and try to keep it moving. The fact that you responded means you're going to take more criticism. Post is done. The fact that you responded like this means you're going to take more criticism. But, get more! Dustborn developers condemn tidal wave of hate and abuse directed at the team. Let's read this quote. Also, before we even read the quote, Tidal wave of hate, but it's apparently fine when journalists do it. No wonder you're defending Dustborn, probably because you just unlocked gaslighting ability. And this, of course, just is what we all know. A picture that we've all covered ourselves. You know, let's talk about video game boycotts and ethical consumptions concerning Hogwarts Legacy, about how they chose to harass the game, and how they harassed Mr. Levitt. How they chose to do the gaslighting stories about Black Myth Wukong. About how they chose to fuck around with games like Stellar Blade and character design on Stellar Blade and criticism of Stellar Blade and The Last Descendant. And then, of course, how they then said, how dare you make a game studio in the year of 2021, Jason Schreier, and how dare you have men on your staff. No. More of the usual. Just more of the usual. But let's read the archive of this Kotaku article, because I'm not giving you my fucking click. And let's see what they had to say. Dustborn developers condemn tidal wave of hate and abuse directed at the team. The choice-based adventure is the latest targeted by culture war nonsense. They have inserted themselves into the culture war. If they are a casualty of the culture war, we didn't start the fire. That rust pile's been burning since the news has been turning. Red Thread Games' adventure rhythm action Dustborn has been out for a week and a half, and it spent most of that time at the center of culture war bullshit. The game certainly has some problems, as we laid out in our review, but if you search the game on Google right now and look at the user reviews, you'll see plenty of reviews complaining not about any legitimate gameplay designs or gripes, but instead about the woke mind virus and other such buzzwords used to complain when people of color, queer folk, and overtly leftist politics are expressed in media. So first off, you just admitted that it has left-wing politics inside of it. So if it's going to be criticized for the fact that it's using left-wing politics in a way that is very, very annoying and very, very grating, then they have the right to criticize them. Are you fucking serious? How the fuck do you, at your first paragraph, fail to lay out the problem and fail to address the issue? We'll talk seriously about this matter, because I do have a news story that actually covers why that would be a concern. But we're not there yet. You cannot push back against the criticism without first explaining why it's being criticized. The game has leftist mob justice tactics glorified as a game mechanic. If they are annoyed by the game mechanic and how it very clearly seems to be that you believe that it's a way to live your life, they're criticizing you for the things that you represent yourself by in your identity. And if you feel that you're harassed and harangued and under attack because you are being criticized for how you live your life, mirror, mirror, mirror on the wall, who here in the room ain't got no balls? It's you, bitch. It's you, bitch. Man up. Deal with your problems. Stop coping. You made this bed. Lie in that motherfucker. And scratch yourself when the bed bugs bite. After 10 days of this infecting the games community and online conversation, Red Thread Games has released a statement condemning the hate speech and harassment. Posted to the social media accounts, expressing the game was deeply meaningful to the team, and while it was prepared to be divisive, it is pushing back against the targeted harassment targeted at the creator since Dustborn's launch. Again, show me the harassment. I want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see it. Show me. You need to show me. I don't believe you. Show me something. See if I can do it like this. No. Show me something. You need to show me this harassment. Because I don't believe you when you speak. None of us do. It should be on the books as a job law that if you are a social media manager and you claim that there is harassment in the company, you need to put up together a collage. You remove the screen names if you want, but keep the fucking profile pictures. I need to see the unedited, unaltered text of the actual physical statements that are being said. I want to see it. I want to see it. Because every single time people say harassment, they mean criticism. And every single time people say that they got fair criticism, they're usually backing people who are unironically harassing others. I need to see you say it. I want to see them call you a slur. I want to see them call you 72 slurs. I want to see them, especially if you happen to be Muslim, them make a joke about 72 virgins and suicide bombs and Nelly. I want to see them say it because I don't believe you. Because there are some things that people interpret as insults that are not insults, and some things that people interpret as compliments that are definitely meant to be antagonizing to you. And at that point, it actually gets to you, and you aren't able to do this. Let this be the mirror to our Taurus situation. That motherfucker was being harassed, and he said, bitch, be for real. Y'all motherfuckers are getting criticized, and you're saying, oh my gosh, oh my community. Grow some balls. Stand by your creativity. Stand by your concepts. Focus, Carl. Focus, Carl. Stand by your templates. Stand by your concepts. Stand by your man. Stand by your mans. This is your mans. Is this not your concept? Is this not your baby? Is this not your project? Stand by it. Stand by them. If you can't stand by them, why the fuck you molding? Dustborn publisher Quantic Dream put out its own statement in support of Red Thread Games, saying that it stands with its developer. Let's read that. We wanted to express our heartfelt support at our partners at Red Thread Games. We stand united against this hate in all of its forms, committed to blah blah blah. So it's a standard boilerplate locked reply reaction. Blah blah blah. Studio closed comments on the post. Some of the quote tweets are surrounding the kind of vitriol you expect, such as saying the team deserved the harassment the game they put out, or pointing out that the game's low Steam concurrence, or others have been supported saying these types of statements shouldn't even have to exist. Okay, so you say that they're on the quote retweets, and we're gonna see the comment replies. Let's look through those quote retweets, because they have to be there. Let's look through them. Let's see if we recognize any of the people here. First up, Sid Alpha. Fostering and understanding respect. Okay, sure. Meanwhile, legitimate game mechanics used by these understanding, respectful people. Bully. Cancel. Discord. Normalize. So, criticizing game mechanics. This is a criticism of the game and how it plays. Sael. We know Sael. Friend of the channel. Whatever Quantic Dream makes is never seeing my money, so thanks for locking comments in support of a universally despised propaganda game funded by the government that instructs people on how to cancel and bully. Dustborn couldn't even manage to 100 players at peak. Shut the fuck up. Okay, I'll give you that. He is criticizing you, I mean he's using harsh words. But did he threaten your fucking life? No? Then we'll stop saying it's threats. Let's look at another one. I'm Batman. Do you stand against this hate laughing emoji? Same pictures. Yeah, they're all about understanding and respect while touting tactics that they use against anyone they agree with them as somehow virtuous. Go fuck yourselves, you C-words. How is that for understanding and respect? Fucking spunk stains. Spunk stains! Harsh language, but he said, nigga be for real. Like, I'm gonna start using Negroese. I'm gonna start using some African American black vernacular to translate for you. Nigga be for real. 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 That doesn't even have anything in it. That's just a meme. That's them saying that this is you. They're saying, good job, buddy. I don't give a shit. And going back to what the fuck they're doing. Nigga be for real. Nigga be for real. Quantic Dream is the latest studio to virtue signal for the developers of Dustborn, a racist and divisive game made by a governmentally funded studio whose sole purpose is to indoctrinate people who play it into a potential candidate for Antifa. This is the same studio that created a nude model of Ellen Page for their game Beyond Two Souls, never used said model in the game, and yet somehow it leaked to the public for everyone to see. That's creepy. Why did you have to make a nude model of Elliot Page? I would never dare use a person's dead name like that. Oh. Again, nigga be for real. Nigga be for real. All of these statements is effectively people telling you, other than, telling you to go fuck yourself to your face. Nigga be for real. That's all they're saying. Every single person that is criticizing you is saying, nigga be for real. So where's the harassment? Where is it? I don't see it. People saying, I'm not buying your stuff because it's bad. That's not harassment. At best, that's harsh words and criticism. But okay. Alright. We know you guys lie. It's okay. It's alright. Sit in your feelings. Spouting the kind of vitriol you expect, saying the team deserved the harassment for the game they put out, throwing out the game's low Steam concurrence, but others have been supported, saying that these types of statements shouldn't even have to exist. When I played through Dustborn, I felt a deep sense of dread, because I knew it was inevitable. This game would receive this type of ire, which means you know that it was actively looking for it, which is another problem. They were looking for the controversy. They were hoping that the controversy would launch the game into being more popular by people simply giving it negative press attention because all press is good press. But it's obviously not. I wonder how those all games are political crown people would act if an in-game game made you a chump-anointed SCOTUS judge ruling Roe v. Wade on Scotland. I don't know if you mistyped that on purpose, but that's crazy. A video game called Roe v. Wade. A political fucking flash sim game where you basically are a presidential elect candidate for SCOTUS that is going to vote on a very tenuously levied bill. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. Thirsty. I talk too much. Yaponomics. Featured a mostly POC cast, including queers, and isn't subtle about its politics. Bitch, that shit is as subtle as a brick to the head. There's no plausible deniability here that some of the other video game companies try to conjure when pressed about a political theme, as its story set in a dystopian alt-history America, explicitly exploring the concept of a country's descent into fascism and the way that it affects marginalized people. Yeah, but not the people that you're choosing to use the tactics against, because there is no bad tactics, just bad targets. It's always stop making my games woke and make your own until somebody actually does, and then people find a new reason to harass the developers who made a game and that they weren't the target audience for it. The goalpost moves once again. The goalpost was to create a game and make money off the governments. They succeeded at that. The fact that then people saw that $30 struggle session sim and then said, bro, this game is ass, what the fuck? And they saw what you had to do with the voice acting, what you had to do with the writing, what you had to do with the story, what you had to do with the concept, and the fact that your jingoism stops at your doors, where you basically are saying, bro, the game wasn't made for you, don't criticize it. I'm sorry, this is a piece of content. This piece of content can be criticized, and I will criticize it. Go fuck yourself. Cope. Cope seethe. Cope and seethe. You're mad that people noticed it, which means you're mad that it's being perceived. Which means your anger isn't with the content being bad. Your anger is with the fact that people can see that the game is bad, and you can't be able to tell them that, bro, there's just a bunch of fucking harassers that are just taking it out on us. Taking it out on who? For what? For what reasons, bro? This is just horrible. It's just bad. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It is just bad. That's all there is to it. You don't like it being bad, make a better game. Really, honestly, just truly sounds like some Copa-palooza. But you know, these guys are not going to take accountability. They're not going to take accountability. So it is what it is. It is what it is. It will remain to be what it is for as long as it exists, and that is just the long and short of it. There's nothing else to it. Which then brings us to Pirate Nation. Nintendo is now banning streamers and content creators from using their games if they are caught posting immoral contents and leaks. When you use a reasonable argument to protect children to punish streams of emulation nods and using their IPs, I wanted to give them some credit for the screenshot, but the rules to ban streamers were wild. In addition, the Japanese version makes a point of warning users against posts that violate public orders and morals, which people think is giving Nintendo's direct response to a recently released Splatoon 3 videos that encourage players to seek sexual encounters throughout the game. I don't think this is a serious problem, but let's read the Automaton news article. I will give you my click. Nintendo can now ban streamers and content creators from using their games if they are caught posting immoral content and leaks online. Get a picture of what I only can assume is Super Mario Wonder. Nintendo posted an updated version of their game content guides for online video image sharing platforms on September 2nd, strengthening their terms significantly. Update adding one new clause and edits 2 supplementary explanations that users must comply to when sharing and or monetizing Nintendo-related content online. The biggest change to Nintendo's guidelines is the following clause: we reserve the right to object to any content they believe is unlawful, infringing, inappropriate, or not in line with these guidelines. We reserve... is going to my vendor. Okay. I was confused for a fucking half second. I got really confused when I heard the sound of an engine revving. The following clause, blah, 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 reserve the right to no longer allow the use of the Nintendo game content in such case of violations. The Japanese version of this clause is worded somewhat explicitly with the rights to object being phrased as rights to take legal action. In addition, the Japanese version makes a point of warning users, the blah, 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 with a deleted Splatoon 3 video that encouraged players to seek a sexual encounter in the game. Nintendo takes down popular YouTubers' video promoting sexual encounters through Splatoon in just 20 hours. I mean, like, what do you expect to happen? Huh? That's head scratch worthy for multiple reasons, bro, but, you know, alright. Essentially, new clause makes it so that any violation of a content creator's guidelines, including posting game content before its official release date, that is called them protecting their IP. That's called Nintendo doing what they are known for. We know that Nintendo is litigious, so don't fuck with the corporation and try to behave. You know, don't become Kotaku. Gives Nintendo the liberty to not only take legal action, but to ban a user from any future use of their IPs in content making. Yes, they made a product. You are being given permission to use it. Be respectful. If you don't be respectful, they can clap that ass. None of this is new. Huh? Why is this news? Other than the fact that you're telling me about it. Why is this news? The other FAQ goes on in detail about the previously mentioned new clause, explaining what kind of content is considered unlawful, infringing, or inappropriate, i.e., the content that can get you banned from using Nintendo's games. This list includes, but is not limited to, content that violates relevant laws, infringes the intellectual property rights of Nintendo, including but not limited to unlicensed use of copyrights in game characters, stories, visual elements, music, and/or registered trademarks. For those who remember when I talked about it before, this is basically the Atlas West situation with why we had to close down SMT Reimagine with Atlas West, because we didn't want to get our shit pushed in by Atlas. Involving illegal copy modified game software produced using Nintendo's copyright material without Nintendo's authorization, or game software obtained illegally. Otherwise, high HD version mod covers. Ain't that right, Kotaku? Bet your dumbasses ain't gonna be allowed to do it again. Was it worth it for Metroid Dread Boys? I bet it wasn't. Show how to use the software or devices that circumvent security methods deployed by Nintendo to protect against infringement of its video games and console systems, such as emulators or circumvention software. So, modding, bricking, and hacking. Involving actions that can be considered to impair the gameplay experience of multiplayer modes. So, trolling. Featuring graphic, explicit, harmful, or otherwise offensive content. So, sexual, explicit nature, subjective things using the IP brand. Interfering with proper operations or impairing the safety of Nintendo products and services, which is endangerment of the license and of the warranty of the device. Cheating, cracking, unauthorized access, and circumventing of technical restrictions, unauthorized modifications, so custom fitting, retrofitting. Unauthorized consoles or software not licensed by Nintendo, that's homebrew. And featuring images, software, sound sources, etc. that cannot be used in regular gameplay, extracted through the game software using data mining. So, data mining information for the purposes of explicitly leaking it on the internet before it is time and registered, especially if it was not the intention of it to be done so outside of the concept of the game. So, protecting their intellectual property. People are trying to maul yet again at Nintendo for protecting their intellectual property, which is their right to do. It might seem like it's shit, but it's not. That's fair. Which then brings us to the final thing. Many times I have criticized, and we will probably continue to criticize, people that choose to put forth news stories where they talk about these things as though this shit is news when it's clearly not. Here in front of me is one such example of another DEI detected alike. One that has happened to be called the name of Woke Content Detector on Discord. It is a curator page and a Steam group that chooses to put together a list of games that it does not want to play, with someone making a curated list of games that are, quote, woke. And I will now show you what is on this list to demonstrate how I think this is ridiculous. Make sure it's all on the screen here. Might have to change filter for a second. Okay, it is kind of more or less sorted. But I'll use this one. Okay, so. First up on the list. Balloons, TD6. Why do they say that it's not suggested? This one. Contains overly pro-LGBT messaging. In a Balloons game? There is a Pride flag item available in the trophy store with a pro-Pride flag message. That's not... Okay. But what kind of messaging is that? I don't think that's good. Starfield. It contains overly pro-LGBTQ messaging, overly DEI messaging, blah, 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 blah. Alright, I'll give you that one. Baldur's Gate 3. Overly pro-LGBTQ, I'm just going to use big gay messaging. Non-binary or other options available in the identity creation menu. This is not valid. I do not agree in caring about the non-binary other options available in identity creator menu, because all of those choices, by the Magic Mirror update, of those of you who remember when I covered that, that is one of the many videos I'm still working on, because I'm getting through the backlog of things that are happening currently, so I can work on the shit that's in the past. I hope you understand. All of those things, as of the update that involved the Magic Mirror, if it doesn't have a prevalent game choice selection, like the Earthsat Eye, or any of your choices that you make in Act 1 concerning the trade-ups that you give, all of those choices don't matter. They legitimately don't matter. Even the character design that you give to your Dream Guardian in the form of spoilers for those who still haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, that is then revealed with the Eldritch person, I'm forgetting his name, is meaningless. It's literally superfluous and meaningless. None of those choices matter. The only choices that do matter are the choices that you make in the gameplay for that playthrough. So I guess I could give you that, but that doesn't matter. Hades from Supergiant. Big gay messaging, homosexual relationships. But that literally is a game that is technically one part a roguelike deck builder in the form of just normal roguelike runs, and then another part visual novel. That's not a problem. This shouldn't be on the list. Shovel Knight, Shovel of Hope, and Treasure Trove. No, I disagree. Hogwarts Legacy. I could give you that one, but you know, it is whatever. Tekken 8. Why is Tekken on here? Power World. Why is Power World on here? Street Fighter 6. Why is Street Fighter 6 on here? What is exactly the big gay messaging? Can you point it out? Can you explain it? Can you show me an example with a link? No, you just said it, so I'm supposed to believe you. Wolong, Fallen Dynasty. That's one of the Code Techno games that I actually wanted to play, but it's really, really expensive. And the explanation that they give is use of body type. So body type A, body type B, in place of biological sex during character creation. That's what makes it woke. I hope you guys are getting the point here. If you put together a list like this, and you say, it's woke. What's woke? They use body type A and body type B. I mean, yeah, that's annoying, but that's not actually woke. Woke, ladies and gentlemen, if you use it in a sentence, you need to be able to define it. I'll demonstrate. Carl, what's a woke video game? Something that uses propaganda and uses productivity in the form of attempting to use the very big P word. Projection. To be able to sell themselves as a product that is one of the good things, because they don't define themselves by any delineation that could be asserted with an easier description for saying that it is clearly a political game or is clearly a non-political game. It is pandering. It is simple oil sales. It is snake oil sales. Because it wants to pander to as many people as possible, it wants to do a performative jive. That's why people can't be able to define what wokeness is. Simply put, the wokeness in a game is a platform mechanism. It is a vehicle. It is an engine. It drives people to buy based on what is there, to then pander to them, to get them to be supportive of it. So when Dustborn says that it's not made for you, you are then going to ask, who is it made for? And the answer is, it's meant for people who want to be performatively told that they're one of the good ones. They want an oomphy, comfy game. Those who remember Summer Games Fest, on the first day when we were covering all those games that happened. Well, actually, it was day 2, actually. When we were covering all the games that were being released on the day of the dev. All of the day of the dev stuff. Every single one of those streams, for the ones that were the comfy games, all of those games were meant to be performatively projected to those that would want to play them, because they don't want to play a game that's stressful. They don't want to play a game that requires hardcore mentality. They don't want to try hard. They just want to chill. In that way, if they buy it because it's like featuring a brand of bread at the store. If I go in the store looking for Wonder Bread, I'm only going to buy a different level of bread if it's better for a price. And if it's better for a price point, I'm going to want to have that product, because for what I'm looking for, it gives me what I want. So realistically, that's all wokeness comes down to. That's also all that baseness comes down to. You can go either way with the problem. It all comes down to pandering. It all comes down to performativity. You are performatively doing these things and saying these things, hoping that people give you money because you're presenting yourself as somebody who has good moral standings, which means it is a pyramid spiral. But when your standard of pro-gay messaging just is a list like this, I can't stand behind this and support it. Because for Undertale, for example, Undertale is a good game. Who cares if the characters of Alphys and Undyne are lesbian? If they're lesbian, let them be lesbian. What's the story of the game? What's the story of the game? Because you could say the same thing about Cave Story Plus. It contains no woke content. I would argue that it technically has no content that would ever be politically assuaged whatsoever, because Cave Story was always about the game's story. It was about how you, the robot, quote, would work with, I forget the other name of the robot, would work with the other robot to be able to free the people of the island from what's happening in the story's plot. None of it has to do with wokeness. So why is it even on the list? I understand it's a curated list that you're suggesting, but it's pointless. Like, you do this with Borderlands. You do this with Borderlands 1. Borderlands Enhanced. There is no woke content. Yes, the fuck there is. Absolutely there is woke content. You do this with Gearbox, with Borderlands 2, and you definitely do this with Borderlands 3. You're being ridiculous, because you're picking and choosing. And of course, it's been there, but of course, what kind of list is this? This is not a good list. Start reading off some other names. Red Dead Redemption 2, Elder Scrolls Skyrim, Morrowind, Oblivion. Morrowind is supposedly pro-gay propaganda, but Oblivion is not. But Skyrim is. As is Red Dead Redemption 2. Which I suppose is true, because they did insert modern-day politics into it in 2019. Same thing with Fallout 3, New Vegas, and Fallout 4. The fact that they say contains subtly pro-gay messaging and multiple minor queer characters and homosexual romance options is ridiculous. That's called player choice. Again, these are not serious things. Hello. These are not serious things. This is not accurate. This is unrealistic. This is an unrealistic list. This is as ridiculous as SBI Detected. It is as ridiculous as what he has rebranded it to, Brutus, in the form of DEI Detected. When you make a list like this, I can't take you seriously. This is bad. Because this is apparently their full list of games. Like, why did you put this on here instead of putting it in your curator page? Weird. I and no one else should take this kind of shit seriously. Because there is no way that I can be able to take serious what you're doing and what you're saying and believe that it is anything other than what it is. The fact of the matter is that it is garbage. That's the truth of the matter. It is garbage. It is garbage as garbage can be. Because I cannot, in good faith, say that anything that you're saying is valuable. It just isn't. It is just not. It's not serious, for one, because your standard of what you consider to be woke is based on It has thing political that I don't like. It is now 3 o'clock. It has thing political that I don't like, therefore it bad. And that's garbage. It's like what I said. Girl. Let me click that off the screen because you could probably see that on my reflection. Girl! Oh! My wife is being saucy with me in my DMs. Oh, a hot shiver just ran over my body. Anyways, I cannot take seriously anything that you say about gaming. If wokeness to you is when two characters in a game have a well thought out storyline and they happen to bump uglies, that is not wokeness. That is not wokeness. That is you being intolerant. That is you being intolerant to writing. That is you being intolerant to concepts and writing conventions. It is not a serious argument, and I will not hear it. I will not give them standing for it. I will not give my energy to it. Because you just want people to be angry. You want people to be mad. And I'm not being mad with you. You can sit there and you can eat some shit. Because I'm not being mad with you. Because it's stupid. Anyways. I have a couple other videos and reaction shits that we can look at. Let's slide into the reactions. Let's see. Let us see. Looking. Here we go. Oh, my nose. My nose is so heavy. Speeches to succeed. And then we will go from there.
Has it changed your relation?
Whitney Cummings. Whitney Cummings. What a content creator. I remember when Whitney Cummings was first coming up as a comedian before she ended up writing Two Broke Girls. Honestly, Two Broke Girls is a really good show and everybody should watch it. Simply just if you want to simp over that one actress. But man, she hasn't been really relevant the last few while, but you know, let's see what she has to say. Amongst other shit.
Has it changed your relationship to
how having a son changes your view on men change?
Men, your understanding of males generally, now that you've kind of got one on your side?
Yes, of course. You know, look, the word feminism is so ridiculous at this point, but I am working on a bit about how it's impossible to be a feminist and a boy mom. Because it's like, I believe that women, you know, do have horrible things happen to them, but also they lie. But that's also about equality. It's like, you can't say I'm a feminist, men and women should be equal. And it's like, okay, by that, women are just as destructive, just as conniving, just as, you know, brutal, you know. So I think for me, I do spend a lot of time going like, this will be interesting. Am I going to have to teach my son about consent? Like, what is this going to look like? And I very much less so see things about men versus women now, and it's just more good versus evil. And I don't think it's men versus women anymore. I think it's good men and good women versus bad men and bad women, if that makes any sense. Mm-hmm. You know, but also just seeing how, sorry, I'm just coming in hot with this. I think that the wildest part was deciding whether or not to circumcise my son. That's, you know, and I did defer to his dad on it, because that felt like the right thing to do.
As an English person, this is not...
I mean, that's a lot of information there, because I didn't even know Whitney Cummings finally had a kid. Good for her, for one. Two, don't circumcise your children. Let that boy decide when he is 18. Leave that Willie alone. Leave that Willie alone and put yourself in your shoes and understand, what if somebody had kicked in your cooter? Would you like it? But then, past that, that's pretty much, you know, logical. I agree with her. It's impossible to say something like you're a feminist, but then you treat your son like he's a slave that is indoctrined to your positions. Because there's no world where you can do one and the other and ever say that you want your son to feel safe in your care and understood or heard in your care. Because there's no world where he can be able to have that be a thing that he can be concerned with, while at the same time that mommy is saying, no, son, you need to get it cut off for my convenience. That's evil in and of itself. But fortunately, that seems not to be the case here. Let's hear what else she has to say.
It's something that we really have to deal with. So I think, I could probably pull up the stats. I would guess somewhere in the region of single-digit % guys that aren't Jewish in the UK would be circumcised, and I'm going to guess that it's maybe not far off the inverse here.
In the United States, it's automatic at the hospital. Like, you have to actively say, I don't.
Cut the umbilical cord, lose the fucking...
Truly, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just,
You
imagine.
could double it up with just one if you had an extra long pair of scissors.
Well, I did have to have that too. I was kind of circumcised during birth. That's a different conversation for another day. But I mean, if that was reversed, how insane would that be?
Yeah.
You know, and Rogan talks about it a lot, and I won't plagiarize him here, but I mean, he really does think of it as mutilation, and I looked at all these like studies, which again, look, whoever puts their circumcised baby in a study, I already have questions about this study. It's like these studies, do this over text too, but it's like, when they're like, women mature faster than men. I'm like, who needed to do this study? Who was like, you guys, let's do a study about how young girls are more mature? Like, did Epstein fund this study? Let's be honest, like there's, what's the new thing of how babies' taints are shrinking because of microplastics?
Right, okay. Who
did this study? Who was measuring taints? What are we doing?
I looked at one. So yeah, you call it taint?
Between your...
Yeah,
It's a taint.
Yeah, I think it's anogenital gap is technically what it's referred to as, or the gooch in the UK. Much better word than the taint. Gooch?
Hate it. Gooch is gross.
Fucking brilliant.
No, because it feels wet. Gooch
yeah, well, it is because
soggy.
it's better describing the area that we're talking about. But yeah, I mean that's not good. But penises are getting bigger a little bit.
Are they? Mm-hmm. Is that from microplastics?
They're not sure. So sperm count going down, testosterone going down, anogenital distance decreasing. Penises a little bit bigger.
How do we know who's doing the study? How do we know?
Here we go again. Okay,
but am I wrong?
Yeah. Well,
are they who's measuring penises? Did anyone ask you to be in the study?
Who's doing the study? You are like the conspiracy bro of every psychology study that's ever been done.
Think about study. I know. Look, I respect studies and all, but I used to do studies. When I was broke, I used to sign up for studies. I had no money. You get $50. They'd be like, are you depressed? Come do this study. I was like, I wasn't depressed, but now that I have to go do a study for cash, I guess I qualify.
Do whatever you want.
Totally, but it is always going to be college kids. It's going to, I just like to know who, because a lot of medications, Ambien, I think it was, didn't test on women. So the dosage was off. Like there's certain...
And that's what happened to Roseanne Barr.
That's one of the things. Yeah.
There was a few things.
There's a few things.
Circumcision. So you decided to go for it.
I chose to do it because, there's an argument to say that the son should look like their dad,
What is that argument?
When they change or take a shower or that kind of thing. Okay. That's an argument.
I have never heard that argument. What the fuck? Dun, 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 dun. Who the hell said that shit? I'd like to see their face. Can they come out into the light? I just want to talk. 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 With this cross hook, I just want to talk. The fuck?
Wasn't the argument here. I also was there, and it was anesthetized, and I had a very specific surgeon do it, so there was really no pain, because that's the other thing. It's like the trauma of the pain, associating that with I was like, I don't want my kid to, be a serial killer, because as a mom of a son, every serial killer's behavior is blamed on the mom. It's like the mom didn't let him wear the pantyhose, or wear her shoes so he wouldn't kill a bunch of women. I'm just like, I just need to not turn my son into a serial killer. He sees his dad all the time. They have a great relationship. Like, I just need to figure out if I don't circumcise him and then he gets made fun of in the locker room and then kills a girl. Like, I need to just do the right thing.
That's a very delusional take. That's a very delusional take. I have to circumcise my son. What happens if I'm the one blamed for him going on a suicide murder spree? This shit The shit that celebrities say, bro.
And so, yeah, so I decided to do it, but I was very micromanaging about it to make sure, because to me, the circumcision, I mean, look, and when you talk about something like this, all of a sudden it's like, is she anti-Semitic, whatever. It's not about that. But when you do like a ceremony 4 days later, it's like, it's going to hurt a little bit more. And then the baby sees all these people just clapping as they feel this horrible pain. I mean, it has to leave a mark in some capacity. But I also going through the process of it, the way that they put a baby down and strap them down and wait, like I was like, no, I managed the entire process to make sure it wasn't like super stressful.
Well, it was like me doing one of my podcasts. Guys, can we just pan in a little bit more on that, please? I think we're actually a little bit off on the tilt. Can we'll move that a little bit?
I love watching you before a podcast do your thing, because it is the way you do anything is the way you do everything, probably, and this is why you're so successful.
Circumcise yourself.
What's that? The way that people are in social situations, the way that they happen to manage their life. What does that sound like, chat? That sounds a lot like the way people play video games is the way that they live their life. Damn, that's crazy. You'd be good, single player Carl.
It's
fucking. You should have brought me in. Why didn't you? Well, no, why didn't you bring me in? I could have got it done in no time.
You and your Crocs. I mean, you do dress like a ER doctor.
That's true. That is very true. I like it.
What would you do if you had a son? Do you know?
Yeah, I think.
You wouldn't?
No, I don't think so. Look, I haven't done the research on this, but it seems like the genitals don't have that many moving parts going on,
right,
that nature probably designed most of them to be essential.
Yeah, I agree.
So there's a few other things that are interesting. I'm very close with a friend who was circumcised Muslim, and he wishes that he wasn't. And he talks to me about like lack of sensitivity and stuff like that as he's grown up. And again, it's your fucking choice. And it's not like this is such an outlier problem. There's got to be 100 million men in the United States that are circumcised.
It's the default. I mean, we'd be the cycle breakers, If I had another one, I don't know what I would do. I was like a game time decision.
Now that's how you throw a real spanner in the work. Dad circumcised, elder brother circumcised, younger brother, keep a hold of it.
Yeah, that's research. That's good research because it's the same family.
Well, that's dangerous. Being fucking British with a foreskin in America is now like, how many women have never seen an uncircumcised?
It's so much easier to give handjobs, though.
Well, I mean, you'd have to tell me more about that, but...
well, it's easier when it's circumcised. I mean, sorry, uncircumcised. Okay. It's easier because you have something to, like, hold on to.
You're the expert.
Yeah. I hate your guy.
That was a low burn. Oh, that was a low burn. So basically, for those who don't know, Whitney Cummings used to be extremely hypersexual. All of her comedy was based on her sex life. And then I guess she got married and then she had a kid and now she's, what's her name? She's an Angela, she is a non-sexual Angela White clone now. Super wholesome. Got a kid. Talks like this. Me, personally, I have no idea what would possess her to say, I have to circumcise my son because I don't want him to become a serial killer. But that's whatever. It's not that big of a deal. It's not that big a harm. Which then, of course, brings us to one of the many videos getting passed around the internet by all of these fucking red pill accounts. Let's shit on some red pill. Let's shit on some red pill. Where are all the good men? 20 minutes of model women begging for a good man to save them. Let's dig into it.
What's going on, y'all? Today we have a video from Man Guide asking the timeless, age-old question: where have all the good men gone?
A quick question: where are we meeting the men that actually want to date and be in a relationship? Because it's not the dating apps. It's not the coffee shops. I've been trying that. I've been trying that for a while now. Definitely not the bars. Not at my age, because they're all like 21, 22, so they definitely don't want to be in a relationship, and I definitely do not want to be a cougar. Nothing wrong with that, just not my type. I, again, tend to go about 8 to 10 years older than me. I found out even those don't want to date for a relationship. Even they are still figuring things out. Yeah, they are. So where are we meeting the ones that want to date and be in a relationship? That want to date to eventually get into a relationship? That are dating to see if we're compatible for a relationship, not other things. No. I need to know
At home. Literally at home.
They're at home.
Mine.
They're at home. I'm at home, and I'm already spoken for. We're at home. That's where the men are. That's where those men that want those things are. They are at home, unstressed, moisturized, thriving, as the kings they are. Because we're in our soft guy era. Drizzle, drizzle. Why should they? Why should these men upset their own peace for you? Are you worth it? That'd be the first question. First legitimate question. First off, I'm mostly memeing, but legitimately, are you worth it? If you're not worth it, why should they do it? Just some simple questions, you know? Just some simple questions. If you're not worth it, why would I want it? Simple questions to start there. I need to fix this to the floor. I don't like the power scaling of that. We're going to go with a non-wall version. But yeah, that's where they are.
Minding their own business. Because at this point in time, you've told them to leave you alone. And so rather than standing around waiting on you to live your life and them exhibiting broke behavior until you get done doing whatever you're doing, it's okay, I'm ready for sale, open sign, you can come get me. They'd rather be at home working on themselves, watching TV, playing with their dog, things that are actually positive and things that can actually improve them.
Because I have yet to find them. And I've been looking, so maybe I should stop looking. I don't know. But if you know, please let me know. Help your girl out. Where are we meeting the good men? Where are we meeting the men that actually want to be in a real relationship? Let me know.
All right, guess what, lady? Those men, the ones who've got their act together, who've been through the ringer a time or two, they're done playing the game. They're not hanging out at the bars or swiping right on dating apps. They're at home, working on their projects, or out enjoying their hobbies. Their life doesn't revolve around finding a woman. They've learned that there's more to life than chasing relationships, especially with women who act like they're doing men a favor by just showing up. And here's a harsh truth. A lot of these guys have been used and abused in past relationships. They've had their fill of drama, mind games, and heartache. So now they're focusing on themselves, enjoying their freedom, and if they happen to meet someone who aligns with their life and desires, great. If not, they're perfectly content on their own. You see, the problem with women like the one in this clip is they think they're entitled to a relationship. They believe that just because they're ready to settle down, men should be lining up at their door. But what do they bring to the table? What's in it for the guy? These are the questions they never seem to ask themselves. Men have woken up to the fact that they gain very little from being in a relationship, especially in today's climate where everything's a gamble. So they've stopped chasing women. They're tired of the games and the unrealistic expectations. They're doing their best to enjoy life without the added drama that comes with dating. So, to the lady in the video, if you're wondering where all the good men are, they're out there living their best lives, free from the headaches of modern dating.
And it's not to say that men don't have their own struggles, things that they need to work on, but they'd rather do it by themselves and without you if all you're going to do is give them headache, heartache, and things that they don't even care about.
I mean, this goes the same way for women, though. If there's a man that is not doing what he needs to do, women can pass on him and they can simply choose to be alone. It's just that there happens to be a very overly loud minority that presents themselves as the majority of women that can't handle that they're not the center of that attention in those men's lives. And on that degree, that is a them problem. Because nobody asked them to have to do that, or have to take up those alms. But there they are, taking them. So ultimately, it's the them problem. And may the chips fall where they may, concerning said issue.
Oh, I'm strong and independent. I don't need no man. Well, I don't need this type of woman. Sure, they're still looking. Sure, they still want somebody. But they've learned, hey, if I go in this situation, I'm going to get burned. And I don't have time to do that. Unfortunately, for some of these women who are actually good women, they're caught up in the mix as well.
Maybe it's time for you to start asking what you can offer a man rather than what a man can offer you. But hey, that's just my take on it. To the guys watching, keep doing you. Enjoy your hobbies, work on your projects, and if a woman who's worth your time comes along, great. If not, you're still winning. Let's have a look at some comments. They're leaving family court, being invisible to you, or in the friend zone.
True.
I have another question. And where are the girls who want a relationship? No guy wants to give half his stuff away, not worth the risk anymore. We're all gone. We do better on our own. We're happier. Less drama, less arguments. No more losing everything that we have invested. I was told they are in the friend zones. We're at work and at home now. We're done with the bars. We're tired. You meet them all the time. You just don't see them because they're not your type.
And the thing that I keep on hearing bubbling up here is losing my investment. I've worked hard for this. Well, you ain't got no money. You don't have this. You don't have that. I don't care what you think of it. I lost it. Some women don't seem to understand that men work hard for their stuff. There's not a lot of men that I've met that are successful just being lazy, not putting in any work.
I would say that's not necessarily the problem. The problem is that they don't want to lose their investment in their relationship with the woman. If they get involved with a woman, they would like to assume that it's because the woman wants to be with them for a very long time. If the woman makes him lose his earnings, his opportunities, the shit that he's built up with her, not just that he's made of himself, the shit that he has with her, if he loses out on that, damn it, I had the edge. If he loses out on that, because she takes him for everything he's worth, he has wasted his time with her. He has wasted his investment with her. Because that's time that he could have been spent working on himself, that he probably spent working on setting her up for life. And when you're in a relationship with a person that you care about, you do things with them and for them because you care for them and you want to see them succeeding, not failing. So, you try to help lift her up off the ground, and then after you've done that, what's your thanks and rewards? Oh, she cheats on you, takes half your shit, blah 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 blah. And you're saying it's not gonna happen to me. She loves me. And then you find out actually she just loves stuff that you give her. And then she fucks off into the primal blue yonder, with you being left with nothing. That's not to say that happens all the time. I'm certainly not giving energy to the whole fucking substandard there. But that's the reality of what those guys are talking about. They don't want to lose the investment of being involved with a woman that they care for, and that woman takes them for everything that they're worth. It makes them feel like nothing. They don't want to be in that situation. Nobody wants to be in that situation, male or female, because let's say the woman is the breadwinner. The woman is the one who earns the money. Does it feel good that all of that time and all of that investment and all that knowledge basically disappears? And there's nothing left for you or anyone else? No, it's not. So for some realistic outcomes there have to be ascribed for. And quite simply, if I put in that time and I put in that investment and I feel like that involvement's going nowhere, I'm gonna feel like shit that I effectively have lost that time that could have been spent on me. The same way anybody could. If you spent 5 years in the military and you did so because you wanted to serve your country, you're not going to feel very good about it if someone basically leaves you because they said, yes, I will be your husband or your wife while you're working on your career. I will hold up this family. And then when they say, I'm unhappy, and you ask them, but you said you wanted to do it, they're like, I changed my mind randomly. That doesn't feel good. So there's some perspective there that has to be understood and had. Where if we're not being realistic, we're not really telling the truth. But you know, working out more or less.
They have to do something. They have to be good at something. Their looks, especially because most women are saying 80% of you guys are not attractive, they have to pivot and actually get out there and hunt. the men that don't hunt, what do the other men call them? We call them bums. We call them trash. Oh, you ain't doing that. He ain't got nothing going on. That's what they're called. And so now what's happening is you have guys. You're looking for these good men, but these men are out here minding their own business, working on themselves, and you're angry about it.
True.
Do people actually like get asked on dates in real life? Like people come up to you, like attractive people that you would want to go on a date with, come up to you and ask you to go on a date, and then like they want to take you on a date? That has like literally actually never happened to me in my entire life. The closest thing today I was going to get lunch with my friends, and I was walking, and this like 65-year-old man stopped me and goes, "Hey, do you happen to be single?" And I said, "No." And he said, "Oh, you're beautiful." He was literally 65 years old. So that's what I get. People go on dates, and the people that get asked on the dates, and they want to go on the dates, and they do. That's crazy, you guys. That's crazy.
Well, here's a reality check. Maybe people do ask her out, but they're just not the Prince Charming she's fantasizing about. You know, not everyone's walking around looking like they stepped out of a Marvel movie with a six-pack and a Lamborghini key in their pocket. But let's get real here. The issue isn't about who's asking whom out. It's about these unrealistic standards that a lot of modern women seem to have. They're waiting for Mr. Perfect.
It's more that they want to have hypocritical standards where they say they want to be in a relationship, but they do not want to be in a relationship with somebody who is underneath the standard that they want to have and need for themselves. Which I could say is understandable, but doesn't mean that it's realistic for the situation they put themselves in. So by those means, let me set this higher so I can tell which one is which. So by those means, that means if she gets involved in a relationship where she wants to be with a certain type of person, but she doesn't want to be with the type of person she doesn't have under her standard, then she kind of has to hold the L on that. So if she's not getting approached by the kind of men that she wants, why are you not being approached by the kind of men that you want? Or is it because they don't find you attractive? Is it because there's nothing attractive about you? What's going on? What's the problem, baby cakes? You gotta tell me something.
Who's over 6 feet tall, built like a Greek god, and has a bank account to match. And when reality doesn't meet these fantasies, they act like they're the victims of some great cosmic injustice. Now, cold approaches? Yeah, they've never really been a good investment for men. Why? Because the return on investment is often not worth it. Most men have realized it's just not worth the hassle. Why risk being labeled a creep or face outright rejection for a slim chance of success? And let's not forget hobbies. If this lady had any actual interests, she might meet people naturally in those settings. But let's face it, a lot of modern women don't really invest in hobbies or interests that could lead to meaningful interactions. They're too caught up in their own worlds. Then there's this whole attractive people business. The problem lies right there in her statement. This whole caviar taste, but maybe a burger budget mentality, is exactly what repels men.
And I hate it because I hate that it's this way. It's become this way in some respects, in some situations, because you do have women. I've seen it. Good women. Women that will do anything, take care of you. Yeah, they have their flaws, but that's a good person right there. That's a person that will take care of a man, and if a man will step through and take care of him. But it's hard to find those type of women because there are so many modern women on the internet and in your face and in real life, places that you wouldn't expect them to be, hitting you with sprinkle, hitting you with, "Oh, I don't need a man. I'm strong and independent." And even in some of these cases, I've seen women who are good women, it just starts to fly out of their mouths. Knowing them for years, I don't really need a man. I don't really feel like, and you're like, man, there it is. There it is. You did not have to say that. You're wondering why you don't have a man? It's likely because of that mindset. Good person, good heart, but they just fall into the trap that society has set of thinking that you don't need a man for anything. And that's what you're advertising, is that you don't need a man. And so when a man doesn't come, you're wondering, am I open? Is my sign on? I mean, what do I have to, you're trying to figure out what you need to do. You just need to be open for somebody, for a gender that thrives on communication and being social and wanting people to know how to read the room. You're sure struggling with it in this day and age. Am I open? You know, how's my body language, my shoulders, my eyes, what are they communicating? My lip. I mean, you'll sit there. You'll have women sitting there reading everything that's going on one of these reality television shows. Oh man, she's mad and she was furious. And they will go the next day to work in their friends groups, group chats, talking about and did you see the look on her face, how she talked, that it was just, you know, she's done. But then you can't look at a man and be like, I don't know if he's into me, or he seems interested, but what am I doing within myself? Can I do something better in order to let him know, come on over here and talk to me. Come on over here and riz me up. Let me know a little something. You ain't even got to buy me a drink. Just introduce yourself to me. I think if some women would get better at that, I feel like they would get better results.
It's not just about looks, it's about attitude, expectations, and being grounded in reality. Guys watching this, you're probably nodding along, you know the drill, you've seen it, you've lived it. This is why so many men are just stepping back from the whole dating scene. Why bother when the goalposts are constantly moving and the standards are sky high? In the end, it's a sad state of affairs. Women like her are left wondering why they don't get asked out, while ignoring decent guys because they don't fit some unrealistic checklist. Meanwhile, guys are increasingly choosing to opt out, focusing on themselves, their hobbies, their careers, anything that offers a better return on investment than the modern dating market. So, to the lady in the video, maybe it's time for a reality check. Lower the castle drawbridge and give the regular guys a chance. Who knows? You might be pleasantly surprised, or keep waiting for Mr. Perfect. Just don't complain when the only guys taking their shots are twice your age. Guys, keep your heads up and keep focusing on what makes you happy. There's more to life than chasing an impossible dream. This video comment section was filled with bitter women saying how they don't get approached by the guys they want and how only creeps talk to them. I will mention my two favorite comments. You come across as fake and annoying, so that's probably why. I get guys that look like Shrek to tell me I'm beautiful usually. Ouch. Talk about being brutally honest, or maybe just brutal. But then come the responses. Maybe because you look like Fiona, and you met the guys you deserve. Now that's what you call a reality check served with a side of savage wit.
Yes.
It just looks like guys being autistically cringe on TikTok, to be honest, dude. Okay. Problem is that too many of the women can be sociopathic and self-centered. Yes. We will probably start going through TikTok for some of these versus chats where I will just go find these messages myself. Because it's sometimes the same clips being circulated over and over again. And it's been a hot minute since I've posted some shit there. Because there's usually nothing of interest to fucking post on because it's all the same shit. No personality. No true spice. No true sauce.
Sir.
Let's break this down. Her original comment, let's be honest, reeks of arrogance and entitlement.
Yep.
It's like she expects Prince Charming to sweep her off her feet, but she's quick to dismiss anyone who doesn't fit her fantasy.
That's right.
But the internet being what it is, doesn't hold back. The first response flips her narrative, implying that maybe she's not the belle of the ball herself.
That's right.
It's a taste of her own medicine, served with a dose of Shrek-themed humor. And the second response? That's just the cherry on top. It's a straightforward, no-frills reality check. Maybe the guys approaching her are exactly what she deserves based on her attitude and outlook.
That's right.
It's a harsh truth, but sometimes the truth is exactly what we need to hear. This exchange is a perfect example of how some modern women set these unrealistic standards and then are shocked when real life doesn't match their fantasy world. They want the dream guy but scoff at anyone who doesn't measure up to their inflated expectations. And when someone calls them out on it, it's like a bucket of cold water.
Yep.
Shocking, but maybe necessary.
Accountability.
Here's some crazy research for you. So, a third of men, 33%, a little over a third, of men between the ages of 18 and 29 are not only single, but they're not actively looking for a partner. The same study said that by the year 2030, that 45% of women between the ages of 20 and 45 will be single. So I've got a question for the men, because I see it all the time in my comments. Most of my comments are filled with guys saying we're done. We're not looking, we like our peace. I need some more talk from you guys. Tell me why you're done. Tell me why you don't want to have a partner in life.
I wouldn't say they don't want to have a partner in life. It's that they don't want to put up with the sexual dating market as it is. If the expectation is always going to be someone saying, if I wanted to, I would, when the reality is that if they wanted to, they would, you have to ask for people to be realistic about their outcomes and expectations. I know we getting tired of hearing me say that statement, because it's not realistic. There is no realistic outcome and expectation that you can be able to put yourself in these situations and say, yeah, these women are being reasonable, because they're really not. They're really not being reasonable. They're being ridiculous. And they're being beyond levels of ridiculous that can be sensible even to a modern individual trying to give them some sense of fairity and parity. They're not being reasonable in any way that particularly leads to us wanting to treat them as something that they are or are not. They very clearly are looking for men to sweep them off their feet, but they clearly are not looking for criticism, especially if that criticism were to come to women. That could tell them, maybe you're trying too hard. Maybe you should try treating these men like you want to be treated. Maybe you should try to treat him to something that you would want yourself. You know, give him some drizzle. And they still are not getting it because they have their own perspective on how they wish to see it done. And that perspective is not communicated well across to them for whatever purpose. So when they end up getting in the situations that they're putting themselves in with these men, they are not willing to take the accountability that comes with that standard that is expected of them should they want others to treat them a similar way. And you could say that that is expected, you could say that is unfair, but you cannot say that it is not what's happening on the other side of the aisle, because that's what's happening on the other side of the aisle. So just a little bit, not a lot, just a little bit of tenderness would be well requested. And then after that gets accomplished, people can be able to address what they consider to be a fair outcome. And then once we're done with the coping, the healing can begin. But until that happens, what man's going to put themselves in that position to be one of those people feeling that problem? I don't see how that helps them. I don't see how that helps anybody. Maybe they find it reasonable, but I don't think it is. It feels like this back corner is not getting watered. I can see that it's not clearly rooted on the rock. If I can grid snap this a little bit more closer towards the edge, because it's purely not centered. Just gonna get this back one watered. I'm going to stick this on it so I can keep my eye on that.
Tell me why it's more worth it to be single than to have a partner.
You do want a partner. That's the short that's the short answer there. You do want a partner. Most men that I know would love a partner. Most men that I know want to be in a relationship. Most men that I know want to be married. They don't want to be single. They don't want to be alone. They know that they need help, but it's too risky. As I said in the beginning or earlier on, it's the thing of the investment. I keep on telling you that I fear that you're going to take all of my investment. And I think that's a genuine and that's a relevant fear based on what they've been hearing. Now, I would say, to be fair, that sometimes the news will say things that's not necessarily true and get everybody up in arms. So I think part of that is on the man to realize, hey, not all women are out here doing this. But I also think it's because you can control your mouth. As a woman, this is what I'm looking for in a man. This is how I am. This is how I can present myself. And I say that because men keep on saying investment. They put a lot of time. From a very early age, a lot of men, they share in a different way. If you can understand this, women usually share with their feelings, their emotions by talking. Men share with things. They share by experiences. Hey bro, let's go have a couple beers. We're not really talking, we're not doing a whole bunch of stuff. We're just hanging out. We don't have to have any deep conversations. Most of the time, men can look at each other and see, you got something going on. You probably don't want to talk about it. Whenever you do, you'll open up to me and tell me. But I don't have to say anything. I just know you need a friend right now. Let's go shoot some pool. Hey man, let's go to a basketball game. Hey bro, meet me at the baseball game. I got the tickets, don't worry about it. And so from a young age, I got a G.I. Joe. You want to share it? Hot Wheels, Legos. They invest a lot of time in building those tracks, those race tracks. Figurines. They invest a lot of time in buying and collecting. This is my favorite one. And I don't let anybody touch it. I don't let my parents touch it. My brothers, nobody. So if you get into my space, if I allow you into my space, my Lego set that I spent months building, if I allow you into my space and you break my Lego set, just know I'm never talking to you again. I'm never talking to you again. And that's essentially what modern women are doing today. Does that make sense? Men are allowing these women into their space and they're breaking their Lego set. They're taking their figurine right in front of their face and cracking it right in half. I just told you that was my favorite G.I. Joe or superhero figurine, and you broke it like it was nothing. And then you just went off and said, well, be a man, grow up, be a big boy, wipe your tears, don't cry. I won't cry, but you won't be a part of my life anymore. One thing that you have to understand, and I want to be careful about this, is that men are trained. When you become a threat, you get a warning, and you get maybe a couple of warnings. But after a certain time, men are trained to neutralize the threat. Okay? And I'm not saying go out there and do some weird stuff or whatever, whatnot, in the context of dating. So I can clear this up so I'm not getting in trouble online about saying that I'm inciting something. What I'm saying is, if you continue to mess with a man's money, he's just gonna ignore you. That's how you get blocked. Oh, you're sassy for blocking me. Call me whatever you want. And I'll take it even a step further. I'm about to block your friends. Anybody associated with you. It does not matter if we were friends in the first place, good friends. Because you're associated with her, I gotta let you go. And I'm not letting you go because I hate you. I'm letting you go because you're in cahoots with her and she's become my enemy. So anything that has to do with my enemy, it's war. And I have to separate from my enemy. I hope you understand. And in the context of dating, I have to separate from my enemy. That means I stay home. That means I ignore you on the street. That means I don't approach you. That means I don't ask you out. I do none of those things. I don't take you out to dinner. And it's gotten so bad, I don't hold no doors open for you. When somebody's coming through, there's been some times I'm not defending you. I'm letting you, I'm allowing you to be that, to have that issue. I'm allowing that. And whatever happens, I'm sorry about that. But you've made yourself my enemy. And this is how I treat my enemies. That sounds terrible. That sounds harsh. But unfortunately, some of these modern women have pushed men to think like this. And really, honestly, all it is self-preservation. Sorry about the rant.
even if you weren't to remarry, just to have a partner. I mean, I've talked to a lot of men. I've got my answers, but I want to hear it in the comments. So please, drop it in the comments.
This recent research is a real eye-opener, perfectly capturing the seismic shift in the modern dating landscape. It's a crystal clear message to society. A significant chunk of young men are choosing to stay single, and they're not just being passive about it, they're actively deciding not to seek a partner. And you know what? It's not hard to see why. Let's dive into the core of this. The prevailing sentiment among men, echoed in countless comments, is the pursuit of peace. It's not just about avoiding arguments or conflicts, though that's certainly a part of it. It's about something much deeper, a fundamental desire for tranquility in life. The modern relationship, for many men, has become synonymous with constant battles, not
I mean, that's just normal relationships, but
just with the world outside, but within the confines of their own homes. The very idea of home as a sanctuary has been eroded. The concept of a partner has been so warped and distorted that it barely resembles its true meaning. Partnership implies support, mutual respect, shared goals, and understanding, qualities increasingly perceived as rare in today's relationships. Instead, what many men encounter are unrealistic expectations, incessant demands for change, and a chronic lack of appreciation for who they are. Financial risks play a huge part too. The fear of losing half your assets, or more, in a divorce is no joke. Men have started to question the wisdom of placing their hard-earned money and assets at risk. Why gamble with your financial stability when the odds seem so heavily stacked against you? Then there's the matter of hobbies and personal interests. Many men find that in relationships, their hobbies, often a source of immense joy and relaxation, are relegated to the back burner, replaced by chores and obligations that bring little personal satisfaction. It's a trade-off that increasingly doesn't seem worth it. And let's not forget the toxic labels. Men today face a minefield of accusations, toxic, controlling, you name it, just for having standards or boundaries. It's a no-win situation.
That's right.
Conform and lose your sense of self, or maintain your standards and be vilified. In a nutshell, it's about peace, autonomy, and a rejection of unrealistic expectations and thankless sacrifices. Men are finding that the single life offers a tranquility and freedom that modern relationships seem increasingly unable to provide. They're choosing peace of mind over constant strife, their hobbies and passions over thankless chores, and financial security over risky entanglements. It's a rational response to a dating market that many see as skewed against them. And if the predictions are right, with almost half of women in their prime years being single by 2030, it's clear this isn't just a passing trend. It's a profound shift in societal dynamics, with far-reaching implications. Let's have a look at some comments. Gave 22 years of my life to my partner, only to find out she was having an affair. She lives in the house that I still pay for with my kids. Unfair. 1. Saving money. 2. No risk being devastated again. 3. No expectations. 4. Focus on myself. 5. One-night stands are easy. 6. Disappointing dating phase. Because nobody is trustworthy and loyal these days. Dating apps made it all about looks. Also, many women make you fight tooth and nail for a relationship, and I'm not saying it should be easy. Women need to give without asking. Compassion and kindness. The disrespect after the man commits is unacceptable. It's like having to manage a child's emotional state. A lot of men are rational creatures. If the costs of something outweigh its benefits, it's simply not worth it. We love unconditionally. Most women love conditionally.
Have you ever seen a man on a dating app say he's looking for someone with a good sense of humor? Because in this very well-known study, they found that when women said they wanted someone with a good sense of humor, they meant someone who will make them laugh. But when men said they wanted a woman with a good sense of humor, they meant a woman who will laugh at their jokes. In every other context other than friendship, men preferred women who would laugh at their jokes over women who would make jokes themselves. And that's like the least surprising thing ever, but it's kind of funny to have empirical scientific data to back it up. What is it though? Is it that men are like threatened by funny women?
No.
She actually thinks she said something intelligent.
She didn't.
If this delusional misandrist can name 5 funny female comedians, I'll agree with her. Reality is, most women barely have a personality, let alone a sense of humor. Men enjoy a woman that laughs at his jokes because it makes him feel special, whereas women feel special in other ways.
Thank you.
Not rocket science.
I was about to say that exact same thing. A man likes to feel like somebody is paying attention and they're enjoying the things that he thinks is funny. And
Again, I have to just fucking chime in. Wouldn't that work both fucking ways? Because there are plenty of funny fucking female comedians. It just is as much as, like, fucking Atlanta and, what the fuck are they called? Atlanta and New York-based, female comedians that are Italian-American that can't fucking tell a joke to save their life because the majority of them are just known for being industry whores. Like, there's a lot that could be done about that particular argument, but that's certainly not the venue in which to have it. I could care less about the whole men are intimidated by female comedian shit. I care infinitely more about those particular women that effectively are egregiously unfunny. And continue to be and will always continue to be unfucking funny. No light. Huh? That's not working right. I must have done something.
the same way as a woman, you would probably like, oh, I like flowers, or look at this little video. This is funny to me, or this touched my heart. This made me feel something emotionally. You connect with the man emotionally.
If you're a male and you're like, what the hell, there's no good females out there to date, these are all trash options, what do I do? I was talking to my boyfriend the other day and he was telling me that he had such a hard time finding a girlfriend before he met me, and this is why. Tell me if you agree. So he would walk up to a lot of different females. That's basically what he did to me. That's how he found me, okay? And when he walked up to these females, he would say, hi, just like that, and want to start a conversation. He said so many people would just look him in the eyes and either just walk away, like straight up, look at him and just leave, or they would give him like the biggest resting face and then be such a him that it's like, why would you even want to have a conversation? It's like you're talking to a wall or someone that like wants to stab you in the face.
That's right.
It was really, really uncomfortable. In fact, we actually did this little exercise. It was funny. Like, he was sitting down on the beach and then I was going for a walk, and when I got back from my walk, I walked up to him pretending like I didn't know him, and I'm just like, hi, nice to meet you. What book are you reading? And he looked at me like he wanted to kill me. And he was like, it's a book about houses or something like that. I don't know what he said. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like really trying to have a conversation, but it's like, how the fuck do you have a conversation with someone when they don't want to talk to you and they're like, what, like, why are you in my space? And they look at you like you're almost an alien, okay? So females, if you're listening to this video, that is from a male perspective, okay? So if you're a male and you're watching this video, I totally get it, okay? Like, there are many people out there that probably look at you like you're absolutely crazy, okay? Females, if you're watching this video, just be aware that if someone comes up to talk to you, it takes a lot of courage to do that. Just like walking up to someone in general is very intimidating and scary, okay?
I think maybe that might be from the woman's perspective, because they're waiting on the shoe to drop. People have told them, or maybe in their experience, they've had men come up and only want one thing. So I'm not really sure what it is that this man wants. So I have this face on because he might say something or do something that is going to put me in a bad position. So I'd rather be guarded. And then he has to prove himself to me in order for me to break these walls down. I get it from that perspective. But I think what would be lovely is if we could find a balance between all men being serial unalivers versus men that just want to talk to you. They just want to have a conversation. They just want to approach. I think it's fair. I think it's okay to have a healthy skepticism and a healthy caution. But you're just cautious about everything, and you're not living your life, and you're wondering why people are not getting a hold of you or wanting to come up to you, because everybody is locked out until there's somebody that you like the way they look, and then that's the formula. Just look good. That's the way it seems to men. So they really can't raise you up and show you their personality because you don't really care about that. unless it's, oh, pretty, good, ugly, bad, medium, ugly, bad, kind of average, okay, bad, beautiful, Johnny Depp or whoever you guys like these days, fantastic, must be a great person. And then continue talking to him and, oh man, it just, God sent him to me. No, this is the one that you accepted. Everybody else was good. They were good people. I say, let's even say 50%.
Again, I can agree with him like 75%. Realistically, it all comes down to choice of attraction. If you just reject every single option that you're presented and given by fate and say, I can't find nobody that's really good for me, I have to look at you and say, what do you mean? There was not a single person, not once, not a single one of them, none of them were good. It's much more common with both men and women that have come from a background of just being able to have their pick of the litter than it is that they just can't find somebody for them. Because this is basically the same point from Oreos in the Ointment, is it not? I can't find no girl. I can't find no guy. I can't find no nigga that's right for me. Yes, you can. And it ain't gotta be because you're having sex with him. You're just not as deep as you think you are. You don't have as many personality traits that are good as you think you are. You got something inside you that is not interesting. And people are resounding off of it. They're vibing against it. And it sucks to suck, but if that's what you are, you just gotta improve it. You just gotta change it. Fix it up. Make it better. It's not the end of the world. It ain't gotta be doom scroll all the time. But of course that comes down to irrelevant bullshit.
Good people, but you didn't want to accept them because maybe they weren't model status, even though you're not model status. Imagine that.
And you're probably beautiful, okay? So that's why they're walking up to you. So if anything, just be a little bit more nice when they do walk up to you, have a conversation. I mean, they are human beings, so if anything, you can just have like a fun, nice conversation. I get it if like you don't want to be bothered. Just say like, oh yeah, this is the book I'm reading. It's called How Emotions Are Made. Yeah, but if you don't mind, I was just really busy reading. I'm gonna keep doing my thing if that's okay.
Okay.
Something like that is so simple. It's very polite, and honestly, I think that's kind of like what I always did when I lived in Chicago. I sat in the Riverwalk and so many people would just walk up to me randomly. But I think it's very good to always be open to people, always be open to opportunity. And if you don't like someone, that's fine too. You can just straight up say like, thank you for having, or like starting a conversation, like I'm doing my own thing, and that's that, okay? Yep. But I did think it was very interesting from a male perspective that it is very challenging to find people in this world that will just be very open and have a conversation. That's why he told me, he's like, when I came up to you, you were like the friendliest person that I've talked to in a very long time. And we ended up talking for like the entire sunset, and it was like pitch black outside and we were still talking, and it was just amazing. Like we had a ton in common, and it was just like the vibe was instantly there. So like maybe it was a coincidence, I don't know, but you know, just try to be more open to opportunity from both sides of the story, okay? Males and females. Males, I'll just say, keep going out there, keep finding your people, keep doing your thing. And females, keep smiling, keep putting away that resting face, and just be open to opportunities. And honestly, like, we can switch sides too. Like females can walk up to males, right? And males, don't be so like, you know, like, oh my god, like I'm so cool and like stuff like that. If a female walks up to you to have a conversation, like just be open to it. Honestly, I think that's the main way we're going to get rid of like the modern dating of using a dating app and finding like trash options on there. Okay,
I dig
it's
that.
so easy to hide behind your phone and do this stuff. So get some courage and good luck. Put a smile on your face and good luck. I love you. Bye.
This clip is a perfect illustration of the modern dating catastrophe. The girl talks about her boyfriend's struggle to find a decent woman before meeting her, and honestly, her tale just echoes what a lot of men are experiencing. It's a cold, harsh world for guys trying to find genuine connections. First off, let's address the elephant in the room, the audacity of most modern women when approached. This attitude, this dismissive and often downright rude behavior is exactly why so many men are saying, forget it, it's not worth it. We're talking about basic human interaction here, and yet men are met with what? Resting bases and attitudes so frosty, you'd think you were at the North Pole.
Yes, sir.
Now our storyteller seems to think she's giving solid advice, but let's get real. The advice should be directed more towards women. Learn to interact like a normal human being. It's not about faking interest or leading someone on, it's about basic courtesy. But no, instead, we've got a generation where social skills are as rare as hen's teeth, thanks in part to social media turning everyone into self-absorbed pseudo-celebrities. It's no wonder that men are opting out. Why put yourself through the ringer for a minute chance of finding someone who won't treat you like an inconvenience?
Yeah, I understand what he's saying, but I think she made a good point. I'll end it right there. I think that she made a good point because I've seen some dudes that have fumbled the bag, and you'd be like, man, what are you doing? And this is a good woman. She not talking all of that nonsense like, oh man, I don't need no man. I'm strong and independent, and I can do all these things. She's not talking all that nonsense. So I think that there is room for improvement on both sides, to be honest with you. But yeah, I think she harped on women a lot. She really went in on them and kind of mentioned men there. So I do like that take. You have to be open. You have to be available if that's what you're looking for. And if you don't find it, then you only really have yourself to blame, because as you want a man to learn certain things, you have to be willing to learn certain things about, okay, how do I catch a man? Because a man's looking for me. No doubt, I get men to come up to me, but how do I lure the man that I'm looking for? How do I lure the man that I'm interested in? And some of these modern women go to wanting to have somebody sponsor them and take care of them. Transactional. Okay, you buy me. I think I read on it was a website the other day. A dude was making about $210,000 a year, and his sign-on bonus was $35,000. And the woman was like, okay, if you want me to marry you, then you got to buy me a $35,000 Louis Vuitton bag, I think it was. And somebody in the comments was like, that's crazy, because that's exactly the amount of your sign-on bonus. And you have to understand that your sign-on bonus after taxes is not going to be $35,000. It's going to be less than that. And she's like, well, it's okay, because she's not going to want a ring because the bag is enough. Well, I would hope that she doesn't want a ring because it's $35,000 bag. Are you serious? It's a $35,000 bag. It doesn't even do anything. And there are a lot of men in the comments talking about prenup immediately. You need to walk away from this. 6.5 months in is what it was, and she's asking for $35,000 investment. You have got to be out of your mind.
That's not an investment. A luxury purchase like that, that's not an investment. That's a fucking gift that has no fucking use. It has no utility. And I would automatically say fucking no. I don't care who it is in my life. Friend, star, my child, no. If it has no purpose and it serves no purpose or function, or you can't make it serve a use or function, it's just there to be gaudy. Fuck nah.
Out of your mind. There are some women that feel comfortable asking about this, but then don't want a man to talk to them. Don't want a man to come up to them. Don't want a man to approach them. Where are all the good men? I can't find a good man. I can't find one that really wants to get to know me for me. That's because you're trying to get him to make a $35,000 investment within 6 months of knowing you. The man asked for your hand in marriage, and you said, I'll marry you if you give me this $35,000 Louis Vuitton bag. Oh, by the way, I know that your sign-on bonus is $35,000. Oh, and by the way, I know taxes, hefty taxes, are going to be taken out of that. So it's not just going to be, okay, throwaway money, sign-on bonus, but you're going to have to get that from somewhere else. And when you tell me, well, it's not going to be exactly $35,000, but you know, I can get you something similar with the money that I have left. Oh man, you know, just I'll wait for it. Just get the money and maybe put it on layaway and just give it to me, and I'll pay the rest. You can pay the rest over time or something like that. If not, we need to break up, and that's broke man behavior. Oh, okay. All right. Cool. I think there's room for improvement on both sides, right? Men.
Where in that situation that you just described is there room for improvement on both sides? You know, I can just go earn more money. You know, I can just go be a more successful man. I'm sorry, I ain't got that money, baby. I don't know what's wrong with me. How dare I not be a more successful? What the fuck? Certainly, you're just simply saying it for argument, and that's not what you believe is supposed to happen in that situation. Certainly, that's not the case. That's going to be for Scarlet. Certainly, that is not the argument that you're making. Certainly, you're just being reasonable and saying, you know what, you gotta meet her where she is. I can meet her outside of the department store because we're gonna be washing some dishes when we have to go buy that shit. That's not reasonable. That's not realistic. I get angry if somebody did that.
Keep on doing your thing, but women, be open. Don't be asking for outrageous stuff, and you know what's outrageous. You know that. You got a lot of common sense. You understand that. But anyway, that's just my opinion. To the next video, I'm out.
Next up on the watch list. This one should be from suggestions that were actually given a couple of days ago. Topics. FPS Diesel versus Scarlet Raper. Let's look into this. The Mr. T Lexify controversy explained in its full response in the Civil War of content creators.
I would like to state, Pat, that I did send you a message privately on your Twitter before you made this statement public, but you chose not to.
This is actually 3 hours long. I see now why she said it. Ah, yes. The problem with this is that this is actually way too long. We will have to save this for another time. This is probably going to be definitely versus chat content. Okay. Scratch that. We're going to save that for another day. Ouch, finger. Cutting right through this. Here we are. The lie of the nice guy, weasel in sheep's clothing.
Entirely, it's Fox and
this one is 2 hours. Is 2 hours ish long, so it'd roll into my break time. Or Infiltrated the Manosphere. Which one is shorter?
In late November.
This one's technically shorter. Shorter-ish. So I could be able to justify playing it through 6, even though I would usually cut around 5. I will be willing to do that for you all. Simply because it's going to take me a second to make sure that this is straight. We'll save that for tomorrow. And we'll use this one today.
In late November of 2023, Matt Rife sat down with the president of Incels and said,
I want to make history.
But that's not exactly what this is. Unlike Debbie Ryan, Matt Rife is no trendsetter. His appearance on the Jordan Peterson podcast was nothing more than a prophetic fulfillment. Let me explain. 1 week before brandishing Jordan's couch, Matt starred in his first ever Netflix comedy special, Natural Selection. Now, as clumsy and as unfunny this special turned out to be, Matt actually put a lot of thought into it. He was tired of being considered a run-of-the-mill TikTok star, tired of women finding him attractive, and tired of not being taken seriously in the comedian world. And so he kind of set out to put the rumors to bed once and for all. He was going to purge his audience of women and seduce an entirely new demographic into his ranks. The pros. You didn't think I was gonna shotgun this drink again, do you? Because I learned my lesson the last time. The pros. To achieve his goal, Matt choreographed a number of edgy jokes for his Netflix special. He made fun of domestic violence, civil rights activists, and disabled people. And then, when everyone was nice and mad, he did it again. Natural Selection spawned think pieces, memes, and the green splatter of death on Rotten Tomatoes. Not only did his viewers find him corny and unoriginal, but many people speculated that his career was over before it even began. Obviously,
that's just bullshit, because Matt Rife is probably one of the funniest up-and-coming comedians out, right next to any person who's ever been, quote, canceled off of being on Saturday Night Live because they were too edgy for their audience, or they told jokes that they didn't approve of. Like, that's the first problem. You don't listen to the reviews of people who are looking at a special on Rotten Tomatoes. You watch the special yourself and you see if you think it's funny, like whether or not you laughed. Like, cope, seethe, cope, seethe, and cope. Start there and work backwards.
this is not true. I'm sure he's doing great. But this is where the prophecy fulfillment comes in. Clearly, Matt is bothered by his cancellation. I say this because he's followed in the footsteps of every comedian before him whose egos were bruised by having flat jokes. In order to preserve his comic identity and stick it to the libs, Matt decided to further align himself with reactionary, right-wing personalities. Because who else is going to find him funny? Who else is going to let him remain unchallenged and uninteresting as an artist? Now, with all of that added context, let's go back to the beginning of this video. In late November of 2023, Matt Rife sat down with the president of Incels and said, I want to make history. When asked by Jordan Peterson why he didn't apologize, like a good boy, Matt responded.
Calling them incels when Jordan Peterson said clean your room so you can become the kind of man that can attract women that you'd want to be with and change your outcomes in life to the kind of outcomes you want to have. I don't think you should be insulting them because you don't like them. I think that's you talking shit.
Because it's just comedy. I'm just doing what's funny to me.
Super fair and honest and good. I guess the only thing I'm confused about is if you think your comedy is subjective, why can't I? Why can't any of your viewers who found you unfunny express their subjective opinion on your subjective comedy? What's with the Matt Rife revenge tour? For the first 8 or so.
Because the comedy of a comedian is based on the humor of their life, and if their jokes are funny to them, they have every right to say that joke. If you find it unfunny, it's probably because you're not the target audience. So if Matt Rife writes a set that is basically humor that he would fucking crack himself up about, okay. How does that personally affect you? It shouldn't. So why does it? Do you have an answer? Probably not. You just want to talk shit about him? You just want to talk shit about him for an article? You want to talk shit about him for the fucking video? Cope Seethe.
Minutes, Jordan and Matt spend their time bashing feminist men, aka the men who tended to find Matt special unfunny. You see, in their eyes, these men are virtue-signaling cucks who use feminism in order to get from poor, vulnerable women.
But they are. What do you mean? That's the reason why both of those videos technically should have been paired together and why I originally did that. Thanks, Pascal. They are weasels. People who use politics in that way to get in on the good graces of women who have no idea that the wolves in sheep's clothing, or weasels in sheep's clothing, are actively trying to say, oh my god, that was so horrible. I can't believe he did that to you. Come here. Let me make you feel better. Yeah, you go. Yes, my male, strong, feminine penis. Are we lying? Are we about to lie and say that doesn't happen? Like, is that, like, what, huh? What are we doing here? What the fuck? Are you serious? See, this is what happens when you try to teach y'all motherfuckers something. Y'all have the audacity to say, you know what? The male allies are schemy and scummy. But you know who is also schemy and scummy? Those men that told us that those male allies are trying to fucking assault us by trying to get on our good graces. How dare you criticize those men? But why are all these white men around us always so aggressive and so abusive? And why does it seem like they always get exposed? God, if only we could figure out how this happened. Fucking serious, dude? See, we've taken off. Let's see, we're at the fucking current event station, but we take off over to Lululand. Oh! Let's see what happens when the wolves get in your hen house.
Direct quotes, by the way. And so is this one.
Oh, yeah, I saw one TikTok video who was like, I have a wife and I found this severely disrespectful. I was like, okay, you cut. Yeah, what do you want to get more pussy outside your wife? Like, chill out, you're already married, she already respects you.
Funny God, I got a joke for you. What smells rotten and puts people to sleep? Your act.
Men's feminism is so aberrant to Jordan and Matt. They seem to believe that the only reason a man would care about others is if he's getting something from them in return. Manhood in their...
Male feminists, yes. They are very much based on quid pro quo. What do I get for being a part of the movement? What will you give me for being a part of the movement? They very much are. They are very much performative in this mean. Yes. They have always been performative in this mean, girl. Don't pretend that they aren't. Because now we're lying to ourselves. And the last thing I'm finna do is just sit here and have you fucking lie Like, that shit does not goddamn happen. Because it does. And it's probably the most aggressive and annoying thing that many of them are guilty of. But, you know, what do we know? We're just the people who have to deal with them when you get assaulted by them. Why would you care about, you know, your fucking safety? Men don't care about women. We just want to rape and abuse them all the time. Yeah, absolutely. All we do is we just want to get our nuts off. This is why there are people that don't want to give protection to women like this. And when I say protection to women, I mean there's a reason why there are men that specifically say, no, I'm not your ally. I will not be the person responsible for the problems that are happening to you and how I'm supposed to solve them. Because how can I help you if you won't help yourself? I can't help you if you put yourself in danger and then say, how dare you try to protect me? I'm trying to save you from these men and the problems they bring. But oh, you know more than I do. Okay, no problem. I'll let this shit happen. Oh my god, why didn't you help us? Bitch, I told you that they were not trustworthy. How could we have known? I don't know, maybe the 15 billion times I warned you? Oh, you know better than I do. Of course, of course, of course, of course, of course, of course. Aggravating as it is, you kind of have to accept that they have a point, and you aren't really capable of figuring out who's trustworthy and who isn't. But what do we know? We're just men. If you don't get your Telugu ass in my face.
Their eyes is a purely transactional existence. Keep that in mind. There's obviously a lot to be analyzed about Matt Rife, but I'm not here to talk about him. Instead, I want to shift our brief focus to the man on his left. This might be your first time meeting Dr. Jordan Peterson. God knows I wish it was mine. Peterson is a part of what's known as the intellectual dark web, a group of so-called academics who are vocally anti-leftists, especially when it comes to higher education. Jordan rose to prominence after campaigning against Canada's Bill C-16, which seeks to protect gender expression/identity from discrimination. Peterson's main argument was that this bill fell under compelled speech, and that it would force him and others to use someone's correct pronouns. If someone refused to do so, Jordan argued, they would be sent to prison.
And I think the most egregious elements of the policies are that it requires compelled speech. The Ontario Human Rights Commission explicitly states that refusing to refer to a person by their self-identified name and proper personal pronoun, which is the pronouns that I was objecting to, can be interpreted as harassment. And so that's explicitly defined in the relevant policies. So I think that's appalling, first of all, because there hasn't been a piece of legislation that requires Canadians to utter a particular form of address that has particular ideological implications before, and I think that it's a line that we shouldn't cross. And then with regards to these human rights tribunals where all this stuff would be sorted out, it's like those places destroy your reputation and destroy you financially. And can they put you in jail? Well, it's a complicated argument in some sense, but I can tell you that if you refuse to pay the fines, that's the next step.
What is this, 1984? Well, no. The bill makes no mention of pronouns and simply adds gender identity/expression to a list of other groups that are already protected from discrimination. Groups including race, religion, and
that means that it's compelled speech on those delineations, and if you don't do this, this is for that purpose and for which you are punished. And if it is something that is going to be criminalized to the point that they are going to do that, then it means that it's going to be fined. And if it's going to be if it's going to be politicized and fined, then it means the next step is, how do you enforce me doing this? Are you stupid? I know you're not stupid. Don't pretend you're stupid. That's just insulting to people's intelligence. Don't do that. That's really dumb.
Experts note that jail is also highly unlikely and that misuse of pronouns would not be used as sole evidence of discrimination or hate speech. Bill C-16 adds gender identity and gender...
And yet, how many times has it been used to be able to stop somebody from having a job or a career? Nigga, be for real.
...to provisions of the criminal code that define an identifiable group for the purposes of advocating genocide, the public incitement of hatred, and the willful promotion of hatred. So how might these provisions affect the use of pronouns? And do these provisions in any way criminalize the use or misuse of pronouns? Not even close. Now, hate speech provisions in the criminal code have a very, very high threshold. The Supreme Court of Canada has repeatedly defined hate speech as only including the most extreme forms of speech. The court has said over and over again, and I quote, "It is, quote, the unusually strong and deep-felt emotions of vilification and detestation." The court has said it is not disdain, it is not dislike, it is not offense.
Ever since he started his campaign against Bill C-16, and ever since his failure to put a stop to it, Jordan Peterson has been crashing out. He became aligned with the likes of Ben Shapiro and Joe Rogan, and his vocalized beliefs have
So, not alt-right. Joe Rogan is not alt-right, and neither is Ben Shapiro, so get those words out your mouth.
Increasingly far-right. To the surprise of no one, Peterson denies all of this. He denies having an ideology. He denies aligning himself with right-wing and further right people.
I'm not saying those goddamn pronouns.
Because he's not aligned with far-right people. He's ideologically captured. Because his audience is doing what most people would take advantage of in this situation. Because you guys have harangued and harassed him. And he doesn't want to be harangued and harassed. Dummy. He's in a position where you guys have mocked him for having a concern that was him stressing out over what was happening to his wife. So you mocked him in a situation about his wife, and he got politically captured. Because who wasn't mocking him? And you're mad that he went towards the people who showed him community. I'm not saying that they aren't going to try to fuck him over eventually in the future. What I'm saying is that you literally did the meme. You pushed him down, and somebody picked him up and said, bro, that's crazy they did that to you. And then you said, you're siding with Nazis? You guys are dumb. You guys are dumb. Hi, Jack. Fucking Christ.
And the reason I'm not saying them is because they're made up by left-wing ideologues.
We're only 8 minutes into a 144-minute video. Oh my god! Excuse me, 1 hour 44-minute video.
I don't like ideology, period. He characterized myself and Stefan Mullen, well-known YouTube personality, as far-right, and I felt that was inappropriate, let's say, to say the least. Dear Mr. Kovac, you called me a far-right figure in press. You don't have one proof of that statement, and it is patently untrue. In the absence of a smoking pistol, is that grounds for a lawsuit for defamation of character? Inquiring minds want to know.
However, just about every tweet, every guest appearance, every sentence uttered by Peterson suggests otherwise. In fact, this right-wing reputation precedes Peterson so much that Olivia Wilde used him as the inspiration for Don't Worry Darling's main antagonist. Referring to him as a pseudo-intellectual hero of incels, Wilde implies that Jordan's content is dangerous to consume. And there's some merit to this. Jordan Peterson's disgust with feminism and his hatred for pronouns place him right at home in a well-documented space, one that has been accused of radicalizing young people and sending young men toward violent criminality. Today,
the alt-right? Y'all left?
Getting to know
the manosphere?
Peterson was like spiraling down into a melatonin-induced fever dream. And not just because I was spending most of my time trying to figure out who his voice reminds me of, but this was actually my first...
I mean, realistically, the truth of the matter is that both sides and any side in a culture war are responsible for people becoming incensed. They're all responsible, sweetheart. Some are more responsible than others, but they are all responsible. How much responsibility they take is what we're really talking about here. That's what we're really focused on. If you're not willing to tell the truth about who's responsible and hold that blame as much as you can be for choosing to make this video, as much as they can for their content, what are you actually saying? Because it ain't much, and it certainly ain't important. Of course, that's my opinion, but my opinion's the correct one. My opinion's the correct one.
First time watching Jordan Peterson. I'd heard about him in the alleys of Twitter and YouTube. Every image I saw of him, every clip that I tried to scroll quickly past, depicted him as this larger-than-life character. He was always wearing... Then
that means you got literally radicalized into hating him. Because if you came to this position after doing your research, you're just stupid. I can't be angry at you. It's not your fault. You literally lack the literal media training in order to be able to have the conversation. If you came to this position because you believe this, because you were told, or you saw words being said, that's not an equivocation of anything meaningful. Cope Seeth.
Wearing a three-piece suit. He goes by Dr. Peterson. His followers worship him as some stoic god. For a long time, he existed to me as
he is a doctorate holder, and he speaks about theology and how it plays into culture, and how those things can then be used as a way to create a lesson plan that helps prepare you to think about the world and life in general. That's not to say anything poor about anyone in general, but you're clearly going somewhere with this, and I hope it's somewhere reasonable, and certainly not insanity, and or cope and seething about things that are realistic and not realistic. Certainly you would lie about somebody just to try and make a piece of content about them on the internet, would you? Would you? Would I? Would you? Would I? Would you? I have a feeling that you are. I have a feeling that you are.
vague shadow realm of thought. Someone I saw intermittently yet never paid close attention to. If anything, I always mistook him for a Lana Del Rey music video reject. So to sit at the altar of his work, to finally listen to him speak and lay bare his beliefs, I was disappointed. Extremely disappointed. Jordan Peterson lacks excitement. He lacks charisma. He's not as contained as everyone hates him. This is what a cult leader needs to remain unquestioned, but Peterson lacks it all. If this is your final boss, you are fucked. The rest of the manosphere reaches nowhere near the mystique of Jordan Peterson, nowhere near the godlike image that his followers have bestowed upon him. If I saw through him that easily, the rest of the manosphere doesn't stand a chance. So,
what the fuck did you see through? A fucking mirror? Because he didn't say through shit. You didn't even tell the truth about his backstory. You got every single part of that wrong and mentioned nothing about how people started to target him about his fucking wife and how that pushed him into his radicalism. So, What kind of soothsayer are you? Bit of coping and seething, my dear, you see? Bit of coping and seething, my dear.
Will you take the blue pill and live a life of ignorance, or will you take the red pill and wake up to reality? Let me set the scene for you. It's 2009, party in the USA is leaking from every major speaker in the country to boost post-recession morale. Kanye West ignites a feud that would last a decade too long.
I'll let you finish, but Beyonce had one of the best videos of all time.
And Michael Jackson inspires the most unhinged Nicki Minaj lyric in music history.
Like MJ Doctor, they killing me.
God damn it. Also in 2009, someone used the term manosphere for the first time ever. It came from a blogspot page named Ben and Jeff, who used this newly crafted circle of the internet to post about things they found interesting. That is, video games, sports, beer, the whole shebang. This early manosphere blog was aligned culturally with masculinity, but it didn't really last long. It killed over after just 10 posts, leaving behind only 9 followers. Who knows? Maybe they moved to Tumblr. When we talk about the manosphere, it feels like we're talking about something dangerously new, something that took us by surprise in 2017, held us hostage for a few years before being debunked by the very best video essayists.
Shout out my nigga Gucci. Shout out my nigga Gucci.
But Ben and Jeff's manosphere before being debunked by the very best video essayists.
Shout out my nigga Gucci.
Some of you can't actually see it. Let me go ahead and just make it a little bit larger on the screen so you can see those letters. And I'm gonna sit here in the pray position. His Benzo addiction causing the mental state getting worse when combined with the previous mentioned audience capture led to him becoming more radicalized. Indeed. Thank you, Jack. This bitch said Tina wanted FD signifier. They debunked him. Bitch! You lied like a... Right here to the side. Move the camera a little bit over. Yeah, right here. It's pushing down and over here. And then it's... Bitch, you fucking lied like a motherfucker! How dare you! How dare you! Stop it! Stop lying! Stop glazing this nigga's balls! Oh my god! I swear on my hair grease that it's right there, dead center frame in the foreground. How dare you lie to these niggas like that? Oh my lord! Oh my Lanta. Oh my Lanta. I'm so sick and tired of this shit. I'm so sick and tired of this shit. And now y'all niggas understand why I don't like Signifier. A little bit more than I already have done it before in the past. Oh my god! Can I ever escape this nigga in Kadesh Mamawe? I swear I can't! Every time! Every time! It always comes back to him! Debunking people as my favorite content creator's fans is when he talks shit about people and then says, I'll stop talking about it when the algorithm's done so I don't have to milk it anymore. Oh my lord! I can't. I fucking can't. Also, that's a flipper. I fucking can't, bro. I fucking can't, bro. Come on!
Shout out back to Gucci.
The Damon Jeff's Manosphere blog, however obsolete, tells us something different. It tells us that there has been a desire for such space for a very long time. Obviously, we don't know who ran this page, if they were even a man, if they align with modern Manosphere politics, hell, if they even know what the Manosphere is today. But this blog reflects the same desire that the Manosphere claims to fulfill. The desire for a meeting ground, a digital man cave, where one can gather with like-minded individuals to express grievances and frustration.
Considering that that's literally just a cope spear. Literally what we're describing here is a cope spear. The same kind of cope spear that other people can criticize women for creating because they don't want to talk about real problems. They just want to fucking be heard and complain about things that other people may not take seriously as they do. That's all that is. That's all that ever will be. That's all it can be. And on those means, same shit. Cope, seethe, cope. Cope and seethe and cope. Because if you guys are not being realistic, why should people hear anything about it and care about it to begin with? There's literally nothing serious about that has to be understood and heard. Because the red pill and the manosphere has been a joke for the longest time. And will never not be a joke for the longest time. Because for the longest time, these niggas are lame. And they just want a cream pie, a teenager. That's really all it comes down to. They are 69 gods that want to cream pie a teenager. And they want to talk about the standard of being able to hook up with women in Miami and live a cultural lifestyle that they want other people to emulate so they can sell them the Avon collection and other such collection of content that effectively is a multi-level marketing scheme to make everybody sound like a raging barstool esports consuming content creator douchebag. That's really all it is. Because the more that you talk about them and the more you start asking them serious questions, the more obvious it believes and becomes that there are some, the women, most of the women, especially if they're black women, that they just want to say no. Why shouldn't I abort a black man's child? What can a black man do for me? Or, if you want to be like Myron and friends, yeah, we just want to make fun of these concepts that we consider to be not important or important. Fuck do I have to care about a homie being fucking broke? I got money. I'll be fine. As long as I have money, there's no problem here. And other shit that they say and believe in. All of that comes from a place, and it doesn't come from a good one. You want them to find community with those men that would seek to ruin them if they don't give them what they want, which usually is money, power, fame, and investment. Okay. What do you think happens next? I can give you an idea what happens next. It's not anything positive. I have to hope that when people make these kinds of articles and they make these kind of information pieces that they usually think about the things they're saying before they do them. In her case, I don't think she did. Wouldn't really be forced to.
Now, let's take a little second to do a little yes and exercise. The internet loves talking about things in terms of black and white, but that's not really the Shakespearean way. We have to be nuanced and honest about this topic, even if it feels unbearable. So, yes, the manosphere is a dangerous network that promotes and sustains misogyny, patriarchy, and just about every other discriminatory ism you can think of. And there's a reason why such a community has sustained itself for so long. Yes, the participants within this community are being radicalized into violent far-rightness, and they may have joined based on what they perceive is a valid reason. Keyword, they perceive. Not me, they. Despite being well explored, the manosphere is still complicated to map out. It doesn't just exist on one platform, it doesn't share the same roster, and it's broken up into various niches. How can you challenge something so scattered? How do you decide what is militant and organized discrimination?
The same way that you guys have been able to hide behind not having the ability to define yourself and your beliefs. You find an individual content creator, you see their content, you see their opinion, you hear how they describe things, and you ask yourself, is this realistic? Example, Ethnic Signifier. Is it a realistic outcome to be the kind of man who creates content where you actively mock people incessantly, relentlessly, as a form of retribution against those that you consider easy targets, and then say, well, bro, all I want to do is be able to entertain people, and then make money on the Nebula website, because you can't get people to give you money directly through the streams unless you're bullying someone, and see that as anything less than, you know, I just really wanted to make fun of people. Because it's the same equivalency. You see, it's the same equivalency of I just want to give people social media content so I can be able to justify getting in where I don't belong and cream pie a teenager. It's the same shit for the red pill and people in the red pill. When you take people like the Saint in the center, you put them right next to FT Signifier, and you're both two sides of the same rotten coin. Oh, my game's going buggy. That's the truth of the matter, bro. You two sides of the same coin. And how do I criticize it? Criticize it when you find it. If you can criticize Pearl Davis, and you can criticize Jordan Peterson, you can criticize a foreign man in a foreign land. You can criticize ContraPoints. You can criticize Jesse Gender. You can criticize anybody in BreadTube and Cornbread Tube. You can criticize Hassan Piker. You can criticize me. You can criticize Jay. You can criticize Mahler. You can criticize Wags and the entirety of EFAP. You can criticize Short Fat Otaku. You can criticize Aiden Paladin. And you can criticize podcasters like Sitch and Adam. Because you see the content and you give your opinion. If you make them into some side of a star in the nebulous constellation of the Penis Immortalis, then you quite literally don't understand criticism and should stay out of commentary. Period. You see something, you say something. You see something, You should say something! But unfortunately, you don't tell the truth. This is why there's douchebags that exist that can get away with doing this in perpetuity. We don't like it when you tell lies. Lies of omission are still lies, but then you lie on top of it too. We don't like it, we don't respect it. Because one, incels don't need to be criticized unless they present themselves in an individual space and identify themselves, and then get mad that after they identified themselves and offered something, that people told them what they asked for. Men going their own way? Those motherfuckers are associated with other people. It's in the name. Men doing their other way or their own way. They are taking the road less traveled. And if they come across a black chocolate Latina out in the distance, and they end up coupling themselves, shout outs to my boy Dr. Ramericam, I see you my king, I see you my king, then what the fuck do you have to say to them? They're not incels. And they don't believe in the red pill shit, because they're not pickup artists. And then, of course, tying in MRAs, calling men's rights activism something that is a part of the red pill, is actually the truth of the matter of you not accepting that there is something to be said. Do you believe that it's an okay thing to mock the idea of paternity fraud being taken more seriously, so that children can know who their parents are, and women can be exposed for the infidelities that they have, and how they've made these children question whether or not daddy loves them? Because any answer other than yes means that you believe that people shouldn't be held account for lying. Because those women lied to their husbands and their kids. We've seen the content, we've covered the content. We don't have to question whether or not the content exists or not. But the logic here, the follow-through of the logic here, is really the most questionable part of it. How do you get away with saying that? How do you get away with saying it? How do you get away with doing it? And how do you get away with being heartless enough to insist that you're not the bad guy there? Questions and more that I bet I don't get answers to. But yes, definitely go to FD Signifier. He definitely has good opinions about that. He definitely doesn't act like the bully that he claims other people are being. You're so true. You're so true. So valid. Take down the fucking railing influence. Otherwise it's not gonna work. The most you could probably criticize is any of the people who fit in this category that then put themselves in that cope cycle and in that cope sphere inside the hug box where they say these things and then never realize that they are part of their own problems. That's the truth of the matter of the problem there, truthfully.
And what's a random dude with a microphone? The manosphere is connected by shared politics and language. They prize pseudoscience and bioessentialism, which is just fancy talk for climate change isn't real, and double X chromosomes, and you want a bank account? Which? The manosphere is also defined by its endemic misogyny, racism, xenophobia, anti-Semitism, and violence.
You cannot put Joe Rogan and Ben Shapiro next to Fresh and Fit and think that I'm going to take you seriously. Get the fuck out of here.
Most scholars consider the manosphere to be a far-right pipeline. It continuously targets and indoctrinates young people into its ranks. Women
And so does the alt-left. And the progressive left-wing. Which is to say, the mainstream left-wing party. And the extreme fringes. You do the same shit.
are definitely members of the manosphere, which sounds a little oxymoronic, just as they are members of other far-right radicalizing groups. But young men, especially, are considered the target audience. These men are often white, lower to middle class, and Western. But most importantly, a lot of those who join the manosphere are vulnerable. Now, vulnerability does not mean blameless or valid. Vulnerability means that a person is at risk or susceptible to something. In this case, that something is radicalization. The manosphere targets young, vulnerable people who are seeking connections and, more importantly, answers to their issues. Maybe their partner has broken up with them. Maybe
and the left wing doesn't. No group does. It's just the right wing. The right wing is in big evil fucking stand-in for Slytherin. They truly are the Voldemorts. I believe you. I definitely believe you. Do. Hello, Delululand. We haven't escaped the convict here.
Never had sex before. Maybe they see a fast-changing world that is drastically different to what they were promised, in a sense. In such men, the manosphere sees perfect soldiers for their ideology. And the men, in turn, see the manosphere as some sort of father figure, one that is committed to them, and one that guides them.
You mean the thing that some of them are missing? Which would be community? Because they've been told by society, we don't want you because women are better? We ignore your issues? It's not time for you to speak? You should give your voice to that thing, right? reality. Just a little bit of reality. Not a lot, just a little bit. Just a little bit of reality. Just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. All I'm asking for is a little bit of reality. A little bit of common sense. A little bit of sensibility. That's too much to ask for.
In the manosphere, netizens have a choice to either take the red pill or the blue pill. The blue pill is essentially useless. If you take it, you will be blissfully ignorant, forever locked into a matrix. But the red pill is more exciting. By taking it, you agree to wake up to reality and realize that society is anti-male, anti-masculinity, and anti-you. Every system, every woman, every liberal leftist Coca-Cola DEI is actively working against you. By watching some—
There are people who have politics that are against those men. That doesn't mean the entire fucking system of the world is against them, but there are definitely people there that are against them. Let's not cope to ourselves, please. Let's be fucking for real. One second, I'm answering something from one of my mods.
someone like Jordan Peterson, you find yourself faced with this choice. Stay asleep or stay woke. And Jordan knows a lot about being woke, apparently.
Well, I didn't sleep that month. I didn't sleep for 25 days. I didn't sleep at all.
Joshua Thornburn studied two popular subreddits attached to the manosphere, Incel Exit and X Red Pill. They wanted to figure out what inspires a person to join such an ill-reputed group. The most common reason seemed to be vulnerability. People tended to join after facing a devastating breakup, after being cheated on, or after facing constant rejection. Most users tended to have low self-esteem to the point of getting black-pilled, meaning that their fate is to be unattractive and undateable for the rest of their lives. Young people, especially of high school age, are most likely to fall victim to manosphere radicalization. They're less likely to have life experience and, therefore, less likely to be critical of what they're consuming. The most interesting reason someone might join, however, has to do with gender. In my last video, I talked at length about ideal masculinity and how unobtainable it is for most men. Men are constantly fed contradictory and confusing ideas of what it means to be a man. Using role theory, we found that the standard of masculinity, aka patriarchal masculinity, is defined by chaos and anxiety. Anyone who tries to be the perfect representation of a man is likely to be pulled in 50 different directions and stretched thin. Even if they reach the standard, it's highly likely that they'll still be considered failures in one department or another. That is the very nature of the patriarchy. As much as you might hope that
No, that's the nature of society, having unrealistic expectations of people and expecting them to be perfect. That can happen to anyone. That can happen to men, that can happen to women, that can happen to transgenders. Because every single person is being held up as a example of their group. And if they are a, quote, failure to the race, they're going to feel like a burden that is expected to bring up the rear. That can happen to anyone. That's not just perspective to them. That is, again, more coping and seething on behalf of people not telling the honest truth. Because that is not the honest truth, and you know it. You know it, and you're still saying it like it is true. Which means you are willfully lying to people. And that I cannot abide. I cannot abide it. Nobody should.
pulling all of this out of my ass. There's a precedent for
But you are pulling it out of your ass!
Numerous people within Thornburn's study expressed an almost sort of dissonance, where they want to achieve patriarchal masculinity, but they notice that their real personalities and interests are sharply different from what they're expected to be. Even when reading the newsletter submissions from my subscribers in my last video, it became clear that men don't feel secure in their performance of gender, and often feel like they're 20 steps behind everybody else. So in a broad sense, the patriarchy refers to the system that positions men over women. Men are considered dominators, leaders, and superiors by the patriarchy. But
Alex Trebek, what is gynocentrism for 5,000 on the Daily Double, please?
if the patriarchy benefits men by making them superiors, then why are they so unhappy? I mean, if that was really the case, they would be the most successful, happiest people in the world. I know a man who's insecure and broke. Well, firstly, men do receive privileges from the patriarchy. There's the obvious ones that are associated with, say, the workplace, like the gender pay gap and the fact that
We have laws for these things! Stop lying! I hate when people lie. I also hate when people lie with the explicit purpose of trying to trick them. We're lying. You know what you're saying is not true. I don't have to move this. You know what you're saying is a lie. Stop lying. Tell the truth.
Women are more expected to sacrifice their career for children than men are, but they're also inconspicuous privileges that men don't really think about. While they are expected to be attractive by, masculine standards, they aren't socialized to view beauty, low weight, and bodily grooming as their sole purpose. Their capability and decision-making skills are not questioned as much as women's. Their sexual promiscuity or history is never put on trial like women's, and they're more likely to be represented in higher positions than women are. But just because someone's privileged doesn't mean all of their life's problems are suddenly solved, especially because there's potentially a bunch of other systems that may make their life harder. For instance, despite receiving patriarchal privilege, men can still be oppressed by, capitalism or classism. Men of color face systemic racism. Men can be exploited by the war machine. During their tenure in the military, they can become disabled and come home as decorated veterans only to be then discarded by the American government. They can become homeless and face increasingly violent anti-homeless laws and measures. And they can get discarded by the very system that favors them if they fail to meet its strict standards. Trans men, queer men, impoverished men, disabled men, any man who doesn't fit into the tiny, tiny box of patriarchal manhood is often bullied, beaten, emasculated, or in some cases killed, oftentimes by other men. Men are denied their full humanity by the patriarchy, even though it claims to love them. You might be thinking, okay, so men aren't able to reach perfect patriarchal masculinity. How is that a bad thing? No one should strive to be patriarchs. And yes, exactly. No one should want to or be able to embody patriarchal standards. But that doesn't fix the fact that men are still expected to. Gender is considered a social construct. It varies across communities and is influenced by society. Even so, gender still impacts how we are viewed and treated. A lot of people want to be affirmed in their gender, whether they're cis or trans. And because we have this desire, we often work towards aligning with our gender. We perform in certain ways to be read as our gender. PJ Burke and Lou Alexander consider identity to be a continuously operating, self-adjusting feedback loop. Individuals continuously adjust behavior to keep their reflected appraisals congruent with their identity standard or references. Men are told that the goal of their gender, the goal of their identity, is patriarchal masculinity.
No, they're not. They're told that the goal of the gender is that you have no goal because how dare you try to roll yourself over other people. Slap! Get your ass back where you belong and give your money to your most local woman. That's what they're told. Don't lie to them. Because you're lying right now. That's not what the young men are told. In the black audience, they're told, you don't have the right to have opinions. How dare you try to hold your victim status over these women? Don't you understand that women suffer? You need to unify with those black femmes and let them use your voice and use your balls to silence you and your opinions. Because your opinions don't matter that much. That's what they're told. That's what they're given. That's what they have to expect from their outcomes. And you're saying that's not happening? Okay, can you show me some examples of that not happening then? Oh, it seems to be that there are multiple cases examples of not only that exact thing happening, but of you treating them like dog shit while it's happening. I wonder why that is. Oh, you don't care? You don't care about the fact that these men are suffering? You just care about the fact that it gives you good politics on your media? Cyclical. This behavior is cyclical. It is a joke. It is a cyclical joke. And unfortunately, the practical joke is on all of us.
This is defined by hierarchical power, sexual obsession, isolation, brutalization, toughness, and misogyny. No one should strive for these things. But if men refuse to embody patriarchal masculinity, or if they fail to embody it, their entire purpose, existence, and self-esteem are endangered. This leads to role overload and role conflict, which, in turn, might lead someone to extremes in order to realign themselves with ideal standards. Take Matt Rife's actions, for instance. His insecurities are on display in much of his work. In order to realign himself with patriarchal masculinity, he designed an entire special around misogyny and dude-bro comedy. Obviously, this was disgusting and wrong. I'm not campaigning for men to be able to embody patriarchal masculinity. Why would I do that? I'm trying to make sense of a complicated pattern. There's a very clear disconnect between a boy being born and a man who joins the manosphere. Somewhere in that disconnect, there's sometimes anger, confusion, anxiety, depression, aggrieved entitlement, and vulnerability. Sometimes, not always.
Sometimes.
Always?
Not always. No. Sometimes. That means sometimes.
The outlet for these emotions are not handled in a healthy or valid manner. Other people are faced with gender role overload and role conflict constantly, but don't join far-right groups or commit violent acts. There's really no room for excuses, but there is room for a much too long critical analysis of it. The manosphere is constantly referred to as a far-right pipeline, but really it's more like a pipeline to itself. You're hit in the face with violent racism, anti-Semitism, misogyny, and transphobia.
If you can't provide examples of the anti-Semitism by actually playing the clip where they say the anti-Semitic thing, I'm not going to believe you, based on the fact that you're not telling the honest truth. If they said it, play the clip. If they didn't say it, stop lying. More importantly, to the edge. Are we really about to pretend that the left wing are not more anti-Semitic than the right wing could ever possibly hope to be? Are we about to cope to that, sweetie? Is that the lie we're about to tell ourselves? Because I can promise you, they could give less of a fuck about who's supposed to be what and what. But y'all care especially a lot about that. So, let's not cope, shall we? Let's not cope. Coping and seething is not allowed. Coping and seething is not allowed.
right in the gates. The community doesn't chew you up and spit you out towards more right-leaning groups. The manosphere just absorbs you into itself. Sarah B considers the manosphere a form of grooming. And this makes sense. The very basics of grooming starts off with a predator choosing a vulnerable person, often a child.
I'm gonna go ahead and cut you off there. The only way that you could get groomed is if somebody's not helping you and protecting you. And considering that this is online behavior being had socially on the internet, the first step is who's doing the grooming. Then, after we establish who's doing the grooming, who's making the argument. Then, after we establish who's making the argument, are they telling me the truth, or do they have a vested interest to lie to me? If the answer to these things ever comes into the question of, well, you know what, you actually do have a point, we don't know if they're trying to groom them or not, we kind of have to accept that you might be not telling the whole truth.
And said child may be isolated, lonely, and suffering from low self-esteem. The very same traits of those who are most likely to join the manosphere. A predator is able to pinpoint the issues of their victims, the things that make them easily seducible and compliant. Predators push against insecurities. They build what initially feels like a stable sense of trust. And all the while, they slowly escalate the tension, pushing you further and further until you end up in a place you never anticipated going. But even as the violence mounts, even as you question your place within this hierarchy, you can't leave. They love you and trust you so much. They're the only person on earth who does. Why not fall in line with their every thought, command, and belief? Pipelines.
So how does that not sound like the left-wing purity spiral? Oh, it's because left is best, right? We trust. That's what that is. Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Cool. Lying to ourselves. Got it.
Are inherently seductive. Without the power of seduction, they are not successful. But the manosphere feels different. It might as well be crack in the 80s because nothing has ever hit the tower of addiction so hard. Young people, not just men, who are feeling broken and confused and unlovable and alone, come into the manosphere with a burning question. Why is this happening to me? And the addictive nature of the community is that it pretends to answer in a way that both satisfies you and saves your feelings. It's not you that's the issue. It's women. It's...
No, they do the same thing that any cult can do. They hear you and see you in pain, and when they hear the question of why is this happening to me, they come up with an answer and align you to their ideological views because they see you as somebody that they can prey upon. The same way that the left wing does. The same way that the right wing does. The same way that anybody who wants to socially manipulate somebody can. Come off it. So what are we really saying?
Different women, people of color, it's everyone else but you or me. If the manosphere was a contained universe and you could enter it by door, I would argue that the bouncer of that door is a pickup artist. Pickup artists are not a new digital phenomenon. Their popularity actually peaked in the 1970s as a part of the growing seduction industry. Men would host workshops, publish books, and even join study groups to help other men up their game. Just listen to this infamous passage of Eric Weber's 1970 book, How to Pick Up Girls. You're walking down the street, minding your own business, wondering how the hell you're going to meet the next payment on your car, and suddenly you spot a girl. The girl, someone so absolutely sexy, so downright delicious looking. You've just got to see more of her long, lean legs, her fine, rounded breasts, her high, firm behind. For an instant, you even consider rape. Yeah, this is page 1, by the way. Third full paragraph. Weber doesn't give you a chance to prepare for his terroristic misogyny. It just kind of hits you in the face. At first, this passage seems way more forward than today's pickup artists. I began my descent into this category by watching the infamous Fresh and Fit. You've probably heard of them. They are so controversial, so violently misogynistic, that their channel was demonetized within 3 short years. Not to mention the fact that this...
They were not demonetized for the misogyny. They were demonetized for the... Why do you always insist on telling a half-truth or an outright lie when you can just say what they actually did, and it would be so much worse? Is it... Are you addicted to trying to not tell the whole truth? Because from a journalistic perspective, as well as from a drama-based perspective, you could just say what happened, and people would be like, oh, really? That ass? I didn't know they were like that. Now I know to stay away from them. And you would be able to seduce people in. See, I'm looking at this video from the perspective of, if I wanted to be able to get people on my side, what would I do to do that? And unfortunately, it appears that you're not even willing to just do the, this is what they actually did. And, oh, you don't believe me? No, actually, this is what they did. Here's the clip. Why are you against showing evidence? Why do you always try to summarize it in the worst way possible? That's dumb. But do you, I guess.
Podcast cost one of them their job with Homeland Security.
And then I moved to Miami, started up the podcast, and they brought me in and they're like, hey, there's some controversial stuff on the internet, you gotta pick one, and then you ended up going on to your route.
Fresh and Fit began posting content in October of 2020, as if that year couldn't get any worse. Myron is one half of the team. Before entering the world of podcasts, he had a YouTube channel dedicated to fitness, hence the nickname Fit.
What's up, guys? Myron Gaines here from Unplugged Fitness. Thanks for tuning into the video. Today, we're gonna talk about muscle hypertrophy.
And of course, before that, he was a Fed working in the drug and human smuggling sphere. That makes his undying support of, say, Andrew Tate, a manosphere personality who's been charged with rape and human trafficking, all the more concerning. The other half, the least
Because
interesting
he's
half,
willing to look the other way. On the dichotomy sphere of ex-feds, there is Myron Gaines, and there is single-player Carl. I am not a big fan of the government. And there's a reason why I'm not a big fan of the government. And in this perspective, between these things, he is all the way over there. And that's why I'm in here.
half of Fresh and Fit is this guy, Fresh Prince CEO. Who named you that? I mean, I know Shakespeare's kind of corny, but come on, man, I'm not calling you that. Let's say his name is Simon. Myron and Simon. Simon previously worked at AT&T, Chick-fil-A.
Stop insulting the man. His name is Fresh Prince. He was named Fresh by his mama. Call him the name that his mama called him. I thought we don't dead name people and disrespect them by calling them out of their name. Performativity.
And a website company that believed in women's empowerment. The irony just keeps getting thicker. But he ended up on YouTube, where he would post staged prank videos for his audience. The issue came when Myron met Simon. Their early videos focused on putting men on game, which is just dude bro podcaster talk for saying hello to a woman. They discussed which bars to go to in Miami. They shared tactical guides for sourcing girls at clubs. Yes, they used the word sourcing. And they even made a video co-hosted by a male porn star titled How to Perform in Bed. Myron and Simon would one day fuse to become the freakiest final boss in manosphere history, but these early videos were just kind of plain. Don't get me wrong, their early videos are run-of-the-mill entitlement, misogyny, and creep shit. I really don't want to pretend stuff like this is normal because it's not.
I wouldn't say it's creep shit. I would say this is the reality when it comes to being a fuckboy. It's okay. You can say fuckboy. They are fuckboys. Fresh and Fit are fuckboys. By any other determination, you would just simply call them corny and move on. I know you're hyping them up so you can try to say that they are the final boss of misogyny, but they're just fuckboys. They're just fuckboys that found themselves in a position where they can make money by doing what they're doing. It doesn't make them any less odious if you take the totality of their work. But there is a worldview where I can sit down and listen to, because I did use it in that other video, where you can sit down and listen to Fresh talk about where he came from and how he got to the perspective that he is, and say, okay, I might not agree with your worldview, but there's clearly something going on in your head there. You have some level of intelligence that needs to be respected, and not constantly just say they're serial rapists, they're creeps. You're gonna have to do better than they're creepy. I'm sorry, you have to do better than they're creepy.
Not, but it was something I was expecting. It was nothing as whiplash-inducing as Weber's book, for instance. And that's because it isn't as straightforward. In the beginning, Fresh and Fit constantly curbed their negative speech. They would say something atrocious like,
bro, you kick girls to the curb, immediately they don't want to give you sex.
But in the very same breath, they would add on an obligatory white flag.
A girl is under no obligation to give you sex, guys, obviously, you know? It's her body, her choice. But you know what? It's your attention, your choice too. You kick her out the curb, baby. You know what I'm saying?
It's like causing an injury and then personally applying a band-aid. It doesn't make what you said okay or right or helpful. In fact, it might piss me off more, but it creates plausible deniability. Their early work can't be accused of promoting violence or misogyny because they don't use forward enough language. This is intentional. It's like Fresh and Fit were trying to get people in the door to seduce them into their lifestyle before they decided to lock the door.
You mean like the left wing? Choosing to be nice? Presenting themselves as nice women? And then ripping that band-aid off faster than you can say, but I thought you said we were just gonna talk. Realism. Reality. Please. Realism. Reality.
And accelerate their propaganda. Fresh and Fit position dating as this extreme sport. In their mind, it's almost like women are a hard equation, or even a dangerous adventure game that you need bravery and wit to conquer. They end up using patriarchal language to reaffirm this belief. They argue that women only view men as providers. Whether that be providers of money, fun, or attention varies on the context. In Fresh and Fit's eyes, neither man nor woman desire deeper connections with each other. Men just want sex, and the women they want sex from just want money or attention. So, Fresh and Fit's guidance for men is to make more money and to be more alpha. Naturally, since men are doing their part of the equation, so to speak, women have to do their part by sleeping with these men. It's all very dehumanizing. Women are not considered people in the world of game, so much as they are seen as wet vessels for pleasure. Even though Fresh and Fit spew out men's rights rhetoric, their lessons also dehumanize men. In their eyes, men are nothing more than stoic ATMs whose only goal should be self-pleasure. They're similar to Matt Rife in that way. He implies that men's only goal, only purpose, is to live transactional lives. The only time you, as a man, should build relationships or connect with other people is to get something out of them. Humans are social creatures. We thrive on feeling seen and seeing others. If men aren't allowed to do that, if they're made fun of for genuinely caring about women or their friends, what does that make men? Joshua Thornburn's study shines a light on how insidious this thinking is for people joining the manosphere. In their study, they reference the story of a 15-year-old boy, who we'll call Cody. Cody began posting in manosphere Reddit threads about an issue he was having. He became enamored by pickup artistry and religiously watched videos within this niche. The issue is he was friends with a girl who he admired, a girl he cared deeply about, but a girl nonetheless. He would walk her home, protect her from creepy men, and would share deep and personal conversations with her. Now, Cody explains that he does have a crush on this girl, but he doesn't mind if she just wants to be friends. He genuinely respects her and values her presence. But that's not what the manosphere teaches. Women are romantic and sexual objects. They can't be friends or confidants.
I have no friends that are girls, bro. Either it's passionate or not. That's it. So
Facts, man. No free attention. Shout out to Alan Roger Curry, man. Like, if you're willing to sit there and not get sex from her, right, and be her friend, you're validating her heavy. You're basically, what you're saying is your presence alone is good enough, and I will sit here and wait for you to give me sex. And the reality is this: guys that are good with women, alpha males, etc., they don't let women leverage against them in return for some kind of compliance. You know what I'm saying? Like
Cody wondered if he was doing something wrong by respecting this girl. This is how it starts. You start second-guessing your motives, you turn away from your brain, your heart, your moral compass, because someone else is telling you to do so. Imagine someone joining the manosphere at Cody's age or even younger. Imagine ingesting this content throughout your teenhood and well into your adulthood. What would your mindset be like? Would you still feel conflicted? Would you ask questions or seek reassurance? Or would you act without consideration? While watching a Fresh and Fit podcast episode, I saw a donation come on screen from a 23-year-old man. He stated that he began watching manosphere content at 17 and was thankful for all it taught him. He's grateful to have been red pilled during the most formative years of his life. There's no telling the havoc he has undergone or the havoc that he has inflicted upon others. It's really no wonder how Fresh and Fit became so popular. They fed the insatiable beasts of the internet with clippable videos and unhinged takes. But through the cesspool of misogyny, they started to fashion themselves as activists. They were carrying the burden of those too weak to manage. They were the voice of the voiceless. In their eyes, they were simply standing up for men everywhere who were being taken advantage of by greedy women. They taught men how to fight back in the toxic game of love. Except none of that is true. Fresh and Fit don't actually care about men, at least not the men outside of their direct vicinity. How can you claim to care about men when you peddle the very poison that got them sick in the first place? Fresh and Fit promote every ill of patriarchy. They suggest never getting close to another person. Every woman is meant to be held at arm's length, just close enough to use her body, but far away enough that you don't have to learn her mind. Every oppositional voice, no matter their gender, are enemies that deserve public lashings, effectively banning healthy communication and growth. They tell men to get richer, get fitter, be better men, real men, as if those standards aren't already causing anxiety across the masses. Some men are coming into the manosphere already insecure, already depressed, and already feeling like failures, only to be told by their quote-unquote heroes that they just need to try harder, work longer, miss their families more, grow more distant, more cold, more abrasive, more alone. And this isn't just something that I've noticed. The anonymous users in Joshua Thornburn's earlier study noted that participating within the manosphere made their self-esteem worse than it already was. They internalized the messages of these so-called experts and came to view themselves as unmasculine, ugly, out of shape, and not making enough money to consider themselves real men. But Fresh and Fit don't care. It's actually in their best interest to sell insecurities back to these men. It's what makes them the most money. Even though they're demonetized on YouTube, they still do frequent streams, and they draw in new members by doing so. Large chunks of their content is on a different platform entirely. And on top of that, they still receive an exorbitant amount of donations from their audience.
This sounds a lot like you trying to desperately hope that they get canceled on Rumble. And why don't you just come out and say it? What's with the wishy-washy language, girl? Say, I want them canceled. I don't want to see them make money. Because I don't support their viewpoints and their opinions either. But I can say with certainty, I don't need them to be canceled because sunlight is the best disinfectant. If everybody saw and heard what they'd said and how they speak, they will naturally be against them. So why are you going out of your way to do all this to say, look at how bad they are, look at how bad they are, look at how bad they are? Girl, we get it. What are you trying to do here? That's a weird lag.
As they've gotten more successful and more rich, Fresh and Fit have only advanced in their violent rhetoric. It's very clear now that they aren't doing this to better the lifestyles of men. They're doing this to make money. And they need to be even more reactionary, even more mind-numbing in their arguments in order to maintain that captivated paying audience.
That is at least a true statement. That doesn't make what you're saying okay, though.
Myron and Simon are no longer curbing their negative speech. They've gone full mask off, as the kids say.
They're not monetized on the platform upon which they could be able to have the sanitized speech. So they exist on alternative tech. And alternative tech is not going to crush their balls. So of course they're going to become more mask off. That's just logic, ma'am. If you had not done what you had done, they wouldn't be on... No, don't take off their power limiter. Even though he said he wanted a fair fight, he's just going to use unfair dirty tactics. Oh my god, I can't believe roaming vehicle death god became a roving death god the moment we destroyed his ability to care about the few things that he actually cared about. I couldn't believe that this would have happened. Seriously.
rude, aggressive, and terroristically misogynistic. They're not here to be fair, though, because as their fallen soldier King Samuel once said,
Men don't care about fair. We conquer. It's winners and losers.
men don't care about fairness, we're conquerors. Yeah, they're conquering my nerves right about now. In one video, Fresh and Fit have an OnlyFans model as their guest. From what it seems, she isn't completely fluent in English, and so doesn't understand a lot of the slang that Myron and Simon are using. When they ask her what her body count is, she kind of looks around like Adele.
What's my body count? What does that mean?
They consistently make fun of the way she speaks, and even degrades her for having an OF.
What do you do for work?
OF.
I'm just curious, like, who got you into the content? Was it just you doing it yourself, or someone said, hey, come on this platform?
I have a manager that he helped me to figure out my thing.
Oh, he helped you. Kind of hurt you, but cool.
Mind you, they have an entire video on their page co-hosted by a male porn star. Myron literally said in that video that
anyone would want to be in your position, having extra money. Because you're chasing your dream, you're doing what you want to do. I mean, I think there's plenty of guys out here that would kill to do what you're doing.
Well, you see, girl, it's because they're hypocritical. Are you serious? They're hypocritical. Of course they're gonna say that. Are you serious? Of course they're gonna be hypocrites that way.
Have for money, but
of course, men aren't fair. They're conquerors. They're not people. They're conquerors. In another instance, Myron begins berating his guests, calling them stupid and saying that women shouldn't have the right to vote.
The reason why no one tells women they're stupid is because they want to answer them. But most of you guys are fucking stupid. I'm being very, very honest.
One party listening
That's precisely
needs
why
to
you
die, and the other one can vote and like not die.
That's why you guys shouldn't vote, in my opinion.
Why?
Because you guys don't have any skin in the game.
His forwardness is so drastically different from their earlier videos that it's almost scary. Simon, too, has become more unhinged over the years. In the early videos, he was kind of quiet, and I think it might be a mix of Myron taking the lead in the conversation and Simon being kind of camera shy at the beginning. But in a recent live stream I watched, Simon was so rude that he reduced one guest to tears and caused another guest to leave the show entirely.
How did it feel when close to you?
It still hurts.
W mans. All right.
It's not.
Go on, man. Talk to it. Go on, man. What are you doing here, man? Talk to it. He's happening all, man.
Alright, I will go then.
Yo, what the fuck?
No, he's showing, man.
It's okay.
Something else I've noticed is that Fresh and Fit have a habit of instilling weird, easily debunkable lies within their content. Which, I'm not judging off rip. Me and misinformation go together real bad. But of course, when we look at the manosphere's brand of misinformation, we have to consider the intent behind it. They're purposely spewing discriminatory falsehoods with the sole aim of upholding supremacist systems. In other words, they're lying to maintain supremacy. For instance, Myron once said that if women were to lead, the world would be sent back to the Dark Ages. It's so funny to me when a man who believes in the domesticity of the feminine says that a woman cannot lead.
Please look into what happens when there are female monarchs and look into some of the most bloodiest conflicts, especially across the second and third world, where it's more common to find female rulers. Please look into them. Please look into them. Then say that with a straight face.
Ideal woman leads a household. Arguably the most important sphere of our lives, the only sphere that actually matters. I mean, the budget, the children, the food, the cleanliness, your emotions. If you don't trust women so much, why do you want them to be in charge of your very livelihood? But Myron, for what it's worth, is not a
So the argument that there's oh Lord have okay. So you being in the household would manage the homestead while I'm outside getting money. If I come back to the homestead and it's not made up in the way that it would be, this would be where the 1950s men would then say, I'm gonna go upside your head and bop you 15 of them until you do what I asked you to do. But realistically, what is wrong with your statement? Well, the first one would obviously be, they want you in charge of the life? No, they want you in charge of the homestead. Wasn't that the argument? They don't care about women, they just want the barefoot and pregnant? How does that follow through if they care so much that they're going to do that? That's the first problem with your argument. Second problem with your argument. At the same time, they want women, but they want subservient women. But if it's not subservient women, they're definitely not talking about you. I don't know if they're talking about you specifically or any other woman specifically, but that'd be the second and third thing of that argument. The next thing of that argument, let's go back and hear it in its totality.
Ideal woman lead a household. Arguably the most important sphere of our lives, the only sphere that actually matters. I mean, the budget, the children, the food, the cleanliness, your emotions. If you don't trust women so much, why do you want them to be in charge of your very livelihood? But Myron.
The women would not be in charge of the livelihood. The women would have been delineated about how the homestead should be ran so that the men can be able to do his job because he doesn't have to worry about chaos in his home. So where did you get all that shit from?
Myron, for what it's worth, is not a premature finisher. He just keeps going. He also once said that women haven't invented anything. Like, ever.
If we had women running the world, we'd be in the Dark Ages still. They don't invent anything. They don't create nothing.
Not only have women throughout history been instrumental in the discovery and invention...
He's not talking about women in general. He's talking about women in general specifics. He's not talking about there's never been a woman who ever invented anything, ever. Everything was always invented by a man. He's talking about there's obviously many women who don't go out of their way to create things and build things and shape things. They would rather exist by soaking things up that have already been invented by somebody else, whether it be male, female, whether it be a structure of creativity or a fucking tool. That's what he meant. He would still technically be wrong. as well as mechanically wrong. But, okay. Cherry pick the argument, I suppose. As my car goes flying. Cherry pick the argument, I suppose, if it makes you feel better.
Of significant items in our daily lives. Women are also credited with discovering things that the manosphere seems so obsessed with. They peddle bioessentialism, which, if I'm not mistaken, is dependent on the discovery of sex chromosomes. A woman discovered sex chromosomes. A woman's research was also instrumental in discovering DNA, fun fact. And funnily enough, it was a woman who invented Kevlar, which might be super important to Myron because, you know, Kevlar is used in bulletproof vests and other protective gear, which, if we take Myron's word for it, has probably saved his life while working as a Fed with Homeland Security. That is before they made him choose between his career and a failing podcast. And he chose the podcast. Talk about poor intellect.
Well, most of you guys are fucking stupid. I'm being very, very honest.
I can go on and on about women's inventions and discoveries, chocolate chip cookies, the dishwasher, the literal Earth's inner core, but it's actually no surprise that so many manospherian dudes don't know basic information, and why they feel so comfortable making broad, wrong statements. I'd say use Google to sort it out, but maybe the
This would be a part of how I said how you claimed, how is it possible for you to be able to figure this out? Hear them, hear the dumb shit they said, show how they're wrong. Seems that you're doing it all right here, but it seems you're also addicted to the part where you just want to go dang, 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 and say your team is best. Pray tell me, when you glaze Signifier, are you willing to go along with the fact that he will call men like me and women like Jay Coons? Are you hip to the idea of saying that there are people who aren't black enough because they don't think and act politically black? You must, because you said they know best. But I can almost promise you, there have been multiple times that he's said in plenty of his content that he cares less about the argument and cares more about making money on the argument. So where exactly do you get off on this? Or are you following his lead exactly? And you don't give a shit about none of that shit. You just care about making money by insulting them. By saying, bro, you're so stupid. But you've said plenty of wrong shit already here in this video alone. So how are you any better? If you're going to say that something's a problem, it's a critical theory that has to be addressed. You have to be capable of offering a solution. This is not a solution. Do better. Do better.
Manosphere doesn't get Wi-Fi. After all, it was the work of Heidi Lamar and George Antheil that made it possible for us to get Wi-Fi today. Woman. Oh, and Myron, when you drive to that hill that you're willing so bad to die on, and you get lost and need directions, you might want to pull out an old-fashioned map, because Heidi's work also laid the foundation for modern GPSs. But anyways... Okay, let's move on. As time went on, Fresh and Fit became their own pipeline. They went from being the bouncer at the door of the manosphere to one of the extreme niches within it. They fit in right along with another prominent group of the manosphere, the men's rights activists. Let's refer to them as MRAs. Like pickup artists, MRAs didn't just sprout up with the internet. You can find them as early as the 1960s, parading down streets with signs and microphones. Some MRAs of this time intentionally aligned themselves with the ongoing second wave of feminism. They joined the feminist organizations.
So if you're going to talk about those men, let's talk about the feminists. Let's talk about the feminists, especially the white liberal feminists that used black movements to be able to enrich themselves and be able to depower the women of that movement while giving power directly to white-based feminism. Are we going to talk about that? Because those women were leftists. No? Crazy.
And made it their mission to challenge patriarchal masculinity, which is good. An interconnected movement is a movement that succeeds. But the same issues that were plaguing feminism during these early waves began to splinter the men's movement. Intersectionality was a concept lost on most of the activists. For instance, a lot of black feminists noted the oddity of black men campaigning against racism and fighting for their rights as men, while simultaneously expecting black women to remain inferior to them. Beyond just race, there were men within the movement who believed that feminism was ruining manhood and was oppressing men. Instead of aligning themselves with feminists to challenge the patriarchy, these men decided that true liberation would come from separatism. They needed a space away from the feminine, which was threatening to soften America.
Now what do you say if we form a new club and call it the He-Man Woman Haters Club?
Decades later, as the digital age took over, this rhetoric remained popular with MRAs. Today's MRAs believe that men are the true victims of systematic oppression. Not even just systematic oppression via the patriarchy. No, they believe that the woke, liberal, leftist, Coca-Cola, DEI feminists have taken all the power for themselves, leaving men disaffected and alone. The evidence they provide for...
But they have, and they did the same thing to the women. There might be some that only see it through the perspective and lens. I'm going down the hill. There may be men that see it through the perspective and lens of how this personally affected them, but that's exactly how they should see it. If you want them to be unified and unionized, you need them to be able to come to their perspective based on where they are. And the only way to do that is meeting those men where they are. It appears to me that you're not being honest about how you're doing these things. And you're not willing to keep in mind the fact that the perspective should be, I want these men to have good outcomes, not how dare you think that you're on a level equal to I. One of these is clearly delusion. Another one of these is clearly cap. If we cap, we're not being honest. So let's be honest. If we can't be honest, then we are a part of the problem. and need to keep in mind that it's our fault. And if it's our fault, then we have to accept what comes next is up to no one but us. And that seems to be the case. So, if we're gonna cap, let's not cap that hard. Okay? It's possible. It's entirely possible. But we seem to be focused on not telling the truth. Still. So, what do you think is going to happen if you just keep capping like this? It's only the one thing that can happen. But what do I know? I'm just some chud.
For this is disproportionate military drafts, unfair monetary expectations, and the silencing of SA and DV victims who are men. Now, as the scholars say, let's be so fucking for real. This evidence seems valid, right? It seems justifiable. Men are more likely to be drafted into the military per history. They are expected to be breadwinners. And there are people who don't view men as victims of SA or DV or in general. However, MRAs are providing us half-truths. Their larger conspiracy argues that feminism is to blame for all of these things, whereas I would argue that patriarchy is obviously at fault. Let's break this down, starting with the war argument.
One party needs to die, and the other one can vote like not die.
That's why you guys shouldn't vote, in my opinion.
Why?
Because you guys don't have any skin in the game. Men have to go into selective service when they don't.
A huge proportion of people who are seriously disaffected are men. Most people in prison are men. Most people who are on the street are men. Most victims of violent crime are men. Most people who commit suicide are men. Most people who die in wars are men. People who do worse in school are men. It's like, where's the dominance here precisely?
In my last video, we discussed how men are taught to perform masculinity, especially in the West. This includes viewing themselves. What happened to the light? This includes viewing themselves as soldiers from a young age. They're given toy army men to play with in their youth. Their media heroes are often weapon-wielding violators who round up foreign bad guys. Even throughout history, companies have marketed guns to young boys as a way to become real men. On top of this, boys are socialized to believe in their own disposability. They're taught a confusing cocktail of rage, stoicism, and emotional disengagement. They're taught how to not get too close to anyone, almost as a way of preventing them from getting too attached to the world. And then, when they leave their youth and enter their early teen or early adulthood, they're primed by more nationalistic messages, telling them that good men die for their country. Good men join the army. Good men, true men, don't dodge the draft. Not only do these messages manifest under the patriarchy, which decides how gender should and will be performed, but it comes from other men. Men who are in power over you, over other men.
No, it came from the white feather movement of feminists, mocking them. I mean, jingoism exists everywhere, but let's remove the army from the factor. What was the political alignment of the people who went around to men around World War I and II that gave them white feathers and labeled them cowards? It was feminists. So, where in patriarchy would it ever allow women to shame men for not wanting to die at war? If you cannot find the answer, it is because you do not have one that is alienable for the situation. And perhaps we are again capping. Now, is it okay to cap? Should you cap? Should one ought to and continue to cap? Probably not, but let's be honest, because we're not being honest still. If these men don't want to die in war, why would you put them in these positions and then say what you want is unreasonable and therefore? There is no addition to the wherefore, girl. Do you not know your history? Seems like you don't. And if you don't know your history, you definitely shouldn't be speaking. But you know, that's unreasonable.
And over most of us, it wasn't a feminist who created the selective service. And I can assure you that it wasn't a visionary feminist who believes in war and sends men off to die in them. It's a patriarchal person, a patriarchal leader, perhaps even a patriarchal country. The draft.
So in your worldview, patriarchy is when people in the world go to war. But it is not when people are willing to create travesties that then cause men to have to deal with the problems of war. So in your worldview, we just don't have wars. And then, when bad things happen, we blame someone else for the wars that are currently happening. Am I getting that right? If we just stop doing that war thing, everything will be fine? Okay, we stop doing wars. Oh no, we're being invaded. But you see, it's patriarchy to have war and defend yourself and your territory and the country you live in. How dare you men try to do this thing called protect your loved ones? What are we talking about?
Draft goes back to the early history of the United States. You know, when eagles were calling and tea was getting thrown into the harbor and indigenous people of the land were welcoming pilgrims to have a nice sit-down Thanksgiving dinner. As early as this, men were expected to be a part of colonial militias. White, able-bodied, youngish men. In 1792, 2 different militia acts were passed by Congress. The first made it so that the federal government could draft from state militias in case of war or threats from indigenous people. I mean, you just had a bingo with them. Why would they be upset with you? Unless the second Militia Act clarified the first, naming free, able-bodied white male citizens between 18 and 45 as required draftees. Now, why do you think these parameters were set? Let's use our thinking caps. It's the 1700s. This is realistically before the major waves of feminism took place. Drafts before this was also dependent on male-only soldiers. It's the 1700s. Feminists are not in charge of the government. And it's the 1700s. Feminism as a word did not even exist. Who are the only people with civic rights at this time? Able-bodied white men. Okay, and why is that? Because people of
Able-bodied British descendants. You're gonna lie to us in a hot second. I'm gonna cut you off. And I'm not gonna let you finish that sentence before I finish mine. The founding fathers aren't perfect, you dipshit!
color, immigrants, women, and disabled people were considered undesirable by the country and therefore unworthy of rights. All right, and specifically for, let's say, white women, what was their responsibility and their expectations at the time? The home front? Why is that? Because patriarchy determined women to be more capable of caregiving and homekeeping than combat. So women weren't drafted, they were expected to work and raise the children at home while the men went and fought. Okay, so white able-bodied men were considered from jump to be the only people capable of defending the country due to white supremacy, ableism, and patriarchy. So that rules out feminism, but why did these men have to go to war? Why not a group of presidents, or why not Congress? Why civilian men? I don't know, I guess maybe civilian men are deemed more...
So you're lying, because all the men were expected to go, but some were able to debate the fact that no, their minds were much more suited and it would be a waste to lose their lives. That'd be the honest answer to the fucking fallacy that you're setting up. No, these men did not exempt themselves because patriarchy. Most of these men were also writing these bills and then picking up a fucking rifle. You're capping. You need to stop capping. The lying is not good. It's not a good look.
Disposable than, like, a president? Why? Why, though? Why? Because they don't have the wealth or the power. Right. And why do you think our government would do that? Why would they sacrifice young men, someone's child, someone's father, all in the name of war? Because even though men are considered privileged by the patriarchy, the ones who benefit the most and who have true power over all of us are those at the top. They gain wealth and land from participating in wars, but are too cowardly to do so themselves, and so they prime young men from birth to believe that fighting useless wars for a country who does not actually care about you is the only way to be accepted and self-actual.
That's just bullshit, and that's not true either. That's a interpretation of masculinity and manhood through your lens, and that's literally your straw man. The truth of the matter is that it is the job of every single able-bodied citizen of every country and of every nation that when your nation is under fucking threat, that you rise to the threat and you deal with the threat for those and the protections of your loved one. Otherwise, you see your fucking nation state fall to ruin. That's why the Tree of Liberty is watered the way it is, dipshit! If they were not fit for the job, they would have been fucking watered. Carl, what do you mean by the Tree of Liberty? I'm gonna need you to go ahead and type into Google the fucking point of what waters the Tree of Liberty, and then come back to me, and then ask that question again. And then I will say to you with a straight face, abso-fucking-lutely. Because that's how they kept sure that the people who were best fit could be done. That's why we are ruled the way that we are. Not by a king, but by a democratic republic. Because true mob tyranny rule would have made us into socialists over 110 years ago. I'm not saying that to get political. I'm saying that as an actual truth, as a statement of fact. Because you should have been paying attention in world history before 1840 and after 1845. That's if you had those questions in your head. If you did have those questions, there ain't no problem, baby. There ain't no problem. Ain't no problem.
Exactly. Who sponsored and signed these draft requirements? Men in the government. Men with power. Sometimes presidents, sometimes senators. Feminists? I don't really... Women? Bingo! Be mad at your government, not the random woman on your screen. First point. Second point. MRAs tend to argue...
That's not a point. And they're not angry at women. They're angry at the people who are allowing the system to be put in place. You, ma'am, are what we call a useful idiot. Not only are you wrong, you're so blatantly wrong that it pains me to have to explain it. But I ain't gotta explain it. I can just call you retarded. I ain't gotta explain it and make myself more stressed by breaking down why you're dumb. I can just say that you're dumb, and that you're one of the examples of exactly why the left is not the best, and why they're not the most educated, and why you're not smart. You should probably gotten that shit from Signify before you said that shit out your mouth, huh? What other talking points do you have of his?
Argue that feminism is softening men, while contradicting themselves by stating that feminism is at fault for hardening men. War and violence are considered staples of patriarchal manhood.
If you are trying to make the men terrified that any form of masculinity will make them be seen as though they are a threat to men and women everywhere, and that if they don't do what you expect them to do, then it means that they're going to be looked at as though they are a threat that needs to be dealt with, they're going to treat and be treated as though every single delineation of something that they should look at and focus on is anything less than the obvious truth of what it should be, which is men are becoming softer because they have been told, if you don't do what I say, I will destroy your life. And so those men try to soften themselves so they can be able to exist in that world that those women have made for them. And then you look at those men and tell them, well, why are you scared? What do you have to worry about? What are you afraid of? And then when they show you and tell you, you then remind them that you are the enemy and say to them, and that's right, and you better get your bitch ass back in that position, otherwise I'll do something to you badly, so help me. You are the violence. You are the drama. You are the problem. Not only are you the problem, you are probably the biggest part of that problem. Because you act as though you're not responsible. It's not my fault. It is your fault. Not only is it your fault, it is most certainly going to be made the fault of every single person who sits there and says that it's not their fault. I didn't do it. Yes, you did. You gave a voice to it. You said they're being unreasonable. You're being unrealistic. That's not happening to you, but it is happening to them. And then you have the audacity to mock them to their face and say, haha, you're so stupid for thinking that's real. There's no world that you can ever say you're nice. Or you can say that they're crazy. Because if they're crazy, certainly then you wouldn't be doing it, would you? No. You see, that's how we know that they're crazy. Because reasonable standards are treated as though they are unreasonable standards. Despite the fact that it's not reasonable. And you treat them like they're sociopaths. So that you can justify gaslighting the shit out of them. And then, when they call you on your bullshit, you say, nah, you guys just hate women. No, nothing happened bad to you. You just hate women, and you're a bigot, a misogynist. No. I'm sorry, man, but you're gonna have to go eat, you're gonna have to eat crow. Because none of these things would be happening if people like you didn't act the way you did. Because it's the way you act. You push men out of society when you act like this. Because you try to make them crazy. And then, after making them crazy, you insist that they didn't do that. Or that you didn't do that. That actually, not only did you not do it directly to them, but that every single bit of what you said and did was specifically only about how it made you feel and others feel. So then you gaslight them further. Again, you can't be you can't be an ally for those guys. Because you do the same shit to women too. You have the audacity to make the women feel the exact same. And then you say they're being unrealistic too. But I beg of you, where? Where are they being unrealistic? Where are they being unfair? Because it seems to me, it's a choice that you're making here. You're choosing to make those people feel crazy. And then if they call you out on it, you still gaslight them. Where does it end? Where does it end? That's all I want to know. Where does it end? Because if it's a choice, and it is a choice, you are making that choice deliberately. If it's a choice that you're making to do that to them, how could you ever come off as anything other than a fucking useful idiot? Because if you're doing it on purpose, then you definitely are evil. And if you're doing it unknowingly, who the fuck made you believe that you were smart enough that you knew what you were talking about without realizing the deeper ramifications of the very logical arguments that you're fleshing out with your unironic straw man of yourself by how you believe it on your gynocentric standard of feminism and how it avoids any accountability for any of the things that you're saying and giving energy to while you push it off on somebody else. Dramatic wait for pause. I suppose the only silver lining you want to reach, one small positive with a global new order, but it may be me just talking a half-ass mile out my sleep. It's why they're the first one to go when the new regime's coming into town, at least current Yuri Bezmov. Yes. Exactly. Because the useful idiots are always going to be the first ones to go, because they believe they're going to be rewarded for having been very good to the regime. And then when you get axed, and you're saying, I thought this was what was supposed to happen, and they yell in your face that they're doing X now and face the wall, you're confused to what's about to happen next, when you know damn well you never had a place in their order. You just thought you were going to be allowed to have one. Which, ironically, is the same talking point that she's using here, isn't it? She believes that there are people like myself that supposedly know more than they do, but we don't know anything at all because they don't even know where they come from. But in the truth of the matter, we look at you like, bro, are you fucking for real, or are you just capping and crazy? No, you are indeed dead-ass and for real, and you are definitely not capping and crazy because you believe that you're being sensible. But I digress. Continuing.
We know this because war and violence are historically marketed and associated with patriarchal manhood. The way society tries to sell gender back to you is how it expects gender to be performed. Therefore, soldiers are the peak of Western masculinity. How can feminism be at fault for making men soldiers, aka the standard of men, if you claim feminism to be the antithesis and enemy of manhood? Which is it? And let's just say that your argument isn't that feminism is at fault. Maybe you just think that men have it worse than women, and the draft is simply an example. Why is that women's fault? Why are they the target of your frustration? If you truly believe that men face systemic discrimination, why aren't you mad at the system? Women don't even...
Because the people who are running the system and upkeeping it are women. Dummy. Who's going to be more likely to be in the Human Resources Department, a man or a woman? Who's more likely to be taken serious inside that department, man or woman? That's where the answer is. You say women are not responsible, but they are a part of society. If the men are being fed into the wood chipper as the engine and fuel, who's the one with their hands on the handlebars that are left behind? Oh yeah! If we're sending our men to war, the only people left behind are the women and children. So, assuming that the men have all done their diligent duty for the liberty of their nation state, and they have gone to die to war, the ones that come back and survive, the veterans, they're the ones that lead the society as the men. And there you would say, well, see, you have it single player, Carl. Those men are responsible. It's the old foggy men. But you see, those old foggy men would be in the same position as the fucking founding fathers. They understand the price and the cost. They don't send them in there blindly, saying, bro, I just love being a warhawk. Every decision is made with a skep and a counterpunch. No life wasted. No resource left bare. But then there are the people who have no idea what they're talking about. That they're in the room where it happens. And when those old men are making decisions, their one job is to try and liaison everybody together. But then they get it in their head that if a man can do it, I can do it. Which isn't to say that women aren't capable. There are plenty of women that have shown themselves to be tactical leaders that deserve to have their fucking day in the sun. But unfortunately, the majority of them are not those women. The majority of the women in that room, they want a dick wag. Just as bad as some of those bad warhawk men could. And all of the good ones, whose names go unsung, because they never hear about the good ones, they only hear about the bad ones, and very rarely do they ever hear about the good ones. Those good ones are outweighed by the bad, and the corrupt. And so, in attempting to right the wrongs, they're at the mercy of all the problems that it comes with. And as they try to work on the problems, and as they try to work on the people, and as they try to work on the issues, and as they try to deal with the issue, and as they try to continue shit forward, they still end up in the exact same place most start from. And things continue being bad, because they certainly aren't getting good. And you end up with the obvious answer. Why are there people blaming the women? Because the women that are putting their hands on the engine are steering people in the wrong direction. Not to say that they have the answers wrong, because sometimes they might even just understand the problem, but they're pushing it too hard, too fast, and not considering that they need to take the proper steps. But in the proceedings of it's her turn, it's their time, you throw all that shit away. Because what actually matters, the alternative that really should be that should be taken and done, is that she needs to be given her chance because it was her turn. And you guys aren't playing fair. That's not how the tactics were supposed to be done. and other such bullshit that you come up with. And I'm sorry to say, that's not how any of this is supposed to work.
Benefit from the draft. Not only does it steal away their loved ones, it was created with the goal of excluding women, disabled people, and minorities. Because America doesn't think these people deserve rights. Women don't benefit from the militarization of America. Women are killed across the world.
Yes, they do benefit from it because they benefit from the resources that they're taking.
Due to war and conflict. Women of color are gunned down by militant police in their own homes. Women are killed while serving in the military, and the men who do it have their crimes covered up. Women don't benefit from the military machine or the war machine, just as men don't benefit from it. So why are your targets for that injustice women?
So we technically do, but now you're gish galloping. Now you're making up a whole bunch of fucking arguments that have nothing to do with the reality of the world. And you have to stop that. To stop lying there. Because none of that has anything to do with the militaristic design of the war machine. That has all more to do with something else entirely. We're on two different topics. Stay on topic.
The same can be said about the breadwinner argument and the male victim argument. From a young age, we begin to notice what expectations are assigned to which gender. These expectations are not inherently within us. We are taught them through interactions with other people, the media we consume, and even our education. The rules we internalize about gender get more sophisticated as we grow up. We come to associate men with stoicism, power, and in most cases, sexual freedom and sexual obsession. Because of these traits, our culture denies men the right to be uncomfortable with sexual advances, and denies them the right to be associated with victimhood. I mean, if you are expected to have a near constant sex life, if you're expected to be the only gender that truly enjoys sex, then how can you complain about certain advances? And if you're supposed to be the most powerful person in the room, or you're not supposed to show emotion, then how can you be a victim? Terry Crews was infamously made fun of.
Okay, so you're about to reach for something, and I'm gonna see if you actually have the ability to get the true answer to the problem. Go ahead, chat. Take a guess at the argument that she's about to make, and guess the reasons why I'm gonna call out that it's wrong. It's gonna be a fun little game.
When he came forward about being sexually assaulted by another man. Because Cruz is a black man, he's automatically considered hypermasculine. Since power and toughness define patriarchal masculinity, his hypermasculine identity asserts that he is the most powerful, the most tough, and it helps a lot that he is extremely built. But people use these traits
Yellow flag.
as an excuse to not believe him. They argued that since he's so buff and so tall and so manly, he can't possibly be a victim. And it wasn't
Red flag.
just women, though they did participate. It wasn't just women who came to these conclusions. It was other men. Now, what system applied these
Red flag.
traits to manhood? Was it feminism? Or was it patriarchy? Let's use another example. Because manhood is associated with sexual freedom.
So, the problem comes from social society. Who are the leaders of society? Men and women. But who do people immediately go to and run to? Women. So if women are the ones that castigate buff men as, how could you be abused? Look at how strong and manly you are. You are demonstrating the reason why that insecurity would exist. That's not patriarchal performativity. That's women making men feel uncomfortable because they, in demanding that men should be softer, nicer, kinder, and more sensitive to their thoughts, cannot deal and sit with the thoughts that lay bare in the open mind of a man. Whether he be a professional man, or he just be a dude. Just a regular dude. Just a regular nigga. You say to men, we want you to be vulnerable. We want you to be open. The men try to be open. You take the things that happen to them, and you mock them. And then they close themselves off. They become stoic. You say, why are you being stoic? Why are you cutting yourself off to me? Why can't you be open? And then we use these examples against you, and then you say, come on, I'm not like all those others. I'm disgusted. You disgust me. Patooey, you disgust me. Because certainly the excuse must be, well, you see, that's not my part. That's not my fault. It's the patriarchy that makes them feel that way. Fuck out of here. What a trash argument and a trash opinion.
Freedom and sexual obsession. Men are encouraged and expected to constantly want sex. They're even expected to lose their virginity at a young age, whereas women are encouraged to maintain their virginity. Sometimes men sit down and talk about their first sexual experience. They recount being very young, maybe 13, 14, in that age range. Sometimes their partner is an older woman, let's say 18, 19, early 20s. In this specific case, that young boy would be a victim of SA. His partner is much older than him and has an entirely different cranial makeup. He cannot consent to be acting the same way that his partner could. But because our culture associates sexual freedom and obsession with manhood, that young boy is told that he can't view himself as a victim because what happened to him is a sign of ideal masculinity. He becomes the man instead of the victim. This is not a symptom of feminism, but it is something that is supported again by the patriarchy. It's supported by people like Matt Rife, who—
No, the fuck it isn't. Because there have been multiple times in society where no matter who took the wrong, the person would be held up to a standard of justice and would be judged and then ostracized from society for doing so. But if you have a society that's full of women that say that men just want one thing from you, then you justify it by saying, no, he's a man. He always wants to have sex. Despite the fact that young boy could be saying, no, I don't want this the entire time. Because, you see, if he doesn't want it, he's gay. And other such dumb arguments you say. See, we're lying again.
Dehumanize men, and Fresh and Fit peddle the same ideology. If men aren't people,
I'm pretty sure Fresh and Fit don't
they can't be victims.
peddle
Just toughen
rape.
up and become better machines. Let's consider the breadwinner debate. This argument doesn't come out of thin air. Everybody and their mama across social media support the idea of men being breadwinners and women being splurged on. This belief is instilled across gender lines, across race, and across class. The expectation stems from a very old gender role that has been assigned to men. Having traditional parents, I was definitely taught that growing up, I should put my livelihood in the hands of a man, a rich man at that. But as Cher said,
My mom said to me, you know, sweetheart, one day you should settle down and marry a rich man. And I said, Mom, I am a rich man.
I don't want to depend on one, but not participating in this patriarchal belief has definitely gotten me some side eyes. I assign this reaction primarily to how we are taught gender and how we internalize it. We are taught to associate men with power, money, and dominance. By that effect, we view them as inherent providers, not because we are misandrous, but because those traits have been assigned to masculinity for most of our existence. Feminism doesn't support this ideology. It was assigned by the patriarchal system, the same patriarchal system that made it impossible for white women to be providers or breadwinners throughout history, relegating white men to that position. The same patriarchal system that barred women from owning bank accounts or land. The same patriarchal system that led men to freak out when white women started entering the job force. The patriarchy believes in women staying home, cooking, cleaning, and rearing the children. It does not believe in women being providers, but someone has to, right, in our capitalistic society. So men, especially those who have been allotted civic rights and personhood in the history of this country, are expected to pick up that slack. That's not something that feminism designed. In fact, most of the feminists I read or listen to are anti-capitalist, anti-racist, anti-war, and anti-prisoners. Even so, Fresh and Fit and Jordan Peterson like to use these issues as a gotcha to feminism. Well, if men are so powerful in society, why do we have to go to war? Why do we have to work hard hours to provide for a family? It's like they're right there on the precipice of getting it, of realizing the issue, but they take a sudden turn and push all the blame on women and feminism. In order to make their villainization of feminism make sense, MRAs and the manosphere at large have to hide the real roots of their issues. Most personalities in this space claim that the patriarchy does not exist, and they do this because it makes lying to and inciting their audiences all the more easy. If MRAs claim that the patriarchy doesn't exist, they're awarded with an opportunity to place the blame on any ideology they want to. They often choose feminism or wokeness or Jewish people or people of color or trans people. They choose whoever happens to be the most hated at any given moment, whoever society deems unnatural or undesirable. The manosphere may be a large and unconnected group packed with varying niches and personalities, but the entire culture has the same goal. They want to maintain the status quo. They want to maintain systems of discrimination, even ones that harm average men. The biggest names in the manosphere either want to be accepted by the upper echelon of society, or they are already a part of the upper echelon of society. And I hate to tell you this because it might be the first time you've ever heard it, but you, on the other end of the screen, will never be one of them. They like to make you feel like you could. They like to feed you nostalgia of a time where you may have had more rights than I do. They like to delude you into thinking that you're a part of the in crowd. But if the planet went up in flames tomorrow, you would be left behind with the rest of us. And none of the elites on Elon Musk's private spacecraft will think twice about you or your family. Now, it sucks. Obviously, it sucks when propaganda and radicalization works. It hurts marginalized communities the most. In another way, it kind of hurts the people who are radicalized, because those people either willingly or are coerced into letting go of their humanity. And then that sucks in its own way because some of the people who join the manosphere, some of the people, are coming forward with feelings they don't know how to make sense of. Their methods.
So, I want you to give me an idea. I want you to take this concept in your head, lady. Consider that this is exactly what happens with black identitarians. Hillboy and others like him, and Siggy D, the man that you love to glaze the nuts of so much, they do the exact same shit. Where do you get off when justifying their actions? Should they not also take criticism for that? Oh no, they shouldn't. Because you see, they're just doing what the other guys did. It's not their fault that they do that. They're just trying to get in where they fit in, you see. They have to exploit things. They have to be involved in that. It's the only way for them to make a living. He has to try and scam people to get them signed up for a shit on Nebula. He's gonna do it.
And their scapegoats for their grievances are dangerous and misdirected. Oftentimes, these feelings stem from a sense of entitlement. But if we strip everything down to bare bones, the pain they feel is there. Patriarchal masculinity is a confusing, complicated identity, characterized by its own chaos and shifting standards. No one is able to obtain it by design. Many men, cis and trans, middle class and poor, fat and skinny, many of them feel alone and inadequate. They're afraid. And these fears stem from a number of oppressive systems that have nothing to do with feminism, nothing really to do with women at all, or black people, or immigrants. But the manosphere manipulates young men into believing otherwise. That way, these men have no real way of fixing their problems. Instead, their problems get worse and their pockets get more shallow as they depend upon these manosphere grifters. Jordan Peterson even admitted 6 years ago that he understands the importance of his propaganda. He argued that young men are never given affirmation, patience, or even encouragement through their struggles.
The fact that the words that I've been speaking, the YouTube lectures that I've done and put online, for example, have had such a dramatic impact is an indication that young men are starving for this sort of message. Because like, why in the world would they have to derive it from a lecture on YouTube?
And who, pray tell, is starving for Jordan Peterson more than incels? The deeper you progress through the manosphere, the more clear it gets that all of the insecurities that attracted people in the first place have been grotesquely manipulated into something dangerous. As Helen Lewis argues, most of the men who come into these communities come in with a simple question: why am I alone? Why am I undesirable? The longer they spend in the manosphere, the more the question transforms. What starts as why won't girls sleep with me, an appeal to a wounded sense of entitlement, becomes why can't women be controlled?
This is precisely true for incels.
Oh, fuck off.
Working through incel forums, you kind of see this mindset replicated.
Oh, fuck off. The reason why they need that leadership and guidance is that all he's giving is fatherly advice. I wonder, what's the most common epidemic that currently seems to be affecting America in general, in most of the places, no matter the caste or the class or caste that happens to affect? Could it be fatherlessness and lack of guidance from not getting great advice and role models? I wonder if that's the case. No, it must be that incels really want to try and learn how they can be able to get a woman into bed and cream pie her and leave her, like, destitute and pregnant with absolutely no abilities to do anything at all. No. That's gonna be the answer. No. There's no way that there can be sympathy like that for those people. No. Every man is a monster. Every single man, every single one of them, even your father, all of them. Fuck out of here. How fucking insulting.
Over and over again. One user wrote that incel ideology is easily digestible and emotionally fulfilling. Instead of having to critically engage with your life, you're able to remain passive and almost nihilistic about it. If someone doesn't want to have sex with you, if you haven't gone on a date yet, it's easier to assume that everyone else is a bitch or a gold digger or a misandrist because that's an easier pill to swallow. You don't have to contend with the millions of other possibilities, the possibilities which are much more likely than the ones you use to soothe yourself. Incels are the most...
But the problem is that if you have friends or family, they're going to tell you the truth. If you have a father, he's going to tell you the truth. If you have any kind of person that you trust, they're going to tell you the truth. It might not feel good, but they're going to try to tell you the truth. And if you ignore that, that's on you. Damn, that one shot me.
Well-known and controversial bunch of the manosphere. It probably has something to do with the fact that a handful of self-proclaimed incels have taken their frustrations and insecurities offline and into the real world. The mid to late 2010s and early 20s saw an uptick in incel-related killing sprees. Most notably, in May of 2014, Elliot Rogers ended the life of 6 people, injured 14, and then took his own life. Ahead of his spree, he wrote a 100-plus page manifesto explaining his hatred for women and the misluck he has had with love. Elliot became a god in the incel community, with other incels even following in his footsteps and committing violent sprees. But the incel community started long before 2014. In fact, the first documented incel group began in the 90s and was actually started by a woman. Alana began an incel mailing site in the late 90s as a way to connect with other people who were lonely across the world. By 2000, Alana was no longer a part of the group, but the idea of an involuntarily celibate person, an incel, lived on. According to Sarah B., there was an incel website made in 2003 called Love Shy. This was a dedicated space for men and women to vent about their lack of dating and their general fear of approaching other people, hence the name Love Shy. Various posts from Love Shy are from men who wish to vent about their lack of success in the dating world and who should also probably be put on a list, because holy shit. To keep it short and sweet, Sarah B. describes the forum as militant and hostile to women. In fact, believing that women are inferior and justifying violence against them based on this fact has become a marker of incel ideology. That isn't to say that every involuntarily celibate person has these views, but when we speak about incels in this video specifically, we're speaking about the culture, the online culture that has come to be associated with misogyny. And
then that means you're talking about 2 different phases and 2 different eras of people, and you cannot use the label of the current era to talk about the past era. But you see, that would imply that you have the intention of being honest, and we clearly have already defined that you're not an honest person. And you're certainly not looking at it with any kind of caveat to seriousness.
and violence. These incels tend to have a negative view of self and gender as a whole. This is the foundation that leads to their hostility and dehumanization of women. It's a belief system that is ultimately strengthened and stoked by the media they consume. Sarah B. considers inceldom to have 3 pillars. The first is their identity and self-perception. It's low. They view themselves as inferior under a system that is operated by women. This mindset relates to other niches we already discussed, like MRAs. Incels, however, have a unique sense of victimhood that exists at odds with their entitlement. They feel entitled to women, especially to a woman's body, and yet they simultaneously feel too unattractive or too unlovable to obtain what they feel entitled to. Incels not only have a negative self-view, but they view gender as inherently negative as well. They feel as though they are ostracized vermin who are incapable of obtaining the correct gender. Their attempts at patriarchal masculinity have left them even more isolated and uncomfortable, and this view of gender only gets worse when the ire is directed at women. Instead of viewing women as people, incels tend to view them as unfeeling cyborgs who only operate out of primal and animalistic need. Women in their eyes seek to control, manipulate, and use men for their own benefits. Again, this aligns with MRA rhetoric, but incels have become their own beast. They believe that respecting women or treating them with kindness and humanity is useless because women aren't worthy of such treatment. Instead of directing that fire outward like an MRA would, incels first began by collecting all that fire and directing it inward, burning themselves up. This begins a long and complicated process of self-destruction
competition and a growing hatred for others. Once they're unable to take the heat any longer, they turn that blaze outwards, often towards women, and, as we've seen, increasingly offline. Moreover, incels have a very unique zeitgeist. They have their own vocabulary, their own dialect. Incel, as a word itself, is interesting. It's a combination of the words involuntary and celibate, but it elicits such a strong response that it almost exists separately from ordinary language itself. Incels have an entire word bank like this, and these terms are often categorized. They talk about being red-pilled, which is functionally the same as being woke, except their idea of wokeness is drastically different from the more common use of the term. They believe that to be red-pilled means to wake up and see society for what it really is. In their minds, this means anti-male, matriarchal, and unfair. To curb their ill fate, some red-pillers believe that they can alpha their way into the in-group. If they lift enough weights or make enough money and get enough girls, then maybe they'll become acceptable men. But other incels, those who take the black pill, believe that there is no cure. Some locks just don't have a key, as Sarah B argues. The term incel itself can be further categorized. Using racial stereotypes, some incels have come to be known as curry cells and rice cells, for South Asian and East Asian people, respectively. Interestingly, Stacy's refer to all women, and it seems like this is one of the only terms in the incel community that isn't fractionated into other categories. This perhaps shows just how deeply rooted the incel comes to despise women, generalizing the entire population in one term. Stacy's are seen as universally unintelligent, unsophisticated, and driven by primal female interests. They're natural cheaters, deceivers, and manipulators who tend to prefer chads over incels. Now, chads are the alpha males who epitomize patriarchal masculinity. They're described as insensitive meatheads who are often wealthy, attractive, and dominating. Incels have a very complicated relationship with chads. For some red pillars, their goal is to embody this perfect standard of masculinity. But for the black pill incels, chads represent something unobtainable, something that they'll never achieve, which in turn inspires resentment. Keeping in line with the interesting racial categories, chads can come in all shapes and sizes. Black chads are sometimes called tyrones, and East Asian chads might be called chains. The culture of the manosphere is so unique that regardless of one's race, regardless of one's allegiance to whichever niche, the language and the politics remain the same. The black manosphere, if you can call it that, is just as misogynistic, just as patriarchal, and just as invested in white supremacy as other demographics.
You know, the lack of femininity amongst black American chicks is just crazy. They're almost like men. Yeah, I think it's a huge problem because, you know, we want to be appreciated, we want to be loved, we want to be treated well. And unfortunately, not generalizing, but a lot of black women don't know how to take care of a man. She doesn't know her place at the table. She wants to be head of household. She wants to be first. She wants to be king. So if you want to be head of everything, you don't want to do the necessary things like cook, clean, fuck.
Gee, this weird hill that people are willing to die on is getting a little crowded. What connects incels back to the rest of the manosphere, besides the misogynistic terrorism, is the idea of gender confusion. Sarah B's research into inceldom reveals that these men start off extremely confused about their performance of masculinity. One incel explained that centuries ago, a man's primary role was to provide and protect. Now, we aren't quite sure. Our roles are no longer defined, and none of us can agree upon a clear model of what it means to be considered an attractive man. Except, this isn't true. As much as we want to blame the liberal woke left Zoomers, this is an issue that has existed longer than any of us can even comprehend. Alexander Avila, for instance, published a video essay in October 2023 that shows the history of the so-called masculine crisis. He notes how men of the past struggled with being perfect men. These men weren't somehow any better at gender than men are today. There isn't some principle of manhood that has been lost to time and space. Jordan Peterson's participation within the manosphere is especially interesting to me. Very early in his digital career, he wasted interviews being aloof about his connection with the community. He claimed that his goal was to make videos for everyone, regardless of identity, and not just for young, white, disaffected men. That's mainly because Jordan at this time considered aligning with any one group identity to be a mistake. He called feminism a mistake, trans activism a mistake, and would have probably considered being a manosphere podcaster a mistake too, that is, before the money started pouring in. Despite claiming that he does not have an ideology, Jordan began aligning himself with incels. He argues that the patriarchy doesn't exist, and that instead, society looks at a small pool of hyper-successful men and attributes those skewed statistics to every man on Earth. And of course, he also began to spew a lot of MRA rhetoric, claiming that men are the real victims of systemic oppression. Now, this all sounds like having an ideology to me. What made Jordan Peterson change his mind? It turns out that Jordan changes his mind a lot. In a 2017 lecture, Jordan called manosphere-adjacent men pathetic weasels.
You know, there's a whole group online called Men Going Their Own Way, MGTOW. It's a very interesting group to go study. There's lots of them. I don't know how many of them there are. Most of them are older. Many of them are men who've been through a particularly horrifying divorce for one reason or another. And they've had enough of women. So they tell the young men that they're teaching, never have a permanent relationship. Never share your territory with a woman. Never share your possessions. Make sure you never live together. And don't stay with one long enough to enter a common law relationship because you'll be stripped of everything that you have. You're a woman who has trouble with men, or you're a man who has trouble with women. It's not the women and it's not the men. It's you. Because the women are telling you what's wrong with you, and the men are telling you what's wrong with you. And if you don't listen, then it's you. It's either you or all men. Well, that's easy. It's all men. Well, that's certainly how it's played out in the world right now. It's like, no, it's not all men. You can be by definition. And it's not all women. That's for sure. I don't want to have anything to do with women. It's like you're a pathetic weasel. I think I was a little dismissive of the men going their own way, and they have what I would regard as an undue influence over relatively bitter and resentful young men who haven't had great success in the dating market and who are looking for a rationale to write off all women because they're so hurt by their continual rejection. And that is not good for those young men. And so the reason that I disparaged the men going their own way was because I had seen the pernicious effect. These are often older guys. The pernicious effect of their world-weary philosophy on young men. Now, these guys think that they're just warning them, and they are warning them, but they're not just warning them. Now, the reason I regret calling them pathetic weasels is because they also have a point. I do believe that the court systems are staggeringly anti-male, absurdly, horribly anti-male, and so the men going their own way have a point. And so I'm sorry that I called them pathetic weasels.
5 years later, Jordan went on Piers Morgan.
You do realize that everything you just said about him directly contradicts what you just laid out, right? He went hard on a group because he saw that group as, and I'm going to paraphrase to save time, these men are ruining the younger men. Is there another way that we can rewire that by plugging that in? Let's plug some words in. Older women are ruining their perceptions of younger women by warning them about men their age. I don't know, Chad. Does that sound like a good argument or does that sound like a bad argument? By changing the gender, did I make it sound any less cogent or did I make it sound even more cogent? I don't know. It seems really hard to understand. I think it's really hard. I think it's really hard. They really hard.
And cried in solidarity for these men.
Talk to marginalized, we're supposed to have a voice.
These men, he argued, don't know how to make themselves attractive to picky women. Yeah.
Good for them. Women, like, be picky. That's your gift, man.
And he argues that they are in fact victims of cultural abuse. Many of the comments under this video claim that Jordan Peterson is an empathetic king who dares to use his platform for the bettering of lonesome men. But what I want to know is, if Jordan claims to care so much about these men, why does he keep lying to them? Why does he hide the true cause of their pain while targeting the only thing that would liberate them? Jordan notoriously went on record on my 25th birthday, no less, telling his audience to not trust anyone who uses the word disinformation or misinformation, because what they mean is opinions that run contrary to mine that I should be allowed to suppress. Well, no. Misinformation has a very specific definition that can be found in a dictionary near you. And obviously, Jordan Peterson knows the real definition. He's a college-educated academic who used to teach at the University of Toronto, a prestigious school if random people on the internet have any merit. He has a doctorate in clinical psychology, which I assume takes common sense and intelligence to receive. And he always talks about being oh so careful and intentional with language. Jordan Peterson knows words. He knows the importance of them, and as an academic, he knows the significance of knowledge and accuracy. So why, pray tell, would he campaign against it? Why would he alter the meaning of these words and imply that dishonest, manipulative, and untrue knowledge is acceptable? Well,
it's not manipulative. He's literally telling people to look out for misinformation of any kind. Why would you go out of your way to try and paint his words as anything other than what they obviously are? By, removing yourself from the concept and applying it. Ah, you see, it's because you have propaganda you're trying to sell. So you are exactly the kind of person that he's saying they should look out for. Because you're peddling your own form of misinformation. Because why would you need to lie about what he said? Very clearly. I was there when he said it. He just said it just now in the clip that you played. And then he corrected a standard that he got wrong in the past because he was being too harsh. You're not being realistic to reality.
Well, because Jordan wants his followers to believe him. He wants them to ignore his critics, the ones who call him out on his disinformation. Mainly so that he can continue to lie to his audience and make a profit by doing so. He doesn't care about academic integrity. He doesn't even care about you. He barely even cares about following his own word. He is a clinical psychologist who talks about mental health and human decency. They called a group of children the R slur on Twitter just to shit on a politician he doesn't like. Speaking.
Okay, you guys do the exact same thing too. None of you are fucking spring chickens in this shit. Do you want a cookie? Because you're not getting a cookie.
Of Twitter, besides taking time out of his day to launch a strange yet funny attack on a children's media puppets, Jordan also spends his time debunking lies, which is ironic, partially because he literally just admitted to loving lies, and mainly because Jordan hasn't met a piece of information that he hasn't twisted or yanked around yet. Sometimes it's just small lies that seem harmless and true, yet are quickly debunkable. On more than one occasion, he has stated that Nazis don't exist in Canada, which on its head is already a little absurd. Even just a quick Google search, the quickest in the history of the world, mind you, reveals that Jordan is not telling the truth about this. And once again, we have to analyze the intention behind this lie. It isn't a good-hearted mix-up or an omission. It's a bald-faced lie. A malicious one done with the purpose to mislead. Jordan keeps churning out these seemingly small, harmless lies until they form a bigger picture. That is a picture of patriarchal, white supremacist, feverish Twitter crash-outs, all disguised by a supposed smooth-talking, suit-wearing academic. And why does he do this? Why, in the beginning of his rise to fame, did he denounce incels and call men of the manosphere pathetic, only then to cater to their deepest insecurities and make content off of them? Because he knows there's a market in exploiting young men who are already vulnerable, exploiting them into watching his boring videos, buying his gibberish books, and following his every unhinged move like a cult. But making videos, downfall videos, of manosphere personalities isn't enough. I need a guide. You may be wondering, why should I care about this topic? I mean, I sat through an hour of this lecture. I found
inciting violence
parts funny and interesting, but the only thing this video has done is make me sad. I mean, why should I care about men or the manosphere when they would never return the favor to me? And I get it. This is actually a very common belief. Feminist writer Minnie Bruce Pratt states, "How are men going to change? The meeting between two people where one opposes the other is the point of change. But I don't want the personal contact. I don't want to do it. When people talk about not giving men our energies, I agree with that. They have to deliver themselves. There are women who feel jilted."
So, if you want there to be solutions, you have to be a part of the solution. But if you don't want to be a part of the solution because why should I give my energy, you then no longer have the right to criticize anyone. Fuck off, thank you. That's how that works. You don't want to be involved? No problem. That means you also don't get to complain about the problem anymore. You don't believe that it's your job to do it? No problem. That means you shut the fuck up about it forever. You don't open your mouth about the issue anymore. You don't speak about the issue anymore. Because you don't want to be involved. Why should you care? Because it's not your concern. It's not your issue. You don't want to be involved, but you still want to have the ability to bitch about it. That's not how any of this works. You want to bitch about the problems? You share in the problems. You have to give them some sugar. They are still your neighbor. Otherwise, what you're actually saying is, I want to be able to bitch about them permanently, forever, as a fucking easy target. I want to use them to shill my books. I want to use them to shill my concepts. I want to use them to shill my narratives. And that doesn't help anybody in the outcome. Now does it? Because they're still broken, you're still making money off of them, and they continue to not know how to fix themselves. Because no one's willing to tell them, bro, can you just try not to be yourself? In fact, try to be different than yourself. All you gotta do is that. Which is to say, all you have to do is be reasonable. All you have to do is treat them like they're fucking human beings. But no, they're not human beings. They're roving devils. You don't get it, single player Carl. I think I do. I think I'm one of them. And granted, you don't even have to come from the angle of you need people who are willing to treat you well and are going to give you tender love and tenderness. Because you don't need that either. You just need people who are going to tell you the truth. They're going to say to you, you know, you're kind of coping and you're kind of seething. And you need to stop coping and seething. Because if they're willing to tell you the truth in that way, that's all you got to have. Because the alternative is that it's impossible, and we know that it's not impossible. It's just that you motherfuckers are lazy as shit, and you don't want to do much work. And you know, when you start telling the truth that way, then it becomes easier to understand why we are where we are. No, that's too hard. That's hard work, bro. That's way too hard. The efforts that takes, that involves giving a shit. Why should I give a shit?
Abandoned and dehumanized by men. Women who believe that caring about men is somehow anti-feminist and against their better interests. This actually became more clear to me after I posted my Matt Right video. There were infrequent yet loud voices in that comment section that derided me for analyzing men's relationship to the patriarchy. They emphasized their lack of interest or care in such topics. They implored me to focus on women and our struggles only. One comment stressed that I was censoring men. Another said that these women, meaning me, I guess, simply can't understand how censoring men won't save me or them. A few things, and then I'm gonna get out of your hair. What do you mean by these women? Also, I think it's a bit silly to say that I'm censoring men when I have 1 or 2 videos on my entire channel that
You're censoring men by saying that men's opinions shouldn't be heard and shouldn't be listened to, by trying to incentivize your opinions over them. And what do they mean by these women? These women, like you, that like to say that you're not a part of the problem, you're just asking questions and making content. And if they have such strong opinions, why do you have those strong opinions? Not realizing that you are exactly the result of what these women wanted. The ones that are combative and wanted to see the destruction of society. Because they didn't like people in the past. You are the result of the monster they made. And you do it for free. That's the worst part. Destruction of society. For free.
explicitly talk about men. I have over 30 videos that exclusively talk about women and feminism. And in general, most of my nearly 70 videos center the conversation around women's culture and girlhood. Even in the 2, now 3 videos that I talk about men, I still talk about misogyny and other discrimination. And it's also like, I think we kind of forget that YouTube videos are not full conversations. We tend to think that a YouTube video ending is the end of a conversation. There is a multitude of things I can't include here, multiple things that, opinions that I have that I simply don't include in my videos
Because
I'm not talking to anybody, I'm writing an essay.
Because I'm writing an essay, but the essay is then to be discussed by other people. And so those people engage with you and interact with you, and therefore a dialogue gets open. But you see, I'm not actually trying to talk to those people, I'm just trying to state my thoughts on the matter. I wasn't looking for criticism, I wasn't looking for being judged. Shut up! Fuck out of here. Fuck out of there. You're part of the problem. 100%. 100%. You're part of the problem. Why are you criticizing me? I just wanted to talk shit about other people. The fuck? Sigh. Sigh, blase, blase, and sigh.
Essays are not as whole and complete as academics wish they could be. On a more serious note though, I'm not mad at these comments. I can sift through the condescension and see what so many people are feeling upset about. The pain and fear that women feel for men, the pain and fear that makes them feel disconnected and divested from men is valid. I understand why so many people are unwilling or even uncomfortable with the idea of listening to these types of videos. I wouldn't want to be told that the people who are most—
Because you don't actually listen to people, and when people hear you say stupid shit, you're not going to actually assess what they're saying, because you're going to write them off and say, I'm not going to listen to you, you used the wrong word. I'm not going to listen to you, you insulted me, even though I insulted you first. By first insulting the group that you might have belonged to, and then insulting the group in question that I wanted to make fun of, because you see, they deserved to be made fun of. You're heartless. And you want people to say you have a heart while you continue to be heartless. Where do you get off? In the actions of being heartless. To continue the action as though it is legitimate. A little bit of perspective is the problem. Again, it's not a lot. It's just a little. But for some reason that is impossible. I'd say it's annoying, but that's all it is. It's unfortunate.
Likely to hurt me, who have hurt me in the past, are also victims in their own ways. Because how does that make me feel any better? There have been centuries of domination, dehumanization, objectification, all of which are still occurring. Under the patriarchy, women do not feel loved by men, and therefore do not feel comfortable or safe loving in return. Telling women that they have to work alongside men or even think about men for more than 5 seconds feels like pressing on a wound. Even men in progressive spaces often perpetuate misogyny. They continue to nurse their own biases and end up hurting people they claim to advocate for. I have no problem admitting that I'm afraid of men. I grew up being abused by a man. I've been harassed by men. I don't have many fruitful connections or relationships with men. I literally...
So, who was the man? Was it your daddy? Is that the reason you act this way? Because daddy wasn't there. Or daddy was there. He was beating the shit out of you. That's not funny. Bad Carl. You do know this projection, right?
I only talk to one man on a regular basis, and that's because I've been able to establish a sense of trust and safety with him. Now, is this fear and hurt valid? Absolutely. But does it convince me of separatism? No. Let's think about this in a different way. I'm afraid of men due to the history of misogyny and my own experiences with them. Likewise, I'm afraid of white women due to the history of white supremacy and my own experiences with them. White women, as it so happens, were among the commenters telling me to give up on men and focus on sisterhood. Audre Lorde has a book for that, I fear. The fear that I have for men and the fear I have for white women is obviously for different reasons. But the history of abuse, objectification, and dehumanization occurs in both experiences. Differently, obviously, but it occurs nonetheless. And still, I would never fix my mouth to say that I will not include white women in my feminism. Even when I talk about trad wives, who are extremely similar to the manosphere in terms of goals and rhetoric, I don't talk about them as if they're some tumor that needs to be culled. When I experience microaggressions,
But the incels, you see, they're super syphilis.
Microaggressions, violence, and racism from white women who themselves subscribe to the white supremacist patriarchy, I don't think about leaving them behind, because that's simply not how liberation works in my mind. I don't want to pretend that white women don't exist. That doesn't help me. I want them to learn, lock in, and do better. And I try to make this clear through the videos I make. I explore the perils of white feminism. I emphasize the importance of white women holding themselves accountable for their consistent and thorough violence against women of color, especially black women. I make videos that map out how white people can be misled and harmed in their own way by their allegiance to white supremacy, especially when that system coincides with classism, ableism, and so forth. Likewise, I will continue to make videos about men and their troubling relationship with the patriarchy. I hate operating from the belief that no one is willing to listen or change. That calls into question the entire field of education. It calls into question why people write books, why they make art, why they even exist. Change is humanity, and humanity is hope, and I am one hopeful motherfucker. When it comes to feminism especially, we have to be willing to examine and critique the patriarchy beyond what it does to just white, cis, able-bodied, thin, wealthy, neurotypical women. We must apply this theory to women in the global south, women who face imperialism and colonization, women who are exploited by ongoing slavery and capitalism, every woman ever. But we must also examine and critique the patriarchy in terms of how it affects men who are brainwashed into living incomplete and conflicted lives, men who live in impoverished areas of the US who are groomed by army recruiters and enticed into aligning with their own slaughter, men in the global south who are being wiped off the planet at this very moment, in Palestine, in Africa, who...
Girl, you live in America and you make fucking talking videos about shit that affects American politics. You don't even have time for the global south because the fucking southeastern south has motherfuckers that are actively campaigning for the destruction of the things you claim you care about today! Today! Early today! It's happening right now! But you want them to unify on your issue because, guys, there are bigger problems happening. There are bigger fish to fry in the world. Let's start fixing what's home. Just a suggestion. Fix the house, or to quote Jared Peterson, clean our global national room. When we get our shit fixed at home, then we can think about things happening abroad. What's happening domestically is a sham and a farce, and it needs to be corrected. Let's solve that first. Okay? Okay. Thank you, babe.
Alongside women and children are being squashed by what Bell Hooks calls the imperialist, white supremacist, capitalist patriarchy. I'm not saying that you have to make videos about this topic. I'm saying if I want to take myself seriously as a cultural critic, as an educator, or whatever the fuck being a YouTuber in this niche entails, I have to do it. Your favorite leftist man with a platform, or without a platform, has to do it. Everyone who is capable and who desires to do it should. Because if more people don't produce easy to follow, engaging, and accessible guides to visionary feminism, men are going to get their education from someone who crashes out on Twitter behind Sesame Street characters. Obviously, a YouTube video will not solve any of these systems. Obviously, the world is misogynistic, and people are indoctrinated into this belief from birth. But maybe videos like this will nudge one person, or two, or three, and maybe it won't wake them up, but at least it's a road sign on a otherwise long, dark path. It's an overstatement to say that everyone is already educated about feminism. It's an even bigger overstatement to say that people should just do it themselves. Go Google it. Go figure it out on your own. Figure it out in isolation. A part of me is like, yeah, I mean, that's kind of true. You shouldn't have to be taught that other people are human and worthy of basic rights. But then I listen to people speak. I read comments. I listen to podcasters. And it's like, oh my God, are we fucked or what? And also, we talk so much about pipelines. We talk so much about the predatory nature of these communities. And we tell people, just go ignoring the system behind it. Ignoring how one can fall down a pipeline easily. Ignoring how this content is pushed upon people. Algorithms are restructuring the entire platform in order to push someone further and deeper down into these communities. How can we talk about pipelines? How can we talk about the seductive nature of a pipeline and ignore how it even works? A lot of people don't understand feminism beyond the anti-feminist propaganda that they've already been fed. A lot of people think they understand feminism, but are really just buying into incomplete white feminism. And then there are people who do know what feminism is, but they actively undermine it because it threatens their privileges. In order to fix our lack of feminist education, bell hooks argue that we have to be clear about its purpose, and we have to make it accessible.
Bell hooks mentioned.
Or road signs. And to do this, we have to start with a simple definition, so that everyone is on the same page. Hooks argues that feminism is a movement in gender discrimination, gender exploitation, and oppression. Therefore, the goal of feminism is to dismantle the systems that aid in this type of discrimination, squarely the patriarchy. Now, this definition gets right down to the source. It reveals that our issue is not men, it's not discrimination and patriarchy in regards to just men dominating others, but our issue is discrimination and patriarchy as a whole, whether it is performed by an individual person or a system, a man or a woman, a child or an adult. It's the same as racism. Most anti-racist scholars emphasize the need to stop viewing racist acts as individual acts, and instead look toward the system that produces the space and opportunity for such acts to occur. That doesn't mean we can't hold individuals or rotten apples accountable for their actions. In fact, we should. But in addition to that, maybe we should target that, rotten apple making factory up there on that heavily populated hill. Doing away with men wouldn't really fix the problem because, they're people. And also, some people love men. You can't get around that. Some people have fathers, brothers, friends, and lovers. They don't want those men to disappear one day. They want those men to get better. And even if the average man did disappear or miraculously woke up from their patriarchal slumber, we would still be pretty fucked. Because the issue of misogyny and discrimination doesn't just occur interpersonally. There's a much larger system behind it, a system that indeed feeds off individual action, but can really be maintained without it. Our real problem, our long-term problem, is the system of patriarchy. Our other real problem is the elites who design, uphold, and benefit from this system. Billionaires, the government. I'm going to stop listing things before I get thrown on a list. I don't know, they might come with me, y'all. You hear that plane? And if men are to be delivered from the patriarchy, which is something we should all want, they are going to be delivered through feminism. Not by MRA podcasts, not by having them be left to their own devices.
No, they're not going to be delivered by feminism. They're not going to be delivered by feminism. They're not going to be delivered by meninism. They're going to be delivered by community. Real community. Not commune community. Not women telling them, do what I say and I'll give you some coochie. They will be brought out of it by people who actively care about them. Friends, family, relatives. They'll be brought through the fucking union of the blood of the covenant. That's what's gonna do it. Add in patriotism if you wish. But it's going to simply be because there are people who give a fuck about them and don't treat them like shit and don't lie to them about what the real problems are. That'll be what causes it. That'll be where it comes from. Anything else other than that is you capping and coping and seething and manipulating and cheating. Because if you wanted these people to have good outcomes, and if you wanted them to have good trust, you would tell them the truth. The truth of the matter is that there's a lot of people out there that want to get to them and their minds. Because they know that there's power in having people behind them. And they also know that there's power in telling them that they can blame their problems on somebody else. Because they don't gotta think anymore. They don't have to think as much at all. But people that you care about, you don't lie to them and say the world's not that hard, or the world is so difficult and much more scary than you think. You just tell them the truth. Your mothers tell your daughters, hey, there are men out there. They're gonna abuse the shit out of you if you let them. So don't let them. But there's also good men out there that don't think ever about even the things that you are scared about. Because they're just as scared as you, if not more. That boy ain't gonna lay a finger on you, because that boy is paralyzed and terrified that he's gonna go to jail and get raped in the butt. So next time, don't make fun of Cody to his face and say, ha ha, your dad's getting anally raped in jail, because he went to jail because he killed the man that molested his brother. And now you say, oh man, that's so bad that it happened to his mother. But damn, now he's a kid of a single mom. He's a kid of a single mom. Maybe don't be heartless. Maybe have a brain on your shoulder. Maybe think before you speak. Do your research. Know what's actually happening in the world. Be one of the people who are going to be informed instead of just repeating talking points you heard from a political grifter on the internet who doesn't give a shit about you. As you then today, oh my god, he's such a good man. Because these talking points that you're getting from people like Signifier, and from BreadTube, and from CornBreadTube, that's the reason why the shit happens this way. That's the reason why most of these people are stupid. Not just because that they believe in the cause and they believe left is best. It's because they are actively being lied to by people who seek to continue to lie to them. because that's how they make their money. If I didn't make another red cent for the rest of the days of my life, just so that I could be able to make sure that I could never be counted amongst those people, so that my message could be heard by more people, I would do it in a heartbeat. For any amount of money, or just for the sake of the argument, I would delete everything about myself from the internet permanently. If I knew that that meant that there'd be a difference made, so that they know they don't have to believe it. But the alternative, unfortunately, is that then I'm just ceding the position to them. Thus is the nature of power, and of information, and of communication. Because you'll keep lying to them. You see no problem in lying to them, so you'll keep lying to them. Because it's only fair, right? If I don't put my propaganda out there, then people who are other propagandists will be able to. How about don't spread propaganda? Is that a choice? Can you just choose not to do it? When given the choice between lying and not lying, can you just choose to not lie? And then on top of not lying, can you then make the explicit choice that on top of choosing to not lie, you tell the truth? Even if it doesn't allow you to get away with tricking somebody. No, it's too hard. Then you don't get to do the same thing everyone else is doing. We're all guilty of it in one way or another, unless you're completely not guilty of it, in which case, good job. You're one of the ones that was able to avoid it entirely. But everybody else is fucking poisoned on this. No one is safe from this problem. Some, it's just a matter of we are tired of hearing and seeing it. Some are the ones causing it. Fortunately, I'm not one of the ones causing it. I'm just tired of fucking hearing and seeing it. And it's fucking annoying. We get tired of having this conversation. That's usually how it ends up going, actually. Exactly, we're tired of having this conversation because we're tired of you guys saying shit to people that is obviously not real. And then acting as though it is. But I digress. Let her finish her statement.
Again, you don't have to create these guides if that's not what you want to do. People of color, disabled people, so many marginalized groups are expected to spend their lives teaching others how to see them as people. It really shouldn't be our jobs to expend constant energy. However, in my opinion...
It's not. If you don't want to interact with the person after you've told them, hey, I don't like the fact that you're doing that. Please stop doing that. You ignore them. And you disconnect from them. And you stay disconnected from them. And you take your bitch ass on. That's all you gotta do. Acting like this shit is fucking hard, dude. I promise it's not.
I enjoy analyzing stuff. I enjoy dissecting society and pop culture. And I enjoy yapping about the things that I learned for hours at a time. Could a depressed person make this? Could I possibly make this at gunpoint? Could I?
Yes. If you're doing it for money, absolutely. How many views do you have in this original video? I infiltrated the manosphere. Nearly 200,000 views 20 hours ago on a 726k subscriber channel. Yes, I think you would do it for money if you were truly depressed, because you have to put on a facade for the camera. I think you would be able to do it. I think anybody would be able to do it if that's the amount of money they make, but you can only do fake positivity for so fucking long. So instead of being fake positive, you just choose to be a fucking asshole. But you see, you coat it in fucking irony poison. That way, you see, it's not my fault that I think these things. I am just doing what the culture wants. And I'm so tired of people running to that excuse too. Because there are so many people that love to use that argument. Granted, none of you are actually doing what the culture's feeling. It's certainly not my culture. You're just finding ways to get away with being able to make money off of being an internet bully. And it's tiring.
Put this much passion into it. I'm not being held at gunpoint. I'm not being held hostage to do this, as frightened as I may look at any given moment. I enjoy...
Excuse me, aren't you a person who says that you hate patriarchy and that you hate fucking, Didn't you say that you hate patriarchy and you also hate, society? If you're being held up in a society that depends on capitalism, then you quite literally are being held up to it. Because you're being forced to work. Or are we lying? Seems to me that we're lying. Ouch. What good communistic person is going to say, I'm not being held at gunpoint, but also we live in a society, and therefore capitalism is holding people to these bondages. After you said all that shit about white feminism, that should be the disqualifying factor alone. But you know, I suppose that's me being one of the being cocoon. I can pick up on that with my bullshit detector.
Doing this, I'm capable of doing this, and so I'm going to do this. Men, on the other hand, still have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Not only do feminist men have to get in the field and check misogyny from their fellow men in fruitful and thorough ways, because men are more likely to listen to other men, but men as
No, maybe you just don't do that. And they get ostracized from society. And when those men get ostracized from society, they're going to either learn how to be able to move in the world, or they're going to just stay disconnected from society that they can't take a part of because they can't change their behavior. Because that's how polite society works? Nah, that's too hard. Why do we teach people through non-verbal communication tactics? We gotta be verbal all the time. We have to put ourselves in the middle of these groups as though we gotta play Tinker Tailor Soldier Chud. Headache.
as a whole have to be willing to look inward. They have to be willing to unlearn a lot of the misogyny and biases that they have picked up while living in a patriarchal society. All of us do. And just because men are harmed by the patriarchy doesn't mean that's the only reason they should want to do better. They should also care about other people who are dominated under the patriarchy and who they might dominate interpersonally. That means first and foremost, men have to—
If I am not a person who communes with somebody else, it is not my job to care about them. While I can suffer and empathize with their struggle and journey, if they are a person who believes that they should have the right to steal my shit, I'm so sorry that that happened to you, Jorge, but I cannot help you, for you would steal my shit. And until you're capable of saying that you're not going to steal my shit, and I trust you and believe you, I'm definitely not giving you the keys to my house. I don't care what commune you come from. That's all it is to it, girl. Anything else is cool.
to acknowledge the fear that they live with, the fear that surrounds their gender performance, and the fear they may have of giving up their gender privileges. You have to be willing to disown your loyalty to the patriarchy. Now, you don't have to discard masculinity as a whole. Manhood is so not over. Bell Hooks argues that we have to find ways to reclaim masculinity that doesn't depend on patriarchal power. We have to allow its meaning to be transformed, become disloyal to patriarchal masculinity, in order to find a place for the masculine that does not make it synonymous with domination or the will to do violence. We have to challenge the patriarchy the same way we challenge racism, anti-Semitism, imperialism, Islamophobia, transphobia, misogynoir, because every system, every one of these discriminatory systems are wrapped up with each other. We have to make changes to our cultures. We have to change how we position violence and domination as a sign of success. And call me crazy, but I think we can start all of this with education. The manosphere is seductive because we socialize men to find it to be. It's seductive because it claims to show someone the root of their problem. It's seductive because, quite frankly, it's engaging. But we can be seductive too. I believe people are worthy of rescue and change. It would be great if Jordan Peterson could be different. It would be wonderful if Fresh and Fit podcast mics were thrown in the ocean. But I'm okay if it's not them who this reaches. I'm okay if it's the average person on the other side of the screen, whose name I don't know, whose lifestyle I cannot imagine living. The average person who feels as though they have been driving for a very long time, hypnotized by the highway, and who just saw a sign, finally, for their exit.
Healing does not take place in isolation. Visionary feminism is a wise and loving politics. It is rooted in the love of men and women, refusing to privilege one over the other. The soul of feminist politics is the commitment to ending patriarchal domination of women and men, girls and boys. A genuine feminist politics always brings us from bondage to freedom, from lovelessness to love.
Yeah, you see, the problem with your quote is that you kept saying feminism. The thing you're looking for is egalitarianism. As long as you say feminism, I know you're not talking about trying to release men from bondage. You're not releasing them from bondage. It's more like under new management. Because, you see, I remember this very important thing. What was that quote? Oh yeah, that's right. Slaves cannot free themselves with the tools of their masters. You want to free them from patriarchy by freeing them unto feminism, where they become allies, and not allied units. You want them to be guests in a social campaign for which there will be no end, to which their voices must be monetized, their actions monetized, their behavior mobilized, with the interest and intention to give those that are in the position of power the power upon which to change the world. But they will not be the one who pulls the trigger. They will instead be the one who is called to the oath of order. And when the slave collar turns on and electrocutes them for not following the commands of said feminists, it won't be, why don't you just educate yourself? It will be, stay down, dog! I'm not being hyperbolic. That's what it actually is, what it comes down to. You're just using soft language to hide the insidious actions of it. And that's even more insulting than if you were just to come out blatantly and say, oh no, I don't believe this single thing I'm fucking saying, but I am trying to say this to get them on my side. But anybody who points that out, you say that they're the problem. That's crazy. Unfortunately, however, chat, with the end of that video, that brings us to the end of the stream. So sorry. I need to take a break before I do something else. But whether or not I do turn my stream back on for Carl at night, or if I call Jay while she's playing in the middle of her Dustborn playthrough, we'll begin ours on Thursday. I want to thank each and every single one of you who have come through. I want you to remember that you are appreciated, you are loved, and that this is a happy and safe place for you to be able to join and unionize with people like me. Because boy, when this is the shit that you gotta fucking hear and listen to, I can only imagine what the fuck y'all going through. Of course, that's my struggle. That is Mein Kampf. That is my Kampf. But in any other way, deadass, you should be happy and appreciative of the fact that you have the ability to have a place to go to do things. Because otherwise, we would not. It would be horrible. Shit would suck. So, with that being said, oops, that's too loud. That's way too loud. So, with that being said, as does in the video, as does the stream. Once again, I am Carl. This is my chat. Over here, Carl. This is my chat. And this is my channel. If you like what you saw and heard here, please consider becoming a member of the Niggahood. Put on your hood. Become a Carlist. Consider supporting in whichever way you wish to. Whether that be on Twitch, Ko-Fi, Subscribestar, or YouTube through memberships. Consider becoming a member of the United Negro Kyle Foundation. Because we believe that a Carl is a terrible thing to waste. I'm a single player Carl. Those are my posters. And I will see you guys next time. Same Carl time. Same Carl channel. Mwah. Goodbye, everybody. I'm leaving now. Goodbye. Muzzle!